Alright, I'm live. Um, I'm gonna wait a couple of minutes for people to join. Um, I had a different plan for this stream, but I was I got really emotional. I got really emotional, and I still kind of am. Um, no, gosh, I don't want to set myself off again, but things are going to be a lot different this stream. I'm not going to do like um, reacting to certain people one by one. I'm just gonna um, provide more context to certain narratives. Hey, Cool Breeze, I'm not feeling great at all. I actually was crying before, and shit. Oh boy, I really wish I wasn't in this mood because things would have gotten things would have been a lot smoother. I have my two cats with me, which is nice. I mean, at least I have some company. Hi, James. Yeah, things are kind of rough at the moment. Um, Again, for those who are coming in, things are going to be different. I had originally I was going to plan to react to certain people one by one, like I did last time. Um, but I'm not sure if I can do that for this one because I think with the videos, well, most of the videos that I was um, watching, I mean, I already watched them before, but I don't think that I'll be able to react to them live because if I do, I will honestly start crying. I will really oh, I'll get too angry and I'll just stop crying my eyes out. I'm not kidding. Um, yeah, I just it's things have been this whole rabbit hole is really disgusting. Fuck. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, thank God I have the camera off. Shit. These people are so like. Uh, I mean, the comment that I have up is. I mean, that speaks for itself. These people are all complicit. They're all so. They want to be blissfully ignorant. They want to paint certain narratives. And these people would rather watch a girl die in front of our eyes. They want to see that happen. And if that's not the most barbaric thing, I don't know what the hell is. I mean, we should all know by now about what happened to Gypsy Rose Blanchard. We all should know that by now, right? Oh, yeah, Cool Breeze. I'm gonna be doing different things with this stream. I'm not gonna react to stuff one by one. I'm just gonna. Uh, I'm going through with it because I want to show these people who I'm addressing this to that they're part of the problem. That they all have blood on their hands. They all do, and they're gonna have to live with that for the rest of their fucking lives. Because what they're promoting, what all of these people are promoting, is evil. I mean, ugh, ugh. I've always had an issue with bottling things up. I mean, it's always been a thing with me. But like crying, like that's why crying is so it's so painful a lot of the time because I'm just letting so much emotion out and I've put myself through so much and seeing stuff that is so horrendous be accepted, just be blindly accepted by people. It's horrifying. Like, how is this being allowed? How are these narratives? How are they being allowed to spread? It's all a cover up. It's evil. This is so fucking all of this is so fucking evil. And I honestly think that they know what they're doing. They all do. I mean Eugenia's family is so rich. Eugenia and her family are rich as hell. I would not be surprised if the people who were coming to their quote unquote defense were being bribed or were given some kind of like hush money or whatever. Well, not or, and. Okay, so I'm gonna be. I'm, I'm gonna be providing more context to a clip that was used in another video that I was watching in my previous stream because for some reason they decided to take out all the context of that video. And it was by Of Herbs and Altars. And they were talking about it was their latest video about Eugenia and eating disordered people, like how um this ugh, sorry, I was just like I'm still kind of coming down from the crying. But yeah, I it's disgusting how people want to take context out of certain videos, yet they want to well, it's funny that you mentioned that because I saw a clip about some fan art that that was sent to her, and it was she got pissed at it because it added weight onto her, and she looked visibly pissed off. Like that right there just says so much. But anyways, I think I'm gonna um play this video now by Of Herbs. I have watched this before in its entirety. Yeah, I'm gonna watch Of Herbs and Altars video in its entirety because my Bluebird decided to use only a portion of their video to, you know, perpetuate their own sick narrative, their own sick, disgusting narrative. Which is disgusting. It's sick. But anyways, without further ado, let's watch it.
Can jump in and be a savior for the people we love.
Can you guys hear it? Firstly, I might have to turn it up a little bit. Sorry.
that we can jump in and be a savior for the people we love, even if we love them from a distance. We have been fed so much crap by Hollywood movies about eating disorders and how fast they turn around, that, you know, a random stranger says this one amazing sentence to you on the street and you go, ah, and your life changes and you just start eating. And with an eating disorder, that is not realistic. Eating disorders are a coping strategy to deal with trauma. I don't think eating disorders ever exist on their own. I think they are almost always comorbid with other mental illnesses. So speaking specifically of Eugenia Cooney, when you see snippets from her live streams and people bring up her weight, I know she seems snarky and awful about it because she's quite sarcastic and quite glib about the comments she gets, but she's heard it 1,000 times a day, every day, for the past I don't know how many years. The only way they are going to listen to you is if you change the record completely. So hello, you wonderful human of the internet, and welcome to a video that I hope may help people who know somebody or follow somebody eating disordered online and are feeling really frustrated and helpless in terms of how to help that person. And in this category, I also include anybody who is feeling very stressed out and enmeshed with the ongoing Eugenia Cooney drama, which is a subject I feel I need to speak on because I made a video about Eugenia way back in 2018.
I have that video now. I'll play it after I react to portions of this because, again, the only reason why I'm bringing up of herbs and altars. Oh, Jessi's here. She's just in the fight. Hey, Jessi. Yeah, I'm only playing the of herbs and altars videos because a person named My Bluebird decided to take this video that I'm watching now out of context, and it was absolutely vile because I remember watching this video in its entirety. Yeah, thank you, Jessi. Things have been real tough. I thought I was gonna. I was just expecting to. I was originally expecting to just like react to some like idiots. But yeah, I had a bit of a breakdown, and I came to the conclusion that I just couldn't do that. Not in the way that I wanted to originally, but yeah. Anyways, I'll continue playing this.
Trying to give the ex-anorexic's perspective on her that I felt I understood Eugenia in a lot of ways, and now I realise I didn't and I couldn't. My own eating disorder had been before social media was like a huge thing. But having relapsed a bit recently, it's given me a bit of a taste of how it is to be an eating disordered person with a social media platform.
I will play the video that they did in 2018, and you can tell the difference. They do look a lot different a couple of years ago.
Suddenly having waves of people you don't know well or at all trying to help you, some of them in very kind, polite ways, some of them in really rude ways, some of them outright trying to make you worse. And that has really, I feel like, given me a completely fresh perspective into what Eugenia must be going through and why people trying to help her just seems to be making everything worse. So I wanted to make a few.
Well, the thing is though, with the concern comments, with the hate comments and all that, this isn't the first time that someone like of Herbs and Altars has said something like this. All that, like, people have been saying that, concern comments and hate comments, all of that stuff is actually fueling their ED. People who have like EDs, those kind of comments fuel them, and that's hard. That it just, the thought of that is just, it's heartbreaking. It really is. And it just sucks.
few points about eating disorder recovery that really relates to the online world, to helping people from a distance, and to what you should expect from someone in eating disorder recovery when you're basically on the outside, when you're watching from afar, because it is a horrible feeling. You do feel so helpless and so like you're behind this wall of glass and you're hammering on it and trying to get them to hear you, and they just seem to be stubbornly going about their own business and not listening.
Oh my god, holy shit, oh my god, the accuracy, that right there, oh my god, that just hits the nail. That's just like, that's so accurate, that's so true. It hits like it's right on the, I don't really know what the expression is, like I'm thinking of like hits the nail on the head or something. I think that's what it is. I was trying to remember what that phrase was, but like, anyways, oh my god, if that's not what the internet's been doing with Eugenia, god.
And I've been on that side of it too, having watched a lot of eating disordered friends go through things over the years online. I do tend to be one of those people who will always jump in with a comment. If I see that it looks like other people are seeing them wasting away and no one is saying anything, I feel like, look, something needs saying.
Again, this is all so true, and then valid feelings. And yet the Eugenia Defense Force, these gaslighting scumbag degenerates, want to invalidate that. They want to try to gaslight people into, not feeling that way. And that's fucked. Because at the end of the day, that shit is going to bite them in the arse.
I didn't say something and they died, I would kick myself forever. However, I came to learn that honestly, you will kick yourself forever, whatever you do, because the friend I pushed the hardest with on this front and got the toughest with on this front, she did die, and I felt awful about having tough loved her. I wished I'd just been gentler. I'm glad I didn't back off. I'm glad I didn't say nothing, but I wished I'd been gentler.
This bit right here, I want to elaborate on that bit of Herbs and Altars, because my Bluebird did not put a single bit of this story in any of his. It's so fucked that he only used a portion of this video, like an out of context thing that they said, and not once did Bluebird bring up this story and how, like, even though that it's sad that they died, like Herbs and Alta's friend passed away due to certain things like tough love, it's important that you still acknowledge that there's something wrong. And the fact that that wasn't brought up in any way, shape, or form in Bluebird's video, that's so damning.
It's a shit situation to be in, basically, is what I'm saying. Now, I think, having been on the other side of the glass wall with people commenting on me, that is kind of bringing it all back up again with her and thinking, well, what should I have done? What should I have done? And I think the ultimate answer is there is no right answer, because the first...
That's this part right there. At the end of the day, there is no right answer. That. The fact that people don't take nuance into this kind of situation, even like when Bluebird tried to do it and failed miserably, in my opinion at least. Whereas of Herbs and Altars, oh, I mean, I've followed this person for quite some time, and they are so educated. Like they have like really experienced a lot when it comes to EDs, and it's so remarkable. I mean, they could understand that, like, yeah, there are ways to do things better, but at the same time, you shouldn't ignore things. You shouldn't deny things that are quite obviously there.
Point I want to make here is that eating disorders are not about weight and they are not about food. So when you're commenting on somebody's weight and somebody's body and what it looks like and how they look, you're focusing on a completely irrelevant symptom that is never ever going to fix the problem. Eating disorders and addictions are essentially the same thing, and there's more I would like to say on that in a future video. But essentially, imagine your friend was not eating disordered. Imagine they were addicted to meth. And you keep seeing them, and like a lot of meth addicts, they're getting skinnier and skinnier. You wouldn't be commenting to say, please eat a burger, please go and eat something. You look like...
Yeah, the burger comments. Yeah, I've never been a fan of those comments. They were gross. They were gross, and I'm glad that we've moved on from stuff like that. But at the same time, like, if if an eating disordered person is refusing to outright eat, even when it comes to like light things like soup, think of that. Think of like other examples of lighter foods like soup. If they're not willing to have stuff like that, then that is that is a huge problem. That it just comes to show how bad it can be. And I know that, like, again, we've moved on from the stereotypical eat a burger comments, but again, that like even if you're not willing to have like even the lightest of foods, then there is something very clearly wrong. Like, it's way worse than just typical foods like burgers and sandwiches and all that stuff.
You're getting skinnier and skinnier. I can see it. Please just, I know it's hard, but eat something. Please eat something. This wouldn't be the thing you were banging on about. And you might say, well, okay, no, I'd be banging on about the meth. I'd be saying stop doing the meth. But that's not the root of it either. To put this in an eating disordered context, you've got the food and the weight over here, which are the stuff that shows. Then you've got the behaviours over here, which do need treating, but you can't treat them on their own, because it's like trying to rip out a weed and you leave the roots in the soil, and whatever you rip off the top, however much weight you make them gain, the roots are still there, and the weed...
Yeah, that's why it takes so long to recover. I mean, I know that eating disorders aren't just about eating. I mean, it's obviously a disease. But at the same time, I mean, when it comes to people like Eugenia, and it's interesting how of Herbs and Altars brought up the behaviors and all that, because I'm going to be playing a video by Blair White. I mentioned this before. Blair White made a video acknowledging the whole body checking thing. It's just okay. Oh, I forgot that you were doing your own stream.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yeah, I just remembered that you were doing your own stream at some point at 10 something, wasn't it? Or I mean, I'm talking about my own country. Sorry. Right now it's like nearly 10 o'clock in the evening. I'm just reacting to this video now because, again, it was taken out of context. Is that... Oh, you just disappeared. Yeah, I think I'll continue playing the video. I've already said why I've chosen to react to this first. We're gonna be doing like other reactions first, not first, afterwards.
Feed is still going to grow back. And the root that you need to rip out is that eating disorders at the heart of it all are a coping strategy, just like addictions, just like self-harm.
We're going to be talking about the coping strategy later on, because I'm going to bring up the Draw My Life video that Eugenia deleted. And it rarely gets talked about, especially with these fucking people who claim to want to defend her, but yet they've never acknowledged the Draw My Life video. And as well as the other stuff too, in regards to the dream of her being sexually assaulted by a dog.
Just like gambling, compulsive shopping, all of these other behavioral addictions, eating disorders are a coping strategy to deal with trauma. And that could be some deeply rooted past trauma, or that could be something that's going on in their life right now. I would say in the case of someone who has just developed an eating disorder and is probably fairly young, they probably don't even know why they're really doing this. It takes quite a lot of years before you realize why you're really doing this to yourself. But in the case of someone probably a bit older who has relapsed with eating disorder out of nowhere, that is usually a case that there is something currently going on in their life. Either that or something has hardcore triggered them and flashed them back to some past trauma.
Again, we'll get to that.
But they are usually aware of what is going on far more than the kind of young people who have freshly developed an eating disorder. But the relevant point I want to make here when it comes to you and what you can do is the fact that unfortunately, if you only know this person online, and only is not the right word to use because online friendships can be deeper and more intense, honestly, than the friendships we have in real life.
Oh my God, if that ain't the truth. If that ain't the truth. I mean, these people want to say, they'd always want to say, oh, you don't know them in real life. And so what? You don't have to know someone in real life to know that there's an issue. Let's not play that game, okay?
But if you know them solely online from a distance, or you're only a follower of this person, the likelihood is that you don't actually know what is causing their eating disorder right now and what their eating disorder is truly about right now. Because as I say, it's not about the food, it's not about the weight, it's not about what they look like. It's about coping with trauma, and what that trauma is, that is something that they have probably only shared with maybe one or two close personal friends, possibly a family member, probably their therapist if they have one, and that's it. And as I say, the younger people, they probably don't even know what is causing this. They don't know why they're doing it, so they can't tell you. And that unfortunately means that the only stuff you can comment on is the irrelevant surface level weight stuff, which isn't helpful. It's not helpful. If you're a close personal friend and you're getting the occasional comment from them saying, look, I'm really worried about you, like you genuinely look worryingly thin today and I'm worried about you. When that's like one comment that you get, you know, once in a blue moon from a very close personal friend, it does strike you. But when it's online and it's someone that you don't know super well, and if they're online, it's very likely that you're not the only one commenting. It's likely that there's a lot of people commenting on exactly the same thing. And some of them might be being lovely, as I say, and some of them can be being horrible. And unfortunately, you know what it's like. If you've ever been attacked for anything online, you know that comment sticks in your brain so much harder than every kind comment you've ever had. So when...
I mean, it sucks because, yeah, Eugenia, I mean, before the whole 5150 thing, she was getting completely shat on by people like Onision. I mean, if it weren't for people like him, and if it was just people who were like genuinely concerned and who had good intentions, I doubt Eugenia would have this perception that so many of these comments are just hateful. And I know that she said, oh, I don't see everyone as a hater, but still, I've said this before and I'll say it again. Actions speak louder than words.
when you've got this mixture of comments coming at you, it all just blurs together into a big, angry, scary noise. And unfortunately,
Yeah.
it doesn't force you out of your eating disorder, even though you know logically,
Yeah.
particularly if
That's the shittiest part of it. That fucking sucks. God. I mean, I've had thoughts of. I don't think I've never admitted this before, but I've had a lot of dysmorphia issues for quite some time. I've never been diagnosed with like body dysmorphic disorder, but I've been incredibly insecure of myself. Like really, really uncomfortable. Like it wasn't always that way, don't get me wrong, but for several years now, and especially um quite recently, I rarely take selfies anymore because I'm so insecure. Excuse me. Ah, I'm getting stomach cramps now. um, yeah, I rarely take selfies anymore. I rarely take pictures of myself because I'm that insecure, and I do, I do want to earn enough money to, get some work done. And I know that when I say that, I don't mean to go crazy with it. I know how dangerous surgery can be, how all these kinds of medical procedures can be. Um, but I know what I want done, and I know that I won't be reckless with it. At least I won't go too far. Um, I, I just want to make. I want to make them look. I want to make myself look as natural as possible. Um, I mean, it's mostly like, and it's not just like the physical issues that I want to get done. I want to get rid of. It's like it's to do with like it's mostly for like medical reasons as well. Like I have it like with my sinuses. I have like really bad sinus issues, and I want to get that done too. Oh, okay. Oh, my cat's having a bit of a moment there. Oh, Unique, don't stop it. Oh, you're sweet. I mean, I was just talking about insecurities, and I get that comment. Thank you. I mean, oh, that's made my day. That. Thank you.
if social media is your career, you know logically, potentially I'm bombing my career here. Potentially I am going to get cancelled for toxicity, but
Hmm.
you can't guilt trip someone out of an eating disorder. Unfortunately, it's a mental illness. I know people really perceive it in a very strange way often when they're not a part of the ED world, that it's not seen as a sickness, and it's not seen as I'm being angry with someone who's sick, which is the truth of it. People see it as I'm being angry with someone who is being stubborn, toxic, annoying. They are clearly flaunting their bones on purpose, which
Well, that's the thing with body checking now. I mean, even if it wasn't intentional, there are still things about what Eugenia's been doing in their videos that can be perceived that way, like with the angling. Um, yeah, Jessi, it's it is unfortunate that because again with Onision, he was one of the main reasons why she was getting so much shit for her ED. And again, if it weren't for people like him, I doubt she would have gotten so much hate. The amount of hate that she gets now, things would have been so much different had Onision just learnt to keep his fucking mouth shut. But of course he won't. He wouldn't. He was never going to do that.
is something I used to think about. My friend who died, she used to post a lot of pictures of her doing yoga in shorts and a t-shirt, looking emaciated, and I would think, why are you being so gratuitous? Aren't we beyond this in terms of our age? We did this as teenagers, but come on. And
Mm.
now I realise that was simply the body she was in day after day, and it was hot that summer. So she was wearing shorts and a t-shirt, and yoga was her hugest passion, and she wanted to show people when she managed to nail a new position just like any other yoga person does. And I'm sure there was a bit of ED chatter in her voice, in her brain, but I genuinely believe she was not overall bone flaunting. I think she was just proud of, like, look, this is my hobby.
Yeah, that can be true at the same time. That can be true. I can acknowledge that. But at the same time, we also, and Of Herbs and Altars has talked about this, the pro Ana people who do purposefully body check, who do like fixate on their bones and all that, and it's sickening.
This is the one thing that gives me joy is yoga, and I'm showing it off. But like, say people see anorexics when they're on the outside of it, and you just think you're a stubborn, obnoxious person, you're doing this on purpose, why can't you quit? You quit before, particularly if it's a relapse, you quit before. You've been spouting on for ages about how dumb being in an eating disorder is. You know far too much about it to fall for its tricks again. Why are you being so stupid? You must be doing it for attention. You must be doing it for blah, 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 blah. When generally speaking, the absolute opposite is the truth when it comes to wanting attention, and all these other misconceptions that people have about anorexics online, because the attention you get is horrible. The attention I would get online prior to my relapse was often too much for me anyway. I'm not an attention person. I don't like it. I don't have birthday parties because I don't like being the centre of stuff. Like, it's a big issue. But it was nice to chatter about things that I enjoyed with people. We'd talk about outfits and knitting and fun stuff. And then I relapsed, and suddenly it was weight stuff, and it was angry people, and it was...
Yeah, I can understand that. It must be like really shitty to, like, always have the attention always come to your, like, your ED. But the reason why people like Eugenia are always discussed, especially when it comes to like anorexic bodies, is that Eugenia she's worn like revealing. Yeah, Jessi. Mm-hmm. I mean, again, like, I understand where Of Herbs and Altars is coming from. Again, this is her most, not her, they. This is their most recent video about Eugenia. They made a video. They acknowledged that they made a video back in 2018, and also they did another video reacting to the Shane documentary in 2019.
Worried people, and it was intense, and it was too much. And
it's also important to acknowledge that not all people with EDs are naive and, have zero self-awareness. I mean, I'm pretty sure like every person with an eating disorder is different. Like, you can be you can have an eating disorder and be an absolute piece of shit, but at the same time you can also be someone with an eating disorder and, like, have just want to distract yourself. You just want to distract yourself from that horrific disease. Like, these two things can be these two types of realities can exist at once.
so when you're making these comments about someone's weight, you're not ripping out the roots, because you don't know what the trauma is they're dealing with. That, unfortunately, just makes them pull back. It makes them feel like everyone hates them.
And the thing is, though, this video, they're not exactly wrong. Of Herbs and Altars isn't wrong here with a lot of what they say. It's just that not every person with an ED thinks a certain way. There are people, of course, like, and even they've acknowledged that there are people who do deliberately body check, who deliberately, like, promote pro Ana, pro ED. Like, it's, I don't know, man.
It makes them feel like they're doing something wrong when they can't stop it. it makes them feel like they owe the world 1,000 explanations that is a place for therapy, is not a place for online. And I have forcibly had to make myself pull back from this and stop trying to explain myself in every single way to every single comment that I get. So if
I mean, the thing is, though, Eugenia, it's not that people want Eugenia to explain literally everything in her life, because everyone deserves privacy and boundaries and all that. You know what I mean? But at the same time, Eugenia's someone who's been on the internet for well over a decade, and the platform that she's managed to grow over the years, and the amount of people who've been watching her content, the young people who've been further influenced by their content, like they were like watching her, seeing her as Thinspo, and I'll get to Blair White's video in a bit explaining this, because even though I've had my own personal issues with Blair, she does explain it well.
if you're
And Of Herbs and Altars has acknowledged this too.
an eating disordered person online and you are getting too much weight related comments and it's harming you just like it was me, Instagram has a mute words filter. You can put in.
Yeah, that is true, that. And it also, when I tried to looking up Pro Anna on Instagram, there was literally, I couldn't find anything. It was completely censored. But at the same time, people can be like, people can cheat the system.
Words that you don't want to hear on your Instagram. It's in the settings, privacy, I think, mute words. You can take out all the eating disordered words and it will, those comments, you won't see them, no one will see them. So I would say the main thing you can do for an eating disordered person that you know and love online is to just make sure that the people who can help them, the people who are in their real life.
The thing is, though, with Eugenia, is that there's little to no one who has actually done that. I mean, aside from Jacqueline Glenn, who literally 5150'd her. Gosh, I mean, yeah, Jessi, I'm still shocked that we've heard little to nothing about her dad. That's so. I find that so weird. I find that so bizarre, and how little the mother has, or her, has spoken about him. It's so bizarre.
Make sure that those people exist and that they are hopefully doing their jobs. So don't ask them about their weight. Ask them about their friendships. Do you have a close friend where you live? And are you talking to them about this? Do you have a therapist above all? Do you have a therapist and do you like them? Do you get on with them? Are they any good? And if they seem to just have no therapist, or they're just treading water with this therapist, they're not getting anywhere, or they actively hate their therapist and it's not going somewhere, try and see if you can get them to go see someone better rather than forcing themselves through this thing that's not doing anything. Because honestly,
better, not someone who's named Katie Morton.
I strongly believe that bad therapy is worse than no therapy, because it makes you feel negative and defensive when you finally do find a good therapist. You're so.
Hi Tyra. Yeah, we're just reacting to this video because a person named My Bluebird decided to take this video out of context, and there's so much to it. And Bluebird just decided to use a portion of this video to push out their own narrative, and I found it absolutely disgusting. I reacted to that video my last stream, and it was so fucked up. I was literally mortified. And so we're reacting to this video by Of Herbs and Altars, who I really do like, in its entirety.
Negative and defensive from your past experiences. So if you are with a therapist that is just not helping you, and you've tried, I mean, give it a shot, give it a good few sessions, but if it's really not helping you, and it's actively making you worse, particularly find another therapist. There are a lot of them out there. Find another therapist. So make sure they've got a support network in place. What is their living situation like? Because just like someone who's an addict, if they're living in a block of flats where there are addicts and dealers everywhere, they're not going to recover. And with an eating disordered person, it's the emotional stuff. If they're living in a situation that is stressing them out constantly, they're not likely to recover there. Making more connections, getting out more, doing more things in life that pull them away from their eating disorder, which is another reason why these weight comments are so toxic and problematic, is that you're seeing an ED person doing something they enjoy. Maybe say you see them horse riding, or you see them in an outfit, or you see them doing...
Right, this is the comment. This was the part of the video where Bluebird decided to, like, you know, just completely clip. They completely clipped this part of the video. These weight comments are so, like, problematic and all that. That's what Bluebird. That's the portion of the video that they took. They didn't bother to, you know, acknowledge all the other parts. They just took this bit of the video and ran with it.
Yoga or whatever, and if you take their healthy passion and you make it all about their eating disorder, you can really poison this one good thing that's keeping them afloat.
And that is true. I can understand that point. I can understand that. Absolutely.
So do try and encourage their healthy passions. What I would do if I could go back in time and I could see those yoga pictures again, I would probably have linked her to some positions that I knew she wouldn't be able to do with her body strength. And I'd be like, I bet if you were a little bit stronger, you could do this, and how badass would this look? Give her like a bit of a challenge that she would need to get a bit healthier to manage, but that she would get a huge kick out of. That is what I wish I could go back and do with the yoga stuff.
That's an interesting form of like motivation, that.
And my friend who died. So yeah, basically just try and encourage their healthy passions and improve the overall setup of their life.
But the thing is, though, with Eugenia and the healthy passions, all she does is scream and do the whole makeup thing. And the thing is, with the makeup thing, that wouldn't be such a huge issue. I am totally here for like makeup tutorials and all that, and doing beauty videos. But it's certain parts of those videos that have become, like, you know, part of what's a part of her infamy, pretty much, because it's like parts of like a little bit of body checking. I want to, you know, like, say good on you for, like, you know, pulling that makeup look and all that, but it's just so hard. It is.
Life, and take the focus off the ED, and the more good stuff comes into it, the more they're going to be drawn out of that shell, and the more they're going to find, you know what, I really love horse riding, I really love yoga classes, but I felt so dizzy and so weak last time I did it, it was rubbish, and clearly if I want to do this one thing that makes me happy, I'm going to have to eat a bit more before I do it. That was
that part right there. I mean, that's that right there. I love that. I love that they said that. That is like, and also the thing is, though, I wish Eugenia could have that moment. I really did, because remember when back in 2019, where she said, "Hey, I'm going to be taking a mental health break" on Twitter. The fact that that's not happened in a long time, it's so heartbreaking.
A huge step for me. With horse riding, it was for me that I got to the point that I couldn't ride anymore, and you know, and I was stubborn about it. I would try, but I knew this is dangerous, not just for me, but for the horse. If I fall off and he runs into a road, I would never forgive myself. So I had to eat more. And Things like that are the way to go. Because the second point I wanted to make regarding eating disorder recovery is that it is an infamously slow thing. We have been fed so much crap by Hollywood movies about eating disorders and how fast they turn around, that, you know, a random stranger says this one amazing sentence to you on the street and you go, oh, and your life changes and you just start eating and you recover like this. And therefore, combine these Hollywood myths with social media where everybody loves a dramatic transformation and people expect a dramatic transformation when it comes to eating disorders. I mean, you know, the comments I've had when it's only been a couple of weeks of me saying, look, yeah, I'm in recovery now, and yet people are so furious that I haven't gained X amount of pounds.
Oh, I mean, yeah, that is kind of sucky, that, because the thing is, yeah, anorexia and eating disorders in general takes so long to recover. Like with anorexia, it actually takes like 7 years. And the thing is, Eugenia's 27. Like, we all know about the 27 Club, right? God, that's to know that, like, Eugenia could have gotten help in, like, when she was 20, and after like 7 years, she would have looked. Oh my God, she would have looked way more alive at 27, and I'm scared that she. Oh, I think it will be likely that if she gets to 28, she's damn well lucky. Or at this rate, it is likely she'll be in the 27 Club, and that really it's heartbreaking.
In 2 weeks. People expect these dramatic transformations, and with an eating disorder, that is not realistic. Please look up something called refeeding syndrome. It can actually kill you to recover too quickly. When it comes to the just go and eat a burger
That's
thing,
true as well. That's absolutely true as well. I've been made of. I looked it up that it could, like, the shock of it all, like, you know, your body being reintroduced to food, you know, like so much food all at the same time. Yeah, that's ugh, that's horrible.
if you are severely starving yourself and you just go and eat a burger, it can kill you. But the other thing, even if you are not that severely starved,
You have to, like, take, like, really small steps with it.
that refeeding syndrome is a risk for you. If you do try and recover so quickly that your weight shoots upwards before you're ready for that and before you get time to adapt to your new body, it can be too much to handle. And I've also experienced that when I did recover very, very quickly and gained a lot of weight in a very short time, I just wasn't ready for it. And I didn't have therapy in place at the time. It was all me, all on my own, with no one to lean on. And I'd just taken the only crutch I was leaning on, which was my eating disorder, and I'd thrown it to the four winds, and I fell over on my face spectacularly and relapsed hard for the next year and a half. You know, and just got even sicker than I'd been before because I went at it too fast, and I learned from that. And when my recovery stuck for a good number of years, it was when I'd recovered slowly, when I'd gone, okay, right, I'm going to up my calories from meh to up here, and I'm going to see how that goes and stabilize my weight and enjoy feeling healthier. And once I'm used to that, I'm going to up them again a bit more and, you know, repeat the process until I'm in a healthy place. And that was how it stuck for me, combined with having friends around me, combined with having.
It's interesting that they bring up friends, because with the Eugenia situation, when it came to the friends who tried to, you know, get her help, the mother and just the family in general just always intervened. Like, does that sound like a healthy environment to you? Please tell me. And the fact that it's honestly horrifying that these people who want to be part of this whole defense force for Eugenia want to act like the family's not abusive and point to. Sorry, excuse stomach ache again. The fact that they want to point to ridiculous things like, oh well, Eugenia's becoming Eugenia's losing popularity because of her relapse, therefore she's not being exploited. Well, have you taken into consideration how much money she makes on Twitch and how she's still monetized on YouTube? Like, have you forgotten that's a thing? Like, are you? Do you? It's like these people seriously have amnesia, and these people they've completely invalidated what Jacqueline said, what people in her former friend circle have said. Like, I'm starting to like, well, not I've thought about this for ever since the whole thing happened. Um, ugh, it's just so it's gross.
Hobbies that I enjoyed combined.
It's like these people don't care about what happened to Gypsy Rose Blanchard and the story behind her and how she was abused by her mom.
With having a lot of other stuff to lean on, I still didn't have therapy. I was still on a waiting list for therapy, but I had other things in my life to lean on. Recovery is infamously slow. The other thing to look up is how long it takes on average for someone to go from getting sick to being perfectly recovered, because that is not a matter of weeks or even months. The average for anorexia, I'm afraid, is round about 7 years.
Yeah.
Now that's not,
and that's why it's so sad, and that's why I think it's likely Eugenia will be in the 27 club, because had she been on the road to recovery at 20, she would have looked way more alive. She would have had a much higher chance at living past 20. Oh, God. It's just so horrible to think.
to say that someone is going to be sick as a dog for 7 years. It's just that they may have some kind of issues and they may not be completely there for quite a while. It is infamously a slow disorder to get out of because it is so complex. And usually, I would say always, in fact, I don't think eating disorders ever exist on their own. I think they are almost always comorbid with other mental illnesses. So again, when it comes to making sure your friend has the stuff in place in their real life that they need, diagnoses for their actual root cause mental illnesses, that they may have been diagnosed with anorexia or whatever because it's quite obvious. You know, if you're purging a lot, well, the doctor's going to slap a label on you. If you're very, very underweight and you're not eating, they're going to slap a label on you. But most mental illnesses are invisible, and it may be that they're not getting support, therapy, maybe even medication for.
Well, Eugenia has a history, like a reputation for lying. And that's the thing, though. It's not a Eugenia problem. It's what happens when an eating disordered voice, and when an ED voice starts taking over, it makes you lie a lot. And it's become so frustrating because Eugenia's letting that ED voice take over her life, pretty much.
The mental illnesses that are really causing the problem, which I think in my case was autism, which wasn't picked up until way after my eating disorder. And if it had have been, I think that would have made just a giant difference to me. So do get them to push for a diagnosis. And then one of the final points I want to make is that if your ED'd friend says that they are in therapy, that they are trying, that perhaps they have made an effort to stabilize their weight and stop losing any of these positive steps, please believe them, or at least tell them you believe them. It costs nothing to give someone the benefit of the doubt, but if you don't give them the benefit of the doubt, it will be enormously harmful both to your.
Again, I can understand what they mean by that, but also at the same time, EDs make people like with EDs can be really convincing at lying. They really can make you a really good liar. Well, again, it depends. It depends on who it is. I mean, anyone can be a good liar if they know how to manipulate people.
friendship and to them. Because if you are trying your hardest in recovery, but people keep telling you off for not trying, you tend to think, well, why bother even trying?
Yeah,
if I'm going to be accused of doing
that's also important to take into consideration too. Again, two things can be true at once.
something and I'm struggling so hard not to do it, and then people are shouting at me anyway, why should I even try? Where is the reward everyone promised me for trying? I'm just getting slammed all the harder. And I need my coping mechanism all the more now because my friends are turning on me because they don't believe me. It's horrible to be accused of lying and to be misunderstood over something so important. So please give them the benefit of the doubt. What trying hard with an eating disorder looks like is different for everyone. And if you're talking about someone who's been sick for a very long time, particularly, what trying hard and improving look like may not look like trying hard or improving to you. I do have friends who are chronically sick with EDs, and when they say they're trying, it can be hard to believe them at times.
Yeah, yes, it absolutely is, especially when that ED voice, you don't know if it's that person who's talking or if it's the ED voice that's talking, and that's being convincing. Oh, boy, sorry, I'll keep getting messages, sorry.
But I know that the situation they're in and the length of their ED and everything they're going through, it has to be baby steps with them, and anything they're doing to improve their health has to be applauded and has to be encouraged. You know, it's like this tiny little flower that, you know, if you're cruel to it in any way, it's a tiny little flower and it's going to die and it's going to go out, and that is the flame of their hope dead, and that is a very mixed metaphor, but you know what I mean. You have to nurture this little flower before it's going to get to a size that you can actually see and you can actually notice and you can actually go, wow, yeah, I can see that you're trying now. Anything that can be seen as a positive step, please applaud it as a positive step. Give encouragement. Like, positivity over negativity with eating disorders, always, I would say. Sometimes tough love can feel tempting, as I say, speaking from experience.
Yep.
But I think it always has to be kindness and it always has to be encouragement, particularly if you're talking about someone online like Eugenia Cooney, who is being attacked constantly for their weight, for their perceived toxicity, who has had so much cruelty directed at them. The only way they are going to listen to you is if you change the record completely. So speaking specifically of Eugenia Cooney and anyone else in her position, i.e. an ED person with a social media platform, I think the best thing for her would not be to have everyone just abandon her. That's not going to help. But what would be amazing would be if YouTube also had the mute word filter and she was able to mute all eating disordered words on every platform. And that would mean that the only comments that were reaching her were
Well, I've always had this issue. Why is Eugenia why is she not once bothered to turn off all of the comments on any of her videos? Why has she never done that? Because if that was done, we honestly wouldn't be having this type of conversation. If I'm being completely honest, all she would have done in order to avoid all of those comments, they would have been turned off.
actually about what she was doing in the videos, in the pictures. It would be like, wow, that's a cool outfit, or oh, you look so happy today, or oh, I like.
Yeah, there is the loneliness bit, but the people surrounding her, gosh, it's messed up because there are, of course, the people who are just there to be shitty, but there are also people who just want to check in, just to see if she's at the very least alive. And of course, there's also the fucking disgusting pro-ana fetishists and the people who look to her for info. It's horrible. Like she can't really be safe anywhere. someone told me that when I made that stalker video, and honestly, that's so true. It's so sad.
Your hair today, or that actually is a really cool makeup look that you're doing in this video. If everything she was hearing was nothing to do with her eating disorder and was purely about her hobbies, I think she would actually start to re-engage with her audience, because she wouldn't feel so attacked and every comment wouldn't feed into the ED. There is such a thing on pro-anorexia forums as mean spo. This is essentially thinspiration pictures with mean quotes written over them. It is basically a way for people to bully themselves sicker. However, if you're someone with a social media platform, you don't need mean spo, because all you have to do is Google yourself or go to your comment section and you will find like way more triggering, mean, harsh shit than any mean spo post I've ever seen on.
See, this is the thing, all right. There was this video that Eugenia made. I think it's called "Addressing the Hate," and I know that it sucks to get hate when you're suffering, when you're clearly suffering from a disease, but if you were to pay attention to how she reacted to them, it's genuinely disturbing. It's like she got off to them. Like she was smiling at certain things, certain comments. Like I get that you want to, smile at the people who are obviously being negative towards you. You don't want to, want to go full mask off. You don't want to do that, but at the same time, it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good.
Any pro-anorexia website. So she has this triggering on tap, even if people have the best of intentions and they're saying, I used to love watching you, but you're really stressing me out. They might.
Oh gosh, I won't forget this this video of this young child who made a video. I don't think it's up anymore. I hope to God someone re-uploaded it because it's so sad. This little child who was voicing their concerns about Eugenia, like she really loved Eugenia, and she was so concerned, and Eugenia just she was it's so it really pissed me off how she reacted to this child. Like I'll try to find the video. I'll try to find it. I reacted to parts of it on another person's channel, and they were also pissed off too. They were also pissed off at how she reacted to the child. I'll try to find it in a bit.
Have good intentions, but that's gonna make her tense up inside and feel anxious, and her appetite's gonna be dead, and whereas if she went to her comment section and everything was just about her hobbies and her eating disorder was just irrelevant, people were still supporting her, people were still there for her, but they were talking about the stuff she actually wants to talk about. Eugenia must be sick to death, and you can tell she's sick to death of it when you see snippets from her live streams and people bring up her weight. I know she seems snarky and awful about it because she's quite sarcastic and quite glib about the comments she gets, but she's heard it 1,000 times a day, every day.
Well, that is true, and I do get that must be really stressful, but at the same time, like even of Herbs and Altars has said that Eugenia has, and people like Eugenia who really do suffer from these EDs, they thrive off of negative attention. Like they perceive negative attention as something good. Like again, I've said it before and I say it again, two things can be true at once. And I'm not denying the fact that that Eugenia has heard it so many times, obviously, but and also that she must be sick to death and just wants to talk about, her interests and hobbies and all that stuff. Well, we also have to remember that that disgusting demonic voice will convince her that those comments and the dislike being ratioed like to dislike wise is like something god.
For the past I don't know how many years, and no one has the patience of a saint to deal with that kind of stuff. She's sick to death of hearing it. I'm sure she hears it at home too. I'm sure she hears it on the street. She's sick to death of hearing it, and it's clearly not helping. But if suddenly people started interacting with her about actual friendship related topics, you know, her hobbies, the stuff she's doing in videos, all the positive stuff, just like a real friend would do, because she doesn't seem to have many friends in her life, which I think is a bit
Because they've been pushed out, because they wanted to help out.
of a curse of a lot of YouTubers, particularly mentally ill ones. If what she was getting online was like a friendship interaction instead of this attack constantly on her way, I think that would be the best thing for her. And, you know, sadly, there is no way to impose that on the whole internet unless, as I say, YouTube suddenly installs the mute word filter and you can just
There's also the idea of age restricting too. There's also the again how she's monetized and how it's it's as if YouTube is complicit with what's been going on with her. Like how she hasn't been demonetized yet it's very telling. It's the same thing with Onision too, with what he's been doing for so many years, and how only recently he was demonetized. Only recently YouTube stepped in. It didn't. It took a literal documentary. Like, like think about that for a moment. Like, after years and years and years of being a horrendous person, YouTube did absolutely fuck all until a documentary was made. Like, do we have to do that with Eugenia? Is that what needs to be done with Eugenia? For YouTube to step in and do something? Is that where we're at right now?
shut out the noise, because us as people who have EDs or who have recovered from EDs, sorry to say it, and I am every bit as guilty as anyone else, we can be the most problematic people when it comes to helping others with EDs, because we think we know it all. We think we have absolute license to barge in and say, look, I had an ED, therefore I know what's going on. This is what you should do to help. And I always thought that was the right thing to do, and I've since learned it's not. It isn't. Not in every case. If you know that person well, sure, but if you don't, all you can talk about are the surface level stuff, which means you can help. You can give harm reduction tips. You can make sure, with all the knowledge you've accrued over the course of your ED, you can make sure they're getting their electrolyte levels checked if they purge. You're making sure that they get enough protein, that they're not over-exercising, that they're staying hydrated,
that they're staying hydrated. Oh boy, it's funny they mention that, because Eugenia's been getting comments about water, and she's like, oh, I get hydrated, I stay hydrated, even though she streams for excessive hours a day.
All the other things I said about making sure they've got therapy, that their home life is stable. You can give
yeah, about that.
the kind of behavior related knowledge that you've accrued, but you still don't know what the trauma is that they're going through. Therefore, the fact that we tend to think we understand everything and can absolutely give our gospel opinion on it, we can't, and we don't. And I have been hugely guilty of that over the years. And I think it's been very, very good for me to realise, look, just because you were there too doesn't mean you know what someone's going through. So the final point that I would like to make is that if being the friend or the follower of someone with an eating disorder is really negatively impacting you, whether it's triggering you, whether it's filling you with rage and resentment towards that person, the only thing you can do in this situation is to withdraw yourself temporarily or permanently from the situation. I know that's very hard, but if you can't cope with knowing, look, there are certain things you can help them with, but it's a tiny amount and you can't keep harping on about it. If you do, you're just going to make them worse. If knowing these things is something that you can't do without going crazy, and I understand that, then you have to prioritize your own mental health over drama, always. If you find that staying on their Twitter is maybe the thing to do, so all you see are their words and their witty quips and the stuff that's still them, and you don't have to look at their body and you don't have to look at the symptoms of their sickness, that might be the thing to do. Just stick with them on a platform where you don't see them, you just hear from them. So the absolute final thing I would like to say before I shut up is to please always try and remember that eating disorders are a sickness. They are a mental illness, and we don't tend to get furious with people who have depression or who have anxiety. And yet when it comes to eating disorders, people seem to have this very different view on them. But to my mind, there is no excuse for blowing up in the face in a really aggressive way at someone for having a sickness.
The thing is, though, I mean, as someone who does have depression, the thing is, when it comes to something like that and an eating disorder, depression can be hidden very easily, whereas an eating disorder, not so much.
That is just messed up. Like, you can be frustrated with them. Oh, absolutely. Because we get frustrated with people who have every mental illness. You know, anxious people cancelling plans, depressed people having a messy house that you've got to live in, things like this. We get frustrated with people for their mental health symptoms, but that is not something that you should throw at that person. Like, that is something that you have to take a beat, take a breather, maybe get your own therapist about. If you are close to this person with an eating disorder and they are really impacting your life, please go and see a therapist yourself. At least go to the pub with a different friend and vent your frustrations. You need to have someone where you can vent these things to, and hopefully have a voice of reason come back at you and kind of say, well, they're not doing this to you. It's not about you. It's not about their weight. It's a mental illness that they are trying to control, and that is unfortunately controlling them instead. And just because it shows, that doesn't mean it should be a reason for commenting rudely on their appearance. You would not do that to someone who had lost a lot of weight through grief. You would not tell that person that they should not be on social media because they look too sick. But we do it to people with eating disorders all the time. And the way people with eating disorders view their bodies, and are they flexing and all of this, that is a whole big subject for another video. I've talked for way too long to get onto that one now. But in short, people with eating disorders have incredibly complex relationships with their weight and their bodies, and usually you will reach a point where you don't want to lose any more weight, but you can't stop. And then you feel this weird fucked up combination of liking it but hating it, being scared for yourself but hating yourself, and it's a very, very complicated thing that you really, the last thing you need on earth is someone to blow up in your face at you about what you look like or what you're doing or how awkward and difficult and selfish and immature you're being. You're not being any of those things. You're being mentally ill and you need help, not aggression and hate. So anyway, this video is now long as all hell. I'm losing my voice. I'm going to...
Right. So let's react to the next video that of Herbs and Altars did several years ago that they were referring to, and you'll notice that they look very different because this was before they relapsed.
Jumping on the make a video.
Wait, sorry.
So I have avoided jumping on the make a video about Eugenia Cooney bandwagon for a really long time. But a friend on Facebook messaged me today being like, have you seen Eugenia Cooney on YouTube? Like, you know, what are your thoughts on this? Because she also had an eating disorder, as did I, and we got kind of talking about it, and kind of made me think, yeah, maybe I should make a video about this, because I have seen a few of the kind of generally hysterical, oh my god, she's dying, think of the children, videos. And I kind of feel like a lot of people making these videos don't really get where Eugenia Cooney's coming from in her perception of herself and the world. I really don't. And I feel like I have a pretty good insight into what she is like, because essentially I used to be Eugenia Cooney back in about 2003. And I was at my lowest weight, which was somewhat thinner than Eugenia is now.
Hi, Bluebird. Oh, by the way, people watching the stream, when I was talking about Bluebird, it's not the one who's in this stream now, it was another one. This one who's in my stream, who's in the chat right now, they're a sweetheart. The other one that I was reacting to yesterday, not so much of a sweetheart.
Now, not a huge amount, but, you know, a bit thinner than she is now. Not, you know, not to brag, just to give you a kind of, that's kind of, I was in about her weight range, basically. I was totally obsessed with taking pictures of my body, posting them online, and yeah, if you go to any kind of bonespo, thinspo, extreme thinspo website these days, there are usually still pictures of me, like literally from 2003, prehistory. They are still there. And
yeah, sorry about that, I was just getting some more videos because it's important that I get more videos in to react to.
That kind of gives you a bit of an insight that a lot of people don't have. People who never had an eating disorder, or people who have never been a very low weight anorexic, because it's kind of, you know, eating disorders and your perception of yourself and all of that, it does vary, you know, not even just depending on weight. There are a lot of different motivations behind it. So speaking for myself, and I do believe pretty much speaking for kind of where Eugenia's at too, I never saw myself as fat, ever, when I was that emaciated. I knew exactly what I looked like. It wasn't this, oh my god, they're skeletal, but they look in the mirror and see a blob. That's not an across-the-board statement. That is a stereotype of anorexia, and not everybody buys into it. I knew exactly what I looked like. I mean, I would not have posted a shitload of pictures all over the internet if I thought I looked like...
And that's the thing, though, like, with Eugenia, I know that's a... Oh. I'm pretty sure, like, she's aware that she looks the way that she does. She's aware of that. Hence why she takes so many pictures of herself. And that's the thing with EDs. Like, they delude you in a way that they make you, like, feel confident, but at the same time, but in reality, it's so disgusting. It's so sickening.
A blob.
Yeah, pretty much, Bluebird. That's what it is. Like, it's that voice that makes you, like, think, yeah, you're doing something right when you're very clearly not.
And Eugenia, you know, any of her videos, your average YouTuber, they make a video that is them at home. I mean, sure, you know, if you're vlogging somewhere, it's different, but if you're at home, pretty much 9 out of 10 YouTubers, it looks like this. They're sitting here, you see this. Eugenia's videos, she has placed the camera way over there so that she can stand and squish her.
Shalom.
Oh no, crap, sorry. I was just getting some more videos in. Let me get back to this.
Like this, so that she can fit as much of her body completely unnecessarily.
Yeah, that's the body checking bit.
Into the frame of the camera. She is very clearly extremely proud of what her body looks like. And As a result, the hysteria that she gets on every single video and the hysteria she gets in every single one of these Eugenia Cooney's dying videos, she loves it. I know this because
That's true. It is true, but it's also true that she must be sick to death of, like, you know, certain things about her weight. That both things can exist at once. It's eating these ED voices. They mess so much with your head. It's so icky and gross.
used to love it. I mean, getting comments saying, "Oh, you're so pretty, you're my favourite YouTuber, your body is perfect." Well, that's nice, but it doesn't really ring the bells of an anorexic because, you know, to put myself in Eugenia's place, it doesn't ring the bells of an anorexic YouTuber because fuck, every YouTuber pretty much gets told they're attractive or beautiful or perfect or whatever. Normal people, big fat normal people can be beautiful, but to be told, "Oh my god, I can see every one of your bones," or, you know, to have the entire internet blow up, that's more interesting to a low-weight anorexic.
Yeah, because Eugenia is the skeleton queen. That's why she's, like, so obsessed with things like Jack Skellington. It's that kind of imagery that's attractive to a lot of anorexics, and especially pro-ana people.
Because your average YouTuber, big fat normal YouTubers, they don't get told that. They don't set the whole internet alight with concern and freaking out. And I don't think I'm saying that she's an attention seeker. It's just literally a validation of your disease. It's a validation of how well you're doing at starving yourself.
Absolutely.
You know, to be told, "Oh my god, you look perfect." Well, that's good enough for, like, a basic anorexic. I mean, okay, I spent a lot of time on pro-anorexia forums when I was younger, when I was really into all of this, and that's a story for a whole other time. But, you know, I've known a lot of eating disordered people, and there is this thing, you know, when you actually... There's differences between anorexics. And it's, you know, your basic anorexic is triggered by maybe seeing skinny movie stars, you know, and they're not emaciated, they're not bones sticking out all over the place, they're just skinny people, slim, normal people you'd pass on the street and think, "Oh, she's pretty." Basic. From an anorexic's point of view. Eugenia and myself, when we were at very low weights, you want to be told you look like death. You want to be told people are scared for you. You want to be told that you look disgusting, that you look like a freak. You want to be told all of that because it means you're succeeding. It means you're beating everyone. And every bit of the hysteria that Eugenia receives just feeds into that, which I think... is precisely why she lies like a politician. I mean...
this bit right there, oh my god, that is so true. That is 1,000% true. Good lord. Oh my lord. Yep. hit the nail on the head. Like, the amount, like, there is no denying that she's a pathological liar. That part is absolutely true. And aside from the brainlets who she's brainwashed, she's not fooling anyone.
The most recent one, the one that got me seeing some of these Eugenia Cooney videos that people have been making for the first time in ages, was that, you know, the one, some little girl, she sounded kind of British, northern, maybe.
Oh yeah, I forgot that she also brought up the little girl too. It's so sad. Oh, I forgot they brought up the little girl. So it's so sad that even children are seeing that. When children start to see you have an issue, that's a lot.
From Liverpool or somewhere. She looked about 12 maybe.
Yeah.
And she'd made this plea to Eugenia saying, "I love your channel, you're my favourite YouTuber, but I really worry about you and I want you to seek help." And somebody had posted something that Eugenia had said on YouNow, responding to this little girl. And she made up a bunch of excuses why she hadn't responded, but eventually she said, but I was like, oh, that video was so nice. She seemed like such a sweet little girl, and it was such a sweet video, and it was really sweet, but she kind of like politically slithered out of actually saying anything. This girl had said, will you get help? There were a lot of questions in the video. Will you get help? What is wrong? Will you please just do whatever you need to do? And she never responds to any of that. And there's clearly a lot of reasons for that. And I think one of them, unfortunately, is YouTube. Eugenia has this enormous following and is clearly becoming more and more and more withdrawn from the real world because of this.
Yep.
That her whole identity is centered around being the Skeleton Queen. I mean, and you can understand why, and you can
I'm just trying to make myself comfortable in case you're wondering what the noises are. I also need to find the other video of oh gosh, it was that video of where you can hear it was the mom as well as the either the grandma or someone else in her family, in Eugenia's family, but you're gonna kill her, I want the money. that I'm still spooked by that.
Understand why you would be reluctant to recover or even to admit to anything if you were in her position. Because I don't know how many subs she's got at the moment, whether she's up to 1 million yet or what, I don't know. But she is flying very...
She is unfortunately hit to over 2 million, but people aren't having it anymore. They really aren't. She's hemorrhaging, and honestly, I can't say I feel... I don't want to say I don't feel bad, but at the same time...
very, very high in YouTube rankings, but when you look at any of her comment threads, like, I would say probably 80 to 90% of the comments are regarding her weight and are growing in fever pitch with every video she posts. Like, it's gone from like, Eugenia, I'm kind of worried, and people making jokes like, dude, eat a cheeseburger kind of thing. And it's gone to this like, oh my god, you're dying kind of thing. And it's kind of like, well, if you take away the subscribers who subscribe because they're pro-anorexics and they want to be triggered and...
Oh boy, I mean, isn't that like a large portion of our audience? That is a large portion of our audience, that, sadly.
Inspired, throw them away because she's normal and she's gained weight now, let's say. Then you take away the people who, and I think this is the biggest category of all, the car crash thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Like, like, we're all guilty of wanting to, witness a car crash type of scenario. I mean, it's the type of thing that you just can't look away from. Especially with Eugenia now. Like, she looks just as bad, if not worse, during that whole Kingdom Hearts situation. I remember that whole cosplay thing, where she was, like, at her worst. Like, one of her worst moments. Before the whole 5150 thing. Yeah, we're back at square one with that now. Like, this relapse is completely... It really has fucked her over.
People see a car crash on the motorway and it's bloody and it's gory and they can't help slowing down and staring.
Yep.
And I think a lot of people subscribe to Eugenia Cooney because it is like watching a car crash. I mean, for me, I wouldn't call myself a fan. I wouldn't call myself a hater. She seems like a pleasant enough girl who makes reasonably average, pleasant kind of YouTube content. And, I stumble across her stuff now and then. But what lures you back is the car crash. Frankly, if one of her videos pops up on your suggested stuff, you're kind of like, let's see how bad she looks today. I wonder how long she's going to be around for. And That's the thing. So if you take away all of these car crash watchers, chuck them away, what's left? Because as I say, her content, I mean, what sticks out to you?
Well, aside from that, she's like your basic beauty guru, fashion type of YouTuber, in it.
Really? I mean, that's fine. What sticks out to you about most YouTubers? Most YouTubers are...
Yeah, I understand that, Colby. It is a shit situation, but it is true with the car crash thing, though. It is. I mean, it's not the case with everyone, obviously, but it is a large portion of our audience that is like that.
Kind of, YouTubing millennials and all of these kind of, fashion and lifestyle gurus and people who like doing makeovers, and most of us, frankly, are pretty average. When you put us with a lot of our peers, we are pretty average. There's nothing really that sticks out. And Eugenia Cooney is much like that. And unfortunately, the more weight she's lost, the more she has moved into this skeleton queen persona. And she's clearly become more and more and more isolated as time has gone on.
I wonder whose fault that is.
Where are her actual friends? Where is her actual life? In her early 20s, she should be doing something. I mean, fuck the fact that she's probably making a mint off YouTube and doesn't need to work. Fuck that. That's, ignore that. Life is for living. Just because you've got the money to stay at home all day and do nothing doesn't mean that's any fun. If you've got the money to comfortably exist in the era of leisure, then go out and do something with that. Travel, or go to college and just learn philosophy for fun. Hang out with your friends. Go to fucking, I don't know, go on a roller coaster with your camera and take some cool pictures. And you never see any of that. You never see her hanging out with people really anymore. You never hear her...
Again, whose fault is that?
Talking about, anything she's been doing. Her existence seems to be boiled down to you now, talking to complete strangers. And it is going to be complete strangers because her following is so huge. If she says, I'm doing a you now, just in terms of statistics, it's going to be strangers. Random strangers who are obsessed with her weight on you now, and she dodges every question and just kind of goes, oh, that's so sweet, oh, thank you, oh, that's so sweet, oh, yeah, okay, you can see my outfit, here's my outfit. Okay, that's fine, that's what everybody does, but where is the rest of your life? Yeah. And you see it with a lot of YouTubers who, not even anorexics or addicts, but I think when you have so much, this huge wave of interaction coming at you online, obviously you do get sucked into that. And, and even for myself, as a pretty tiny YouTuber as things go, yeah, you do notice that you're not bothered so much when you don't see friends, and you're not bothered when your local club shuts down, in my case, and you're not bothered when there aren't things to do because you can get dressed up and you can do this and you can talk to people and it's great and I fucking love it, just as every YouTuber who sticks at it does. You love it, it's fun. But you've got to have some fucking tie, some anchor to the real world too, or you will... I don't know, just go a bit crazy, I think. And if you already have mental health issues, and then your channel becomes based around this weird, warped kind of cliche of yourself as this mental health issue, I think that's worrying. And another thing that my friend Kitty brought up this morning was the issue of, how much are you responsible for somebody else's eating disorder, particularly a stranger on the internet. And actually, Kitty seemed to be like, well, I don't want to put words in your mouth, Kitty, but kind of like what I got from you was that you felt, you can't really be responsible for a 12-year-old that's watching you across the country. Whereas I actually feel kind of different. Yes, I do feel that Eugenia is responsible for people being triggered by her at this point. Because, yeah, as I say, with me, I was posting to an eating disorder board. I was putting trigger warnings on. I was not gratuitously flaunting my bones and lying about it. I think that is a step too far. Does Eugenia care that she's
gratuitously filmed? I'm sorry, that made me giggle. I'm sorry. I mean,
triggering small children and possibly driving them to starve themselves and die? No, I don't think she does. And that's not because she's Eugenia, not because I'm calling her a bitch. It's purely because she's an addict. And addicts are self-involved. You know, anorexia, I think, because it seeps into every kind of facet of your life. She's totally in her own little fishbowl at the moment. Yeah. And what's going on outside, doesn't care, doesn't even see it. But yes, she is responsible, and the fact is she does pitch her stuff at quite young kind of tweens, preteen kids, and you know, you see this girl who, and YouTube, I've said this before, but YouTube is such a lie. You make it when you feel you look good, you make it when you feel energetic and you have the energy to do it. So YouTube, you're not seeing the truth of anyone's life. You're not. It's very censored, and it's very much I turn on the camera when I feel like turning on the camera. So these kids, they see Eugenia, you know, supposedly, and what they see is this girl who is back, all the way back here, kind of, you know, stuffed into the camera. Here's my skinny body, effortlessly energetic, and you know, she does have a lovely personality. She is very bubbly and very energetic, and I don't know whether it is simply the way she loses weight or whether she's bulimic, the fact that her face looks healthy. Because bulimia will puff up your cheeks. It's, you know, it's well known. You just end up with a rounder face. You, like, these parts of your face kind of here get wider. You end up with a pretty normal looking face. Sometimes even a fat looking face on a very bony body. So it could be that Eugenia purges, or it could simply be the fact that she's young and younger faces are chubbier. So she looks healthy. She seems bubbly and happy. She's wearing really cute clothes, and she keeps claiming, and you know, a lot of her fans, as fans who are young, can't separate love and approval. Let's just take Justin Bieber for an example. Justin Bieber has been done for driving under the influence and things, and his fans are so convinced that he is basically God, can do no wrong, that they will defend him against all odds. And if you say anything like, well, actually,
God, Belieber stan. They're called Beliebers, but Bieber stans. I mean, even back in like 2009, 2010, I mean, they've barely changed. Even now, they're still psychotic. I mean, it's kind of toned down a little bit, but it's still, you know, it's still nuts.
Driving under the influence, you know, someone I knew died from being run over by a drunk driver, and it's very irresponsible and it's very disgusting, and much as you love him, that cannot be condoned. They will say, how dare you speak out it? It's very much black and white, I think, when you're that young. If you like someone, you will defend them to the death, and you want to believe everything they say. So when Eugenia says to these kids, yeah, no, like, I don't have a problem, I'm not physically ill, like, there's nothing wrong with me, I've just always been thin, and this is just how my body is. Oh yeah, look, I can get my fingers around my arms and everything. They will believe that. They will believe, oh my God, like, I can just totally look like Eugenia, it'll be fine, and nothing will happen to me. It's not true. So yes, I think there is like an honest danger now. So, okay, Eugenia and what can be done. Prognosis wise, is Eugenia about to drop dead? I would say no. I don't.
Oh boy, that didn't age well, did it? That statement didn't really age well. Yeah. God, I feel like an arsehole for laughing, but yeah, about that.
I don't think so. As I say, I've spent a long time in eating disorder communities. The people I know who have eating disorders, we have basically been friends since about 2002, when I was 17. And we still know each other now, and nobody died for a very long time. And there were a lot of low weight anorexics, bulimics, everything. So we saw all sorts of stuff happen. I've known people who were about 17 to have minor heart attacks. Things like that can happen. Person I'm speaking of, they're still alive, they're still a friend today. But nobody really died until late 20s is when eating disorder sufferers start dropping like flies. They start dying in their late 20s, early to mid 30s. Not going to die.
Yep. And guess how old Eugenia is? She's oh boy, we're literally at that point right now where I would not be surprised if we heard any news of her death. I know that sounds sad. I know that sounds, pretty blunt, but it's at that we're at that point right now. We really are at that point, and
just yet, I don't think. I mean, who knows? I could be wrong. I don't know. But I have seen people do amazingly awful things to their bodies for a very, very, very long time.
The thing is, though, Eugenia is 27, and that's why I said that it's likely she'll be in the 27 club. Like, she'll be damn lucky to make it to her 28th birthday. I mean, Of Herbs and Altars isn't wrong with the whole eating disorder people don't die until their late 20s, early 30s, because the thing is, Karen Carpenter, I think she died when she was 32. Around 32, I believe. I might have to look that up. Either 31 or 32. Yeah, around 32. Yeah, around 32.
And not die. But that doesn't mean she's fine, and that doesn't mean she will be fine. My friend Kitty's opinion was that she probably doesn't really care if she dies at this point. She has become so...
Oh my god, that is some straight up facts. That is so true. She's at that point where she is literally saying, "Oh, I'm fine. Oh, I'm doing better. I'm doing well." Literally right after her relapse. Literally right when she relapsed. I'm not like dating her passing. I mean, that's just a common thing with people with EDs. That the thing is that I'll link actually I'll try to I'm gonna share a story that I came across during my first stream. It was this Brazilian model who passed away over a decade ago, and she was a similar weight to Eugenia, and she was only like in her early 20s. I might have to look that up. I don't know if yeah, I'll link it now. So yeah, feel free to read that. It's very telling.
Kind of, returning to my own opinion here, she has become so enmeshed in this world and this character she's created, and you become isolated, and she's isolated with a load of cheerleaders, with a load of panicking people feeding into her disorder. I think she is...
That is such an interesting word. I didn't really think to see her enablers and her fans like that. Cheerleaders. That is so accurate.
So blind to it all now that if she dies, she probably doesn't mind. She will go out as the Skeleton Queen.
Oh, she absolutely will. Absolutely.
And I don't think she knows who she is.
Ain't that the truth?
Other than that, I think if, she was put inpatient and forced to gain however many pounds up to a healthy weight, I don't think she'd know who she was. I don't think she's ever had the chance to develop her own identity, to discover what she's really about outside of I'm the skeleton queen. And, you know, I don't think she particularly cares about her own health at this point. But if she was to recover, there are a lot of long-term health issues from being very underweight, from starving yourself and purging and abusing laxatives and whatever else. There's a whole bunch of fun ahead of you. You know, the more miles you clock up on your anorexia-ometer, the more fucked you're going to be when you actually recover. Because I was very healthy as an anorexic. Actually, nothing really happened to me. Despite my weight, I was very healthy. And I always thought, God, it would really suck if I recover and everything's great and I'm actually happy. And then my body falls to pieces. And that's pretty much what happened. So, yeah. And hence being on YouTube really for me was partly my health going to shit. So that's kind of my prediction for Eugenia. As far as what you guys can do, I think people boycotting her channel is about the best thing anyone can do, really. People are...
And that's what people have been doing, and understandably so.
Are going to keep going to her channel and saying things and making videos and blah, 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 blah. So...
And I know that they said in the other video to, like, not everyone, like, it's best to that, like, not, that everyone shouldn't abandon her. Like, in this video, that's not what they're saying. There is a reason why people are boycotting Eugenia's channel. And that reason should not be invalidated. It's for a very, very good reason. And people have a right to do it.
I think really the best thing for Eugenia would be if she had some kind of minor health scare that...
Really, Kira? Really? What? No way, what? Oh my god. I might have to look that up. What? Oh, wow.
That are in hospital for a couple of weeks, because she's not going to film that. She doesn't want to solve the mystery and admit, shit, yeah, I've actually got an eating disorder, I'm actually miserable, I'm not happy, I don't know who I am outside of this, and I don't think I'm ready to recover. She doesn't want to admit to that, she doesn't want to film it. So if she was in hospital for 2 weeks...
Well, this was before the documentary video, so this was before Shane's documentary, so. But yet again, things haven't really changed, though. I mean, right after the documentary, she went back to her old ways.
I think she would be dumped quite harsh into the land of reality. Those would be the realizations that she needs to have, but obviously I can't just kind of wave a magic wand and kind of just there goes Eugenia into hospital with some minor little thing. I can't do that. So what you can do is really nothing. It's up to her. Just like every other addiction, it is up to the person with the addiction to...
That's the frustrating thing. That's really the frustrating part of it all. Like, and people have brought this up, like, if it was like a child, then it would have been easier for people to have intervened, but since she's an adult, since Eugenia's an adult in her near 30s, in her late 20s, there's not exactly, it's horrible.
You fix it, and yeah, you can do certain things, but there is no one way to recover from an eating disorder. There isn't. Everybody goes about it differently. If it was easy to do and there was one simple thing to say, it would have happened already for everyone, you know? It is very complex. Some people...
Oh, they don't stand Eugenia. No, they don't. No.
You know, are out of it within a few years and wibble in and out. And, you know, me, myself, I've kind of wibbled in and out.
Oh, she lives with her mother. She lives with her mother, James, that's true.
Of eating disorders now and then, and I know I'm over it, I know I'm safe, I know I can engage in behaviours now and then, and I know it's not going to suck me back. Whereas other people, it does just consume their life. And, you know, you can think they're fine or that they're okay or that they're doing a little bit better for a while, and then they can just fall off a cliff of disasters and die at an age when you're like, dude, I feel like we're too old for this. I thought we were over this, you know? It's unpredictable. It is unpredictable, and there's nothing anyone can do. But those are my kind of insights. And shit, I've talked for half an hour. So
Yeah, I'm gonna get to the family in a bit. And 50 Shades of Chestpains he's done a lot of research and deep diving into the family, and the amount of damning stuff that he's managed to find on them is so insane. Like I've known about 50 Shades of Chestpains before he started doing ED content and like stuff on incels. I remember a video he did back in 2017. I've known about his channel back then, but man, he is so educated when it comes to stuff like this. I mean, of course, of course, he's garnered a lot of negative attention, and let's be honest, it's due to jealousy. It's due to them being threatened with pretty much the truth. And yes, there have been like the way he approaches certain things is kind of sus, but he's not lying. He's never lied in his videos. And nobody can take away his research. Nobody can take that from him. And that's why I respect him so much. So, anyways, now that we've got the whole herbs and altars thing out of the way, and by the way, I will put a link to their channel in the chat now because their content is really great. It's not just related to, they're not exactly an ED channel. They have a lot of content related to EDs, but there's also stuff related to drugs and the goth scene, and it's really interesting. They do like a variety of content. So that's the link to the channel if you want to check them out. But anyways, let's move on to why exactly I wanted to do this stream. And I know I explained at the beginning that there were things going on that got in the way of the original plans. And while I'm still coming down from my little, emotional breakdown, it's still it's annoying that I can't do it in it is annoying that I can't do it in the way that I wanted to, but I don't. That doesn't mean I wanted to. That doesn't mean I was gonna scrap it. I was still gonna do the stream regardless. Like I made a promise to you and myself that I was gonna do a weekly, well, not weekly, like stream. Do like one stream a day for this entire week, and a few others on the next. I mean, I don't know if I'm gonna do one a day next week, but this has been real. It's been really fun interacting with people while I commentate on videos, on things that I want to get off my chest. Off my chest. Where's the so? I need to get the video up. I think actually I might want to take a break. I'll come back in a bit. All right, I'm back. A bit of a back breather. Ooh, my cat sneezed. Oh, oh, excuse me. I'm just gonna bring up the. I might have deleted the file by mistake. Yeah, this was the one. Right. Okay. So I just took screenshots of the comments that I made on said videos of the people that I was reacting to, that I'm like dedicating this entire stream to. I mean, I did this with like most of them. The only people that I didn't really do it to is Diet Coke Head and Educating Together. And I am gonna react to certain videos, most of which are by 50 Shades of Chestpains, which that it makes me more comfortable watching watching him react to said videos, because again he's incredibly educated with this kind of stuff, and I have talked to him a lot, and I understand that he hasn't really talked about Eugenia in a while, and I have invited him onto my streams to discuss what I've been looking into in regards to the Eugenia rabbit hole, and he hasn't really been able to do that yet. And I understand. I understand that. Um, I think the last time we talked about her was I might have to visit his channel. Excuse me. Yeah, the last time he talked about her was yeah, about a month ago. It was about how Eugenia Cooney's parents are an isolated case, which is true, which is absolutely true. Um, so yeah, I want to talk about some of the comments I left on these quote unquote defense videos, which aren't defense videos. They're absolutely horrendous. And this video, in particular, by Chu Haizu, yeah, they responded to this comment, but I haven't looked at it. I haven't bothered to look at their replies, and they might probably see this stream. Honestly, I wouldn't care if that was the case. I mean, I made it clear to them that I think they're a fucking piece of shit. And it's what's even funnier is that their video got dislike bombed. But anyways, let me read out what I said. I made like several points. Let me prepare myself. God, I have such a horrendous cough, and I really wish that I had my cough switch with me. I regret like just downing them all the time. But anyways, one, some of the videos in your description were made by people who have a history of being anti-black. Yeah, this person is a person of color. They're a black queer person, which is interesting because I am a mixed race queer woman. Just the way that it everything about this person's personality just did not sit right with me. I mean, it especially came out in this video, and I was just absolutely mortified. But anyways, one, some of the videos in your description were made by people who have a history of being anti-black, being anti-black queerphobia. I was meant to say queerphobic. That was a bit of a typo. Sexist. Yeah, again, I think I've made several typos. I was meant to say a sexist, ableist, and this next bit, perpetuating/engaging in predatory behavior. And when I say that, I mean, I've said this in my previous stream. Willie Mack is a racist. He is a victim blamer. He has backstabbed victims. And he is also a paedophile and a paedophile predator sympathizer. And yes, I am saying that as fact. I could give two shits if he ever comes across this and accuses me of slander. You said those things yourself. You did those things yourself. And you also defend abusers as well, on top of all that. And I also said this too. Like he was in his in his videos, he was very recently starting to cover up more. And oh, he's gonna also accuse me of like armchair diagnosing too, but oh well. I do believe that he also has an ED, but he chooses to not admit it. And that is such, like, I get that it can be scary to open up about something so huge. Like, I can relate, like, coming out as bi. I remember when I came out as bi, how difficult that was. And I'm not trying to compare, talking about eat disorders to talking about sexuality. They're clearly not in the same realm. They're clearly not the same thing. But the representation when it comes to male eating disorders in men, it's like almost non-existent when it comes to anorexics. But when it comes to those who are obese, which is a huge thing in the commentary community, I mean, there's only like a few people who have like, they've either admitted to some things or their actions and their appearances speak louder than their words. And the fact that that's the case, it's incredibly sad. And what's also sad is that these people have other things on top of their EDs, and yet they refuse to treat them properly. And as for the other person, Tipster, he's also engaged in sexual harassment. He used to do a lot of videos in Susie Lou, and there was this guy called Prince of Fallen, and I know that name is very problematic in itself because he has doxed Tipster before, and so has Mad Black Atheist has done that as well. Shadowrun's docs. That being said, they were some of the few people who are actively calling out Tipster for his foolery. And Prince of Fallen had this receipt of Tipster, just making really disgusting comments about Susie Lou and talking about her in a very gross sexual way. He wanted to, even if it was a joke, a quote unquote joke, like it's still gross. It's still disgusting. And it's made even worse that he's married. It's made even worse by the fact that he's married too. Like he's been emotionally cheating on his wife with multiple women for a long time, and rumor has it that his wife has been looking at other men too. So it's an abusive relationship. It's a toxic, dysfunctional, abusive relationship, and the fact that that's turned into a joke, it just shows how it just shows how low, how down bad the commentary community has become. It really, they are down bad. It's honestly, I get secondhand embarrassment from these people. But anyways, number two, it's hilarious how you brought up Sloan, who is in the thumbnail. Um, it's hilarious how you brought Sloan into this when he's actually covered serious stuff like Gabby Petito and not just things related to influencers, which is too. Also, there was one video that was referenced, and that was the tarot card reading, which is kind of sus. Like I wish he used the clip of, again, I mentioned the clip of "You're gonna kill her, I want the money." That video is scary. That clip is terrifying. That would have been stronger evidence. Um, and I get that not everyone, like, there are a lot of people who don't believe in like spirituality and all that. There are a lot of atheists. I understand that like the atheist community used to be a huge thing online, and it is very clear that there are still atheists within the online sphere who have made their beliefs very clear. And it's also the same way with Christians and people who all sorts of religions. But it is kind of sad how looked down upon like things like spirituality, like all that kind of stuff is looked down upon by people who are most likely atheists. It's like just at least be able to understand where they're coming from. But I don't know. It's this turned into a whole like ramble about like religion and spirituality. Just believe what you want to believe, as long as it's actually benefiting you and your life and others. Like religion and spirituality can teach you a lot of very important things, but if you're actually using them to harm others, then that's when it's an issue. But anyways, um, number three. Imagine being such a narcissist that you go out your way to invalidate Pastel Belle Aubry's eating disorders, ED struggles, regardless of my own opinions of her and like the opinions of others on this woman. I wouldn't stoop that low, and people have gone out of their way to stoop that low. And I mean, I don't know if Chu actually invalidated Belle's ED. I can't remember that, but they must have, because I wouldn't have made a note of it. I wouldn't just say that because, I mean, like, yeah, Belle has done things that are, like, way before the EC stuff, there was stuff that she was doing to smaller channels. Yeah, it was, like, her fans were, like, trying to threaten, they were, like, threatening to dox people. Yeah, it was raw. It was gross. It was very gross. And the fourth and fifth bits were where I was at my angriest, where I was at my most horrified, because the fact that people are willing to say things like the fourth point unironically, like seriously, like you, like this thumbnail say we want to bully mentally ill people, and yet here you are not giving a fuck about mentally ill people. Like, no wonder your video got dislike bombed. If they want to kill themselves, let them kill themselves. Wow, dude, just wow. You clearly don't think before you speak. The fact that you have the audacity to bring up mental illness is rich considering how you clearly don't know what it's like to be depressed or suicidal, which I highly doubt this person. And I'm not trying to invalidate whatever they might be, because I don't know if they brought up. I think they might have. I think they said that they were like a binge eater or something like that, or they had a. They think they talked about having a baby or whatever. But imagine if someone said that about them. Imagine if someone who was concerned about this person just said, you know, oh, just let them kill themselves. Like, what the fuck? Like, and people, like, this is the type of mentality that causes suicide rates to increase. Like, you're one of the reasons, you're part of the problem. You're the reason why so many people kill themselves every day. And I know that sounds horrible, but it's true. That kind of mentality is what's killing people. I hope to God that you haven't had friends who. I hope you don't have friends who have depression. I really hope you don't have friends who suffer from depression, because if you do, if they heard this, if they came across this video, this would give them a reason to kill themselves. You'd be responsible for your friend's death. You'd have blood on your hands. And yet the fact that you still have this video up and you haven't bothered to apologize for this, that's beyond damning. That's beyond damning. And then I went on to say, I brought up Etika and Apollo Legend, and for those who don't know who they were two major figures in the gaming community, but they were very controversial as well because of how they were acting. I mean, Etika had these outbursts, and there was even a situation where he was swatted live because he was having such a huge manic episode, and people were like extremely worried, and so he had to be taken to a hospital. And with Apollo Legend, what made his suicide so controversial was that he he brought up how certain people were responsible for him killing himself, and yeah, it caused a lot of backlash. I mean, like, even after he passed away, after he took his own life, there were certain people who really were pissed off that he would go that far. Like, I've seen videos where he was called an emotional terrorist, and even Prince of Fallen was critical, even not just critical, but was like really, like, the video he made was, whew, yikes. Yeah. And it was also a big thing too with Tipster, Augie, Nicholas, Fiorio, and Boblax, because rather than reaching out to Apollo Legend, they just saw the letter of the suicide note that he made on his community tab, and they just said he's dead, without trying to reach out or anything. And Keemstar, he was absolutely fuming when this happened. Like, he went absolutely off on those people. He was like, "Fuck you for not trying to reach out. Why didn't you try to reach out? You could have prevented this." And that caused a lot of backlash too. That caused even more backlash. And fuck, I hate to say this, but I understood where he was coming from. Like, these people, these are types of, the commentary community is so opportunistic and so just they're always about themselves. I mean, it didn't take until Etica's death for people, especially in the commentary community, to take mental health seriously. And even with Apollo Legends, like, people are still having that realization. They're still having these kinds of realizations. Like, no, this shouldn't have taken. This shouldn't, like, two people shouldn't have. They shouldn't have died for you to realize that mental health should be taken seriously. And Keemstar, he did have a right to be pissed at that group of people. Because again, I mean, even if you weren't able to, even if you weren't able to reach out to Apollo Legend, you could have at least tried. They didn't even try. I don't remember if they even bothered to try. I mean, from what I know, I think Keemstar tried. Yeah, he did. He tried at least. But yet again, though, he is understandably blamed for Etica's death. And I know that's a very controversial thing to say, but at the same time, it's not. Because Keemstar was one of the main reasons why mental health was rarely taken seriously within the commentary community, and like the way he approached it was just absolutely horrendous. It shouldn't have taken someone to die for him to realize the type of impact that he had on people. It really shouldn't have. And that's why people say that he's responsible, because he created such a toxic environment for the mentally ill. I mean, he had a long, long history of doing that. And once Etika passed away, he wanted to say, oh, like, rest in peace, my friend, and all that. And yeah, Etika's relationship with Keemstar, it is complicated. And even in Etika's video, shortly after he killed himself, he was still positive with him. He was still very friendly with him. They were still on, like, seemingly good terms, but he was severely mentally ill, and mentally ill people can be taken advantage of in multiple ways. And I don't know if this is controversial to say, but I do think Keemstar very much took advantage of this, of Etika being mentally ill, and trying to, spin it in a way like he was a friend to him, and like it's just so gross. And the fact that, like, people wanted to twist Ethan Klein's words in regards to, like, the whole Etika situation, and like they were so angry that he brought up Etika in the whole content leak thing, because they were accusing him of saying, like, oh, Keemstar, you're accusing Keemstar of killing Etika. It's like, was he really wrong? Is he really wrong, though? In theory, is he wrong? Not exactly. Well, anyways. Sorry, I think one of the cats wants to leave. I don't know. One second. Yeah, it's kind of weird how he wants to seemingly come to the quote unquote defense of Gabby Hanna and Eugenia Cooney, even though people, like, I mean, the Gabby Hanna whole thing Like he's always like, you know, mostly he's been on the side for years. And the whole Eugenia thing, like he made a joke back in, I remember when he made a joke back in 2018 towards Erica Costello, Jake Paul's ex. And admittedly, Erica did look very thin in the video that not the photo that Keemstar was commenting on, and Jake went off. he went off on him because Keemstar said in his tweet about Erica's photo, Eugenia Cooney, 2018. I'm not sure if that's still up. It might be, might not be. I don't know. He might have deleted it for the sake of damage control. But it's like even if like, the thing is though, she wasn't even like yeah she was. She did appear skinny in it, and it did look kind of quite concerning, but it wasn't to the level. It was nowhere near the level of Eugenia Cooney. Um, but moving on from that, and the fifth one too. This was another fucked up thing that they've admitted to, why their video is dislike bombed. Number five, the fact that you openly threaten to flag people's videos about Eugenia's Jaden. No, sorry, I was meant to say the fact that you openly threaten to flag people's videos about Eugenia is Jaden slash Jalen levels of pathetic. When I say Jaden and Jalen slash Jalen, there's this YouTube there's this commentator who has made threats towards smaller commentators for talking about her and for seemingly like criticizing her for the way that she was acting. And she like basically just threatened to false flag them and like censor criticism. And she was absolutely dragged to oblivion for that. And rightfully so. Like the amount of meltdowns that this person has. Oh well, I don't know if she still has them anymore. I don't know. I don't know if she still really has them all that much anymore, but it used to be so bad. Like it was like a meltdown every week on Twitter and on YouTube too. And the thing is, like, there's also a thing like with her exploiting people too, and she that's what she also got. She also got dragged for that too. Um, yeah, it was so bad. Like her reputation has been completely just it's just down the toilet because so many people were calling her out on her nonsense. It's it's like literally like literally over criticism, over people talking about you. You're crying about that, you're freaking out and you're threatening people. Like, are you serious? Are you that thin skinned? Are you that sensitive? And that's what this person's doing. And the thing is, like, your channel would easily get struck down. Your channel would get terminated if you did that. And I don't know why I don't know why they thought this would be a thing to bring up at all. Because that's stan behavior. Like, trust me, I'll admit I've, like, you know, been protective of certain people. But the fact that this, I don't know what, I'm just going to use they pronouns or he, whatever the hell. I mean, they have a very feminine voice. I mean, they did use the F slur, moral F slur. So I'm guessing that they're like gay or something, like a gay femme, I don't know. Oh, quote unquote gay femme. I don't know. I mean, they're going to accuse me of shit, like transphobia or whatever. I don't give a fuck. They don't have respect for themselves or anyone. Like, this video was just absolutely, this should not be on YouTube. This should not be online. It shouldn't have been made. But anyways, it's that level of pathetic. The moment she started threatening smaller channels, Jalen, she didn't like and was abusing the flagging system, she got dragged to oblivion for being scummy and sensitive. Do you really want to be that kind of person? And I don't know what they said in the replies, but they hearted it. And so they very clearly noticed that. And yeah, it's so stupid what they've said in this video. Again, it shouldn't have been made. I get that you're angry. I get that, like, there have been things that were said and done that were not very appropriate, but what you did was honestly worse, like way, way worse. And it's no wonder they've hid their number of subscribers. So we don't really know if afterwards their channel was losing subs. I would not be surprised. And honestly, rightfully so, because why the hell would you make this? Who would think that this was a good idea? No sane, level-headed person would do this. And like the reason why Eugenia content is being made to begin with is because of, like, mostly due to educational purposes. So by your logic, are you going to flag educational content? That kind of content could save someone's life. Are you going to take that away from him? Are you going to cause more people? Do you want more people to die? Oh, well, actually, no. I shouldn't. That's a rhetorical question. Of course, you want more people to die. I mean, you don't give a fuck about suicidal people. You don't give a fuck if any friends you might have who might be depressed and suicidal might kill themselves. The fact that you would keep this video up and not issue any kind of apology, not issue any kind of statement, you're a scum. You're like the scum of the earth. And I wonder why you hide behind an avatar. And I know I'm not one to talk about hiding behind avatars, but with all the insecurities you have that you've projected very clearly, very blatantly, you must be absolutely hideous inside and out. And that's all I'm going to say on that. Let's see this comment here too. So this comment was from someone. Oh crap! Sorry. Oops. This was by someone named Investigative Walker, and I was made aware. Well, I saw a video about them interviewing Just a Kid That Rants Colton. And she did seem respectful. She was very understanding. She was very empathetic with Colton, and I respected her for that. That all went out the window once I saw this video, and I was willing to listen to this person. But the end came, and oh boy, I let her have it. I said, I was willing to listen to you until the end. The fact that you had the audacity to say that about her family while criticizing people for stating things as fact, when you did the very same thing, is blatant hypocrisy and just shows how little you truly know about what's going on with Eugenia. And that's true. That's like with all of these people. That goes for all of these people who want to quote unquote defend her, but are just poisoning the well of this very important conversation. That's all they're doing. They're just risking blood on their hands. It's like they want to have blood on their hands. Like, just think about that for a moment. How sick is that? Anyways, Your video was ruined by your reckless decision to let your emotions overshadow facts. Have you ever seen the numerous videos made in regards to the disturbing things within her family? Did you ever care about Did you even care about what people like Jacqueline Glenn had to go through? Do you even care about Eugenia's well-being? The fact that you still have this video up and refuse to apologize for your recklessness is disgusting, especially now that she's being stalked. And yeah, it's. I really was willing to listen to her. I really was, because I did have a positive opinion on her during the whole Colton interview. But after this, like, my respect for her is completely gone. I'm sorry. Now this video fucking pissed me off. Like, I didn't watch the entirety of it, but I remember coming across this video the first time, and I was angry. I was. Funny enough, though, this person actually introduced me to Maia Papaiyaa. I actually don't know if that was this person or Anna Oot, because I remember Anna Oot making a video about Eugenia and citing Maia, which, first of all, I do see Maia as a friend, so this video really did like hit a nerve with me, and I find it's really personal. It's absolutely personal. So, anyways, I said the fact that you'd go after my friend like this, after all she and people like her have done education-wise, is absolutely disgusting. What makes this video so much worse is that you, as well as the people supporting this video, have the audacity to use those butterflies in the context of anorexic discourse. Which, look at that thumbnail. Like, what could you be any more insensitive? And it was also in the comment section too. People using it in the comment section, and I was disgusted. I was sickened. And then I left it off with, I honestly don't know how you're not ashamed of yourself. And I still stand by that. It's so vile what these people. Oh, it's so disgusting. Like, I've already forgotten this person's name. I need to re-look this up again, because I want to bring them up by name. But these people think that they can talk all the smack that they want and just get away with it. Like, no, dude, I'm gonna call you the fuck out. You're coming for my friend. You're trying to come for my friend. Simply doing the right thing. For simply bringing awareness and for like educating people. Like, just because it might not be in the way that you, just because it's in a way that you don't like, doesn't mean you have to say that they're wrong. It doesn't mean you have to say that what they're doing is harmful, because you people like this.
Hello everyone, and today I bring you another video.
Shut up, Emmy, shut up, just shut up, shut up. I'm not watching this nonsense. I'm not watching her nonsense. It's funny too, because the profile picture that they have now, they kind of look like Calvin Garrett. I think I might have misgendered them, so I'll probably use he just in case. Yeah, if you're out here looking like Calvin Garrett, and you're talking like this, like that fucking that video, like, I'm not gonna play it, of course, because it's genuinely like disgusting and infuriating. But my God, like, this person, like, if they're gonna look like Calvin Garrett, someone who's caused a lot of harm to trans people, while trying to act like you care for certain people, yeah, you might, no, just throw that out. Just throw that out in the bin. Throw that facade in the bin. I think that's it. Now. I think it's just the videos that I want to react to now by Chestpains. But there's also one that I did want to um, react to as well. I don't know where I put it. I think I'm gonna bring up this. Ooh, this one. Where, I love how they said, like, I've changed my opinions. Meanwhile, they haven't.
It is me, Anonymously Thin.
Oh,
Welcome to my channel,
educating together. That's what they're called.
where we talk about eating disorders and eating disorder recovery. So fun. If that's something you want to watch on a regular basis, like and subscribe.
Regular basis. You haven't posted in a good couple of weeks, or I think it was actually a few months. Actually, yeah.
If not, bye. I look very different today. I just felt like dressing up because I dressed up back then as well. But yeah, we're going to be responding to my very first video made in June talking about Pastel Belle and my issues with her. And I'm going to kind of like,
Jessi, you want to come into the video and react to it? You want to come into the I think I'll where's the link to the You've got the invitation link, right? You've got the invitation link, right? Yeah. Yeah, come onto the stream. I want to react to this video with you. Like, because I remember watching I don't know if I watched it to the end, but there were certain comments that were made that were just like, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna share it again. Like, she said something and I was like, and you wonder why eating disorders are glorified, and you wonder why they're promoted. Like, you're part of the problem, dude. Right. I can hear you.
Hey.
Hello. Okay, so let's react to this.
Let's do it.
I privated this video because I don't agree with the views that I spewed out here anymore. My views have changed. So we'll be going through that. So
Spoiler alert, they haven't.
welcome. Let's see what I had to say and how I think differently.
My name is Anonymously Thin, and yes, you've guessed it, this accent is fake, just in order to keep myself safe.
Yeah, so I put on a wig and put on an accent. The accent is...
It's the multiple personalities for me. I can't. Like, I don't even know why they admitted to this.
Wait, that's so strange. I've never heard of such a thing.
Yeah,
I've heard of voice changes, but not voice accents, you know?
The thing is, though, I don't understand why you would do that in such a serious topic like eating disorders. Like, if you're going to talk about something that serious, be serious. Don't
exactly. And she said, oh, we're going to talk about eating disorders. Fun. Like, that's not even something to joke about. I don't know. It was an awful intro. It really was.
Irish. I was trying to go for Irish. I'm an Irish citizen. So I have been around a lot of Irish people for a lot of my life. But I think it's so bad in this video. I really think it's more like Londoner. Both of my siblings are English, so they both have accents, and so I think that's more what it sounds like. It's irrelevant to the point of this video, though.
So if you're like, oh, her accent is so fake, let me know what accent you actually think I have, and I'll tell you if you're right or wrong.
I'm Canadian, also. So this is a Canadian accent.
Let me know what like. Do you think people are really that stupid? That is obviously a British accent, but okay.
Are kind of driving me mad. So I understand that Pastel Belle has had disordered eating in the past, and she's sort of
it doesn't sound bad,
explained that. But on the other hand, I don't think, and this is just my personal opinion, I'm not saying that this is 100% true, I think that Pastel Belle is probably in recovery and sees things in a different way than some.
Yeah, so I don't think it's appropriate to speculate.
Wait, it's interesting that she brought up this, because in one of her videos, like, she mentioned, Pastel Belle did bring up that she did relapse while talking about Eugenia.
Yes, I
So
remember seeing that.
so this person is she's just wrong. That's just a straight up lie.
I can't.
where someone
I
is
can't with
on.
that, with the voice changes, and it's just
Yeah.
I have a theory here. You might not you might not agree, but I think
Yeah.
the girl that we're seeing, like the actual video, the pink haired, when in the past, is actual her real voice. And I think that she
Mm.
changes her voice to sound lower. That's like that woman from Theranos. She talks like this. I
Yeah,
think
they really
because
do.
it's just like more of a popular thing to have a natural sounding lower voice, you know? I
Yeah, my
think
voice
that
is
I think
kind
she's
of.
trying too hard. You could kind of hear it in her voice, it kind of cracks a little bit.
Mm. Yeah, again, the multiple personality thing.
Oh wait, she has DID?
No, I don't. No,
Oh. Oh no no,
but it
you're
does
oh
seem like it, like with the wigs and all that, and the voice. But
gotcha.
yeah, I have
Yeah.
like a naturally deep voice. But the thing is, though, it's interesting how the voices are brought up because Eugenia, like ever since the whole relapse thing, and even before the whole 5150 thing, her she had this like higher pitched voice. Like she really like strained her vocals, and
I
after she
know.
like like but even like in her earliest videos and after she came back, you can tell like her voice was like naturally lower.
Yes, yeah, I remember because before rehab she kind of had just a normal voice, and
Mm.
then after it got a little bit higher, and then it got a little bit higher.
Hey guys, it's Eugenia.
I'm not making fun of
Oh,
her
yeah, my
exactly,
friend.
but I'm just saying that like it definitely, you could
Yeah,
definitely tell. And she's like, I don't know, guys.
yeah, it's like getting higher and higher and higher.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah,
Wild.
it's like
But
screamiest to hear. It's like ear grating. Like no offense, but it's just not nice to listen to.
yeah.
Their journey with mental health. So I do regret like speculating that she's in recovery.
When he was severely
Well, the thing is, though, like she previously was, and then she relapsed. She's been very open about that, so I don't understand why she's like, oh, it's wrong to speculate when she's been very public about it. And so is she like, this is the thing with like people who are like, who have these EDs, like they've chosen to be public. They've chosen to make their lives public. Well, not like, not all of them, of course, but like, people like Amber Reed, Foodie Beauty, Eugenia Cooney, Nikocado Avocado, all these people have chosen to make everything not everything, but like so much stuff public. I mean, like Trisha Paytas is like she's like one of the biggest examples of like making everything public, like so much. Like it's like YouTube. She said it herself. YouTube is like a like a diary of sorts.
Yeah, and as
centered.
Trisha
Yes,
Paytas has said, is she has struggles with an eating disorder, and you could tell because she
Mm,
photoshops her photos to make herself look
yeah.
skinnier, and then people like fans post things, whatever, anywhere on the webs and on the the web, and she
Mm,
she's like a normal, she's like a little bit weight, like, you know what I mean, but
yeah, yeah.
she's edits herself to make herself like look like ridiculously like model skinny.
That's the thing with photoshopping, though. I mean, that it just sets unrealistic standards. What's the worst though is that is how kids are involved and how babies are involved. Like that's gonna give them real bad dysmorphia issues. Like you really gonna do that to your kids?
Right.
Like that's so fucked up. How people are
And
just
Eugene
normalizing
is
that.
28, and
Like
her what are her
27.
parents doing?
I think she's still about. I think she's 27. I think. Like I'm surprised that like I've said this before
Well,
earlier.
she turns 28 this year, but yeah.
28, yeah, I said that she'll be lucky to get to 28. And, like, based on how she looks now, on how she is now, um, like, I wouldn't be surprised if she was just one of the many people to, like, be part of the 27 club. Like, it just seems like
Oh,
that.
yeah, that um you're
Like,
so right
suicide and
about that.
all.
There's still about like 6 months left until she's 28, It's very
Yeah.
well possible, and that's sad because it's always like someone who's really famous and is very unfortunate, and they're very known
Hmm.
for something, very unique in their talent, you know?
Yeah. And the thing is
So
that with
true. I
Eugenia,
don't want to think that way, but I totally understand. That
it's
makes sense, you
true.
know?
The thing is though, the thing is though, had she not been through this whole ED thing, had that not been a thing that was introduced to her in life, had she gotten treatment at 20 and like got like and like got it like over like the course of 7 years, she could have like really thrived. She could have been like an inspirational story. She could be like
Right. She could be
could have been
huge
like a
and
spokesperson.
be helping people and advocate and, you know, be like on like Good Morning America, whatever, you know,
Yeah.
and actually like put out her story and everything. And I know that's uncomfortable, but think
Like if
about
I
like,
can
I
do
don't
it,
know
you
if,
can do it too.
yeah. Um,
I was
you know,
gonna
like,
go somewhere I was gonna go somewhere where like had she not had this disorder or anything like that, and had she not gone down this horrible path, we wouldn't be in this place right now. But unfortunately, this relapse is I think it's likely going to kill her. But like it's just and for people to say like, oh, there's no hope or anything like that. I hate that logic too because
I know.
yes,
I
she's in a
think that
horrible place, but ugh,
it's
it's
a
just so
possibility that she might have a medical issue and, you know,
yeah,
be hospitalized and then, you know, recover from there.
yeah.
You know, I don't think she's ever going to and do it on her own. And I think it's going to
Oh
take
no,
a medical emergency to her, for her to get actual recovery, you know?
the fact that she was 5150 just speaks for itself.
I know. And it's sad that she spoke of it in such a bad light, you know? And the thing is, people don't understand is that it is scary. It's terrifying because you're
Yeah,
going against your will and they're getting
mm,
you the help that you need. And it's
yeah,
very, you know, even if you're if you're in denial, it's even more confusing. You know what I mean?
yeah.
So, and I think that she spoke of it in a very negative way because now it's going to scare other people. Because if it happens to them, because they are severely underweight and their parents
Mm,
actually do the right thing, you
yeah.
know, and take them into a treatment program or rehab, wherever, you know, and actually get them help, they're going to be scared shitless. I'm
Uh huh.
sorry. They're going to be scared
Speaking of
because
scared shitless, speaking of scared
okay.
shitless,
You know,
there's
but
some yeah.
she's going to be these people are going to be scared because they're going to remember, well, you know, Eugenia Cooney, who I look up to, she says it's very scary and traumatizing. I'm going to be
Mm,
traumatized for the
that
rest
you'll
of
be
my
scared
life.
away from recovering. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why it's very negative how she handles that kind of situation.
Mm,
And
yeah.
uh
Speaking of
fine.
scared shitless, though, there's some interesting tea about the whole Diapergate situation. You know, where she freaked out on Twitch about people talking about her allegedly wearing a diaper. Um,
Oh god.
I watched 50 Shades of Chestpains video about it, and apparently this is all alleged. He looked up this Kiwi Farms like story about it. Like people are speculating as to why the whole diaper thing is such a huge issue.
I honestly have not
Uh,
seen this. Kind of interested, but are you sure she wasn't wearing like a pad or something, you know?
well, I don't like the thing is though, she's so skinny that even underwear looks baggy on her. That
Yes.
right there is terrifying to think about. But the thing is, the reason why the whole diaper thing was such a huge issue is because one, her grandma was wearing diapers, and two, um, it was rumored that she was forced to wear them while she was in the 5150 treatment thing. I mean, because while like you're like trying to recover, like there's still like the prolapse issues. So while she was like trying to eat, she would have been forced to wear a diaper because of
Oh, yeah.
the
And that
bowel
kind of
issues.
makes sense because I do know of certain circumstances where they do that, especially if they have to give you medication or any kind of like
Mm.
you know, force feeding, you know what I mean?
Oh
They
yeah. Mm.
but some medications that they give you during that time, they know that it's going to like be kind of like an upset stomach situation.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know more information. I don't know any about this, so I'm not going to say that, you know, this is what it is.
Yeah, the thing is though, like things like anorexia, they're like such vain diseases. They make you so vain, and the thought of wearing a diaper is like such a huge, like, you know, ego kill. It like really
Yeah.
kills the ego.
So you
And like,
think
you
that's
know,
why she's like acting overreacting? Not, you know what I mean?
like
Like
she has
she
a full
is.
on meltdown about it, and of course, like she's like, "Oh,
Wow.
I'm sorry that happened. There's people trying to take me down or whatever, stupid rumors."
Oh
And it's
God.
because of my grandma who wears diapers, which the fact that she outed her grandma like that. Oh, that is
Yeah.
messy. Yeah, I just found that quite interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna
I don't
continue.
know.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, it might make sense because she stayed there for,
A lot longer.
days, and so obviously she needed new underwear and everything. I don't know. It's
Yeah,
very
yeah,
well
yeah.
possible that that's what, happened, and that's kind of like traumatizing her.
Hmm. Yeah. Well, at the end of the day, like
Huh.
we don't really know what went on behind those kind of closed doors of the 5150. I mean, like it did help her, like with like living, like surviving. But at the same time, her experiences could like, yes, she like lies like a politician, and she is a pathological liar. But who's to say that isn't entirely true?
Yeah. No, she definitely lies, and I've I've seen some outrageous lies that are just like proven, not facts.
Mm.
And I remember when people would ask her what she ate for the day. I think I talked about this on my channel, but and
Yeah.
they ask and she says each time a sandwich. Like that's so unrealistic.
Mm.
You're not a
Like
fucking
what
sim.
kind of
You're not a
sandwich?
freaking sim character.
I thought we like moved on from like the eat a burger comments. Like I thought like the thing is though, usually she dances around the topic of food usually,
Yeah.
and like for
Yeah.
her to like say, "Oh, I ate a sandwich," like, did you know? Did you know? I mean, like you're so emaciated that I wouldn't be surprised if you're the type of person who wouldn't even touch soup, like even like a hot liquidy flavored type of dish. Like it's gotten that bad. I'm gonna play the video.
I'm severely eating disordered, and I am trying my best to stay in recovery. And I'm here today to try to explain why videos made by Pastel Bell talking about Eugenia Cooney specifically are very unhelpful for those who are severely eating disordered, and why she needs to stop talking about Eugenia Cooney in any capacity whatsoever. She needs to stop telling Eugenia Cooney she needs to get off the internet. She needs to stop blaming Eugenia Cooney to catering to fetishists. She needs to stop claiming that Eugenia Cooney knows what she's doing for money. She needs to stop altogether, and so does everyone else.
Pastel Bell did not do a good job talking about Eugenia. She did a lot of harm, and I still believe that. I don't think everyone should just stop talking about Eugenia Cooney.
I mean, yeah, I can I respect that. I do respect that. I mean, at least she's not like saying, "Oh, you're bullying her" and all that. Though, like at least she can acknowledge that there are videos made about Eugenia that are actually helpful and are actually educational. Like at least she can acknowledge that they're not all malicious. Oh god damn it! Not the scam calls. Oh, that they are a bugger, aren't they? But yeah, I can at least respect that from educating.
I just think that there needs to be a healthier discourse, more informed language, more educated discussion, more.
This is ironic. This is especially ironic considering that yeah, I'm gonna bring you up, Jessi. Um this is especially ironic how she brings up educational language that's needed, educational discourse, when that's what 50 Shades of Chestpains has done with his channel. He's brought on people who suffer from EDs onto his channel, onto his platform. He's given them a voice. and yet you still want to demonize people like him over what? The title of his fucking videos? Like, are we really that petty? Like, bro, he's doing way more with his platform than you are.
Educated discussion.
I never, Sloan, anyone else who talks about Eugenia Cooney needs to stop. For people like me who are actively trying to get better from anorexia, bulimia, or any other kind of eating disorder that looks at Eugenia Cooney for inspiration. And let me explain why. And yes, I'm very passionate about this because I've yet to see a video that I've enjoyed.
Okay, I have to
someone
say
is talking about
something.
this in a way that I agree with.
Yeah.
So my sister and I were talking about earlier this. She's talking about being triggered, and
Yeah.
the whole thing is you're triggering yourself by allowing yourself to be triggered by looking at certain things that you have full control over looking at. So if she's triggered by social media and seeing Eugenia Cooney, then don't subscribe to her. Don't subscribe to that content.
Yeah.
If you're subscribed to a YouTuber, a channel, and they're making some videos and everything, then unsubscribe. Don't just cut it
Yeah.
off from there, because it's your mental health and everything. So
You need to take care of yourself. But at the same time, though, we do need to acknowledge the fact that, like, this idea of Eugenia being, like, like, innocent and all that, like, it's just not true. It's just simply not true. Like, yes, she is a victim of certain things. And that's been made very clear by the people who used to be near used to be close to her. But at the same time, there is stuff that is very problematic, and it's just, I get that, like, there are people who
wearing
talk
crop top shirts like Care Bear and Power Rangers every day is a new, like, I understand
Sailor
cosplay,
Moon.
totally freaking get it, but she wears that all day, and she wears that, and then she wears it into her live streams, rave clothes and stuff. That's
Yeah,
all she does. Is never like she did go through that phase where she was wearing sweaters and everything, but I think that
yeah,
was just because that was trending.
yeah. But the thing is, though, she looked a lot better when she was, like, wearing, like, baggy stuff. And
Yeah.
every time I look at those 2019 pictures, I genuinely want to cry. Like, I get so emotional looking at those pictures
Yeah,
because she
I
looks
totally get it.
so alive. Like, look, think about how much she would have thrived if she would have stayed on that recovery program. Like, oh god, I don't want to get emotional again. Ah!
I know, but then they moved to Connecticut, and from there, her mom kept her kind of trapped.
Ugh.
I know, but California wasn't good for her, but it was also good at the same
Mm,
time because it led her to
yeah,
better places, kind of, in a way.
yeah.
We get started. First, you rarely hear from people like me who are severely eating disordered. Why? First, they don't like to make videos all that much. Sure, there is the exception.
Well, the thing is, though, that doesn't you don't represent every person with an eating disorder. You don't represent everyone with an eating disorder. Yes, you obviously do, and it's good that you're open about it. But at the same time, you clearly don't speak for everyone. You don't speak for every person who has an eating disorder. And the thing is, with, like, Eugenia, you two might have like, you two deal with, like, very serious eating disorder issues, but but the way that you discuss it, the way that you, like, you know like, it's just like, stop speaking for everyone. Just point my period to stop. Let's not do that.
But I'm so afraid that someone's going to look at me and say, wow, you are way too fat to have anorexia. You are way too big to have an eating disorder. I don't believe you have an eating disorder. And that is why I stay away from the internet. I also want to remain anonymous, as do many people with disordered eating.
You want to remain you want to remain anonymous, yet here you are making a video. I mean, make that make sense.
Because a lot of those people have a...
So yeah, what I'm saying is, like, when someone comes out with an eating disorder, there's a ton of pressure on them because eating disorders are so stigmatized. And yes, I do think that Pastel Bell contributes to the stigmatization of eating disorders by just making up a bunch of random things about Eugenia Cooney. Yes, that does contribute to the stigmatization, and that's one of the main reasons why I want her to stop talking about Eugenia Cooney in such an uninformed, educated, and harmful way.
Uninformed and educated. Listen, okay. Did Pastel Bell do things wrong when it came to her discussion with Eugenia? Yeah. But to say that she's uninformed and educated about the topic of stuff related to things like anorexia and like what Eugenia Cooney went through, that's again, it's a lie. Like, and I'm sorry,
Right.
it is a blatant lie.
She's always been open about her,
Yeah,
struggling with eating disorder as far as I've known her for
yeah.
years now,
And she did relapse. And
Yeah.
so did Eugenia. Like, it's not as visible as Eugenia's, but it's still valid nonetheless.
No, that's the thing is people are confused about what anorexia is, and it doesn't.
Yeah.
It's not about I know that I'm not saying you. I'm saying in general.
I'm just
It's
pissed
not
off about
about
Educating
size,
Together's video.
right?
Like every relapse is valid, no matter how hard it is.
Yeah, I mean anyone can have anorexia, and especially and even being overweight. It's really just mental.
Yeah.
Some people think like, oh, it means you're too skinny when that's not what it is. It's body dysmorphia, really. But
Yeah.
and also mixed with anorexia. But you could
Mm.
be overweight and not suffer, I shouldn't say that, but you can have you know anorexia nervosa or any
You
kind
could
of
say
anorexia.
suffering because like it is a disease at the end of the day, and like no one would want that.
Yeah.
And the thing is though, like with Tess Holiday coming out saying that she had her anorexia, like I personally, and I don't want to come across as like invalidating her what she's been through because we don't know her personally, but with her like whole body positivity and all that, and her being a very big woman, I just wouldn't have assumed that she ever experienced anorexia. I'm sorry, like I just might, and I know I'm not the only person who sees that. I'm not trying to validate that, but
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you're talking about and everything.
it's
And
just confusing.
but I think in her situation, yeah, obviously it could be very possible, but looking into things, only because just in her timeline and everything, not to like change the subject and everything, but quickly, she definitely was talking about like food and everything, and
Yeah.
and for she said she was struggling for years or whatever, right? And but then
Mm.
if you like went deep dived in her social media, it's not that way. It's almost like a crave for
Mm.
attention. Yes, people who are overweight can have anorexia, but her situation, I think
Mhm.
that it wasn't true.
Yeah, it just seems there's some holes with her story, and
Oh
even
yeah.
within the body positive um, acceptance community, she's not really seen as a good role model because of like it's not just because of like the stories about her weight and all that. She's done a lot of like scamming too. She was called out for that.
Other things, yeah, that's
Yeah,
and yeah, it just sucks
she's
when
just
people
all
who
around shady, isn't she?
Yeah, it sucks when some people assume, oh, well, people don't like me because of this. And then it really isn't that. And the whole
Yeah,
world is like looking at them like that's not it. Get it through your head. That's not it.
people always want to get like have this scapegoat to like victimize themselves. Like,
Yeah.
no, dude, take accountability for your own actions and stop having this victim complex. Like, it's so unattractive. It's so not cute.
Exactly. Yep.
It's just gonna make people hate you.
Yep.
I don't think that she did it on purpose. I think Pastel Bell is just kind of like ignorant.
No, she. Oh my god, I forgot. I forgot that she said that. Really? Ignorant. Have you watched her Have you actually watched her channel? Have you actually watched her videos aside from her commentary on Eugenia? Bro, this is a real video a real person made. I can't believe she had the audacity to say that. Like, wow, I would never, like, no matter how much I hate someone, no matter how much I dislike someone, I would never invalidate something that serious. Like, are you kidding me?
Mm-hmm. It could be kind of jealousy in some kind of way, you know.
If this is like straight up like bandwagon shit, like, yeah, Pastel Bell, like, she's done things that deserve criticism, but like the amount of hate that came her way and like the stuff that was being excused because she did certain things wrong, like, this does the bandwagon hate is so it gets on my nerves because you can lie about someone, but people wouldn't bat an eye about it because they happen to be a hated person, and no one would care if it was a lie or not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's so shitty.
I don't hate her, but anyways,
If you didn't hate her, then you wouldn't make disgusting comments like that.
people don't want to come out with eating disorders because people will look at their bodies more, and we're already super insecure about our bodies, so like we don't really need that pressure, and we also don't need the pressure of having people expecting us to recover or like, but like, yeah, it's just not comfortable.
Expecting you to recover. Well, the thing is, if you feel so uncomfortable about your own disordered eating, if you feel so uncomfortable with being so public about it, just don't put it online. And don't. There are people like the people who flaunt it too, and they wonder why people like myself, why people who criticize Eugenia, who criticize people like Amberlynn Reed, Foodie Beauty, and Nikocado Avocado exist. People like us exist because they made their lives public, plain and simple. Like, not of course, not everything is public, but they made that decision to be public.
And it's not helpful a lot of the time, so that's why you don't hear a lot of people talking about eating disorders, even if they do. 70 million people estimatedly have eating disorders worldwide, but yet it's not something that a lot of people talk about, and it's because it's personal and it's private. And
Personal and private, but why are you on the internet about it? I mean,
And
unless
also, Eugenia Cooney admitted that she had an eating disorder in
yeah,
this whole Shane documentary, but then
yeah.
she started backtracking and saying she went for other reasons, for mental health reasons. She
And
like
she was like, "Oh,
backtracked.
I misworded things. I misspoke." Like, no,
Yeah.
dude.
So close though. So freaking close.
We
You know,
all
if you just see
saw it,
that
and you were
person.
actually willing to admit that.
I know there had to been a slip, and I know it has to. My theory is it always starts at freaking home. You know?
Yeah,
I think
it
that
was such a massive trauma thing. And I'm gonna get to her
yeah,
draw my life video in a bit
yeah.
because with these, like, I call it the Eugenia Cooney Defense Force, because they're such sheep, and they want to, like, all they want to do is create propaganda. And aside from those fucking scumbags, like, people aren't buying it. Aside from the people who want to believe that kind of nonsense, we've all seen what's been happening. We've all seen the clips. We've all seen the stuff.
It's related to the draw me thing, right?
Yeah, but it's
Yep.
just it's infuriating how people
I
want to
know,
gloss
and
over
she
things for the
deleted
sake
that
of pushing
video,
a
and
narrative.
yeah, no, I know exactly what you're where you're getting out, and I
Yeah.
think that was when she was most real and honest,
Mm.
and I think that that is exactly what. Yeah, you're on the same page as me.
Yeah, it's just
The-
super infuriating how the people who claim to be who want to, like, defend her against false narratives are glossing over such important things that could potentially save her life if we, like, bring light to them more. Like, I know she says, "Oh, like my family's private and all that. First of all, not true. Chip Cooney has social media, but also your family, like your mother, has been in your videos. Very like that's also public.
Yeah,
Um,
her mom was in a has been in a lot of videos, and she's a goon. She talks like this, and she's
yeah,
wonky, and I oh my god, there's
and
it's
the
too much.
testimonies as well. The people who've like witnessed things go down, and the driver as well. It's so
Yeah,
disgusting how people want to say, "Oh, Eugenia's not being exploited because look at how she was doing while she was, at her peak in 2019, and then did her after her relapse, her views went down, and like people will lose, like she lost subscribers, like she still gets money on Twitch."
yeah, exactly. Twitch is her main thing, but she doesn't. It's not her views are not that bad on YouTube, especially since people like want to see what's going on.
They've been getting real bad though lately. And
What?
I honestly I understand why, because at this point it's just like she's not even trying anymore, and that it sucks. It sucks to say, but at the same time, like it's just become so evident. It's become so evident that like she's just withering away, and it's just so sad to watch.
Yeah.
It is a real life car crash. It is this Eugenia Cooney, like 50 Shades of Chestpains said it best. Like she is our generation's Karen Carpenter.
Yep.
Like
Hmm.
we've never seen any other influencer who's been like who's had their anorexia so publicized to the point where it's like Karen Carpenter.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
And like she died when she was like in her early 30s. And but going back to what Herbs and Altus said, a lot of these anorexics end up dropping like flies when they're in their late 20s and early 30s. And Eugenia's within that age range.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. And I know that living with her family cannot be healthy for her, especially not even just regarding their health situation, her parents, but there obviously is more going on. And like I said, when you go to get your trauma video done, yeah, the whole
Mm,
bucket and then the brats and yeah, there's so much to unpack in that video that she deleted, and
mm.
I think that was the most raw about her life.
It's so convenient that she deleted it too, because had that actually remained on her channel, like people wouldn't have been trying to like defend the family. People wouldn't have been trying to defend certain things with about her personal life and all that. It's just the I've said this in my first stream, but it was the first comment I made on this stream too. Um, these people are all complicit. Every single one of these people are complicit, and the moment she ends up passing away, and the moment everything actually starts to come out, they will end up having blood on their hands. And I'm more than willing to say that with my whole chest. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, they're gonna have to live with that for the rest of their lives. That they've defended the people who pretty much ended up killing her, and with really shitty reasons too as to why.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. And I think there's just it's just way too much to unpack. And honestly, do you ever think about when she does lives in malls and stuff? Why doesn't like no one approaches her? Like, or maybe no one knows who she is, because we only do for certain
Mm.
situations, like you know what I mean. Um, but
And again, going
people
back to
in
the
real life,
people,
they don't go up to her and like. It's so weird because she does lives like out in the fucking public, and I'm
mm,
like, no one's
no
freaking.
one's saying anything.
And she wears like like really short, like it's obvious, like you know what I mean. Especially it's really crazy because her weather is only like a couple degrees off. So
Yeah.
when it's a really cold day, I even look up and she'll post pictures and stuff or be live in skimpy clothing, and I'm like,
Yeah.
or just out of curiosity, what is the temperature in Connecticut? And it'll be like lower than me, and I'm like, I'm freaking cold in my sweater and leggings right now. How?
Yeah. I've highlighted this comment too. Did you know that she's recently stopped that whole box thing? She very recently stopped doing that.
Really?
Yeah.
It's a
Yeah,
big
she also
deal.
got a new gaming chair as well. I think there's also the room looks like pretty different now.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I'm
Wow.
going to
Yeah.
continue. Yeah, I'm going to continue this video.
Yeah, go ahead.
I also say that it has to do with trauma, which is true. Sometimes, though, I'd say a majority of eating disorders are biological. But anyways.
To trauma, and with trauma comes isolation. People do not want to actively promote themselves on the internet when they are severely traumatized. Most of the time, of course, there are exceptions, and I'm not trying to invalidate anyone else's experience. So let me get started on why Pastel Belle needs to stop talking about Eugenia Cooney. Number one, I'd like to say I love Pastel Belle.
It's true, I did. I don't really love her anymore, but I did love her.
But we need to address the Eugenia Cooney situation, because I don't think you realize that Pastel, or whatever your name is, I watch your Eugenia Cooney videos as inspiration to keep myself sick. Yes, that is sick, isn't it?
So I want to just go into detail as to why I said this. So I was really, really sick when I made this video. I'm doing a ton better now, but yeah. It's a little confusing for people who don't have an eating disorder to really understand this. But having an eating disorder and being in hiding with it and not talking about it can make you polarized because of people like Pastel Belle who are severely critical of this girl with an eating disorder in a very negative way. I basically hate watched and was like, yeah, you think that people with eating disorders do it on purpose? Like, I'm just gonna get sicker to fucking spite you kind of thing. But
you just admitted that's a you problem. Did she did she not? Did you not? Did she just admit? She literally just admitted that was a her problem. I get that there are things to criticize about Pastel Belle's videos, but that's a you problem.
I didn't, I was sick, and not a lot of things when you're that sick make sense. So, just a little explanation.
I'm a sick person, and lots of other people with severe anorexia and severe eating disorders do not look at your videos as inspiration for recovery. And I'm really sorry that isn't your intention, and I know that you're probably going to say, well, that's not my intention, and I'm going to keep doing it because I think it does good. I'm here to tell you that it really does not help people who are severely eating disordered. 2, Eugenia Cooney is not leaving the internet as much as I would love her to. I would love to see Eugenia off the internet, but I am not the boss of her.
And I don't agree with this anymore. I don't think, it's okay for me to say that I would like to see her off of the internet, and because there's a spectrum of bodies on the internet and we can't police.
This comment right here pissed me off. This really legit pissed me off. This comment right here. And she wonders why eating disorders exist. What the fuck? Why would you make a comment like that? Oh, let's not tell anyone that they're doing something wrong and just let them kill themselves. Because that's what real friends do. That's what concerned family does.
I believe she live streams a lot, and and when she doesn't do it consistently, she does long live streams, is because it keeps her out of her own head, which scares her.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why, because it keeps her going in a fantasy land, oh, thank you, Matthew, for the bits.
Yeah, so it's a distraction, and while I do understand that that I understand the want to distract yourself from like the horrific things that are happening in real life, but it's also important to take into consideration that you have such a giant platform. Like you're one of the, if not the biggest anorexic influencers online. And I know obviously there were people before Eugenia, but like her platform has gotten so big, and it's God, it's really difficult. I understand the want to not really think about it all that much, but at the end of the day, you have such a huge audience who go through the same things, and you not being entirely honest about it has done so much damage, and it still does damage to people who are pretty much going through a similar thing, if not the same. And it's so sad. Again, had she stayed longer in recovery, she would have become an advocate. And the amount of people who would have respected her more for that.
Yeah, but her mom took her away.
Mommy dearest.
Oh, and what really bothers me is because she was an adult.
Yeah.
I think that they should have kept her. And why would you need a parent's freaking approval?
Mm. The thing is though, with like EDs, they also make you like age regress as well. It's not just like the whole denial thing and like telling you that you're doing fine, doing good when you're clearly not. It's really like it's a demon, pretty much. It's really, really manipulative. It puts you under this trance, it brainwashes you, and it's such a predatory disease. And but it does feel like she's like age regressed a lot. I mean, like look at why she has so many like stuffed toys, and like I'm not like saying like you can't be an adult and like have stuffed toys. Of course you can have that, but the way that it just
Yeah,
there's a
there's live
lot.
streams where she's holding the stuffed toys for like 40 minutes, an hour.
Yeah. That's a sign of
It's
trauma.
unreal.
That's a sign of trauma, and we will get to that later, because it goes with the draw my life thing. Yeah, see you, Cool Breeze.
Bodies. Like, it doesn't make any sense, and it's harmful and it's wrong.
But they're putting their bodies onto the internet, and they're doing some of them are doing like weight loss content. They're doing mukbang content, and yet you say this that no, let's not have this kind of mentality. Like just because someone is putting themselves out onto the internet doesn't mean that we can't voice our own opinions. Like you're out here trying to censor people. You're telling people like, and you also like it contra like there's a it contradict she contradicts herself too. Like she says, "Oh, I'm not saying people should stop talking about Eugenia Cooney," and yet here she is saying, "Oh, let's not talk about people's bodies." Kind of contradicted yourself there, mate.
So I have changed my opinion about this. I don't think that I would like to see Eugenia Cooney off the internet. I don't think it's my place to even like tell her to like go get help kind of thing. So change of
Like I know you can't really um like it's difficult because the thing is she's an adult and she's had this disease when she was a kid. Like if she was online and she was a minor, like she was 2011, I think she was 16. I think she was like 17, 16, 17-ish. Still a minor. If people were that concerned then, she would have been put in treatment. I bet you she would have been in treatment at that age. And I think she would have, like, it would have been like a thing when she was 18 too, around 16, 17, 18, hell, even 19, I don't know, around that age, around that range. Because at 21, I think it is in America that you're legally classified as an, well, like, I know, like, you're at 18 you're like a young adult, but like 21 is like a full on adult. So yeah, around that range, and she was pretty thin then. And if people were able to, had people raised their concerns back then, and like if had she got treatment back then, we wouldn't be having these kinds of conversations. We wouldn't be having these kinds of difficulties, but unfortunately we are, and it sucks. It really, really fucking sucks because her platform has gotten so big, and it's not been a secret that minors have been affected by her content.
Perspective.
Not the boss of YouTube. YouTube has let her have a platform for many, many years, and she's not going away. And I kind of understand why. You know, lots of people. Apple.com should be able to answer that question.
Siri is like always thinking I want to talk to her. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I thought that bit was hilarious.
Yes.
And more. Oh, God. Accidentally conjured Siri, the witch of my Mac computer. Anyways, where was I? Eugenia Cooney is not going to leave the internet anytime soon. It doesn't matter if there are a million people on a petition. YouTube does not have the right to deplatform her because there are many overweight people on the internet who.
I no longer like agree with a lot of the language that I use in this.
But the thing is, though, the whole deplatform thing. Oh, YouTube has no right to deplatform people. They have. They've deplatformed people for way less, and that's really it's really shitty the way YouTube's been going. And it really sucks, but yeah, that's not true. They can deplatform whoever they want, and they've been incredibly reckless about it. The fact that Onision still has a platform, that alone is more than enough proof to show how incompetent YouTube is as a company.
Like I would say overweight now because like who are we to say that somebody's overweight?
Are you kidding me? Again, this is why eating disorders exist. Who are we to say that someone's obese? Are you kidding me? Like, what kind of terminology are we supposed to use to describe overweight people and underweight people then? Again, you're contradicting yourself. Are we allowed to talk about stuff or not? Make up your fucking mind, please.
It's harmful language.
Then what kind of language have you used? I mean, for God's sake, you're literally going after, people within the medical field who have used terms like that. That's absolutely insane for you to suggest this. Oh, that's annoying. Oh, that's annoying, Jessi. Sorry.
So sorry.
And they're not going to deplatform them.
I've changed.
Because they would be
Yeah, kind of for the worse.
accused of body shaming.
And it's true.
If they get rid of Eugenia Cooney, they're going to be accused of body shaming. If they keep her on, they're
Body shaming. Yeah. I mean, listen. There's a difference between body shaming, and showing how. There's a difference between that and, like, pointing out that there's an issue with her, not just with her physical appearance, but, like, the fact that there is a disease that she has and she's not being 100% honest about. It's not just that. Okay, so that's incredibly dishonest.
they're going to get, all these videos made about her, which is monetizing them, which keeps their platform going and keeps their platform.
They have a right to monetize video. I mean, like, I do have an issue with like people who monetize certain pieces of content, but stuff like this, I mean, they're just talking about a serious issue. And they also like donate to charities too that like, you know, center around EDs, they center around mental health, suicide, sexual assault as well. You know, when people talk about stuff related to sexual assault, some of them have, you know, donated their money. And yeah, there is a subset of people who do exploit things for clout, and it is sickening. But not everyone who talks about serious stuff is like that. Let's not get them conflated.
For big. So the best thing that you can do is actually just stop making videos about Eugenia Cooney. And stop commenting on her videos. And stop viewing her videos.
Yes, so, like, I don't agree with we should stop watching her, stop commenting, whatever. I'm now under this impression that, yes, Pastel Belle really needs to stop. Or she needs to apologize, educate herself, inform herself, come back with a more educated and back.
Oh shit. I just went back by mistake. Again, the whole educated thing is gross. Like, she obviously went through what Eugenia is still going
It's
through.
like extreme cases cause somebody else's mental illness. She really needs to stop. Or she needs to apologize, educate herself, inform herself, come back with a more educated and informed opinion, and educate her audience.
Yes, the way that she was going by things wasn't all the best, if I'm being completely honest. But at the same time, there were reasons to, you know, voice concern and voice certain things that weren't right.
Yeah.
Altogether, that is what we need to do. An eating disordered person such as myself does not go on Eugenia Cooney's video to watch
Me. It's like, listen, I don't want to paint her as this narcissist. You're raising your hand. Yeah, we're in class now. Yes. Yeah. You can just unmute whenever you want. It's fine. I mean, I haven't really muted myself. I mean, I don't mute myself unless I'm like having a break.
Yeah, I just do it because of the white noise.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just. Ugh, wait, where was that? Where was I again with that? I forgot what she said.
That is what we need to do. An eating disordered person such as myself does not.
Oh yeah, the whole me thing. Like, I'm gonna play 50 Shades of Chestpains' response to her in a bit, but he really highlights how she does like make stuff about her. And yes, I'm not trying to invalidate her experiences with like eating disorders, but like the way that she keeps bringing up herself is just it just rubs me the wrong way. Like, you don't speak for every person with an ED. You don't. So stop acting like you do, please. That's very annoying. I might want to make either a tea or a hot chocolate in a bit. I don't know. I'm kind of. Oh, I don't know if I want a snack either. I don't know. It's like nearly 10 past 1 in the morning.
Oh, girl.
I mean, it's good that I've had coffee, so.
Go on Eugenia Cooney's video to watch her and fetishize her and say, wow, I really wish I looked like her. No. Surprise, surprise. I go to the hateful comments.
And this isn't true for everybody. There might be some people who are eating disordered and go to Eugenia Cooney and want to look like her and things like that. But you need to understand that, like, one person cannot cause somebody else's mental illness.
That's not true.
I can't stand
true.
people who say that. Don't get me.
That's not true. It's what she said is just not true. The thing is,
It's called influence.
yeah, But and I
For
understand that.
example, I'll give a really good example.
Yeah.
For musicians, you know,
Mm.
I'm a musician, and we look up
So am
to
I.
rock and roll, you know, and then you
Yeah,
see, you
I
know,
love
they do
that.
drugs and alcohol and everything, and you're like,
Yeah.
oh, well, they did it, so I could do it too. But then in the you know, in the limelight, they're completely different than they were behind, you know, closed curtains, and they struggled, you
Mm.
know, but you're like, oh, they're so talented, and you see them for the beauty that they presented, but they were
Yeah.
also struggling, you know.
Sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Like it's very like glamorized that whole kind of lifestyle, and so is rap too. You can say the very same thing about rap.
Absolutely, yep.
Um, and the thing is though with Eugenia, I get that like those who have who do watch her are already experiencing their own issues, but even she's acknowledged the fact that she can be triggering for people. But
Mhm.
ever since she started to relapse, she's gone to denial mode again. And that's so dangerous because even she at one point acknowledged that parts of her content can be triggering for people. So if she was self aware enough to acknowledge that, then why are people acting like she isn't like I mean, like I'm not saying like everything falls on her, but like even she's aware. She was
Yeah, because she
aware.
admitted it, and it's not like she has amnesia where she forgets
Yeah,
that she admitted it of just a few years ago. You know, that's like it's like saying like, oh, I'm an alcoholic, and then you come out and say like, oh, I never struggled with alcohol. I like to
yeah, no,
drink.
yeah.
You
No,
know,
people heard that. You admitted it.
exactly,
Let's not
and
try to
it's
rewrite
that's
history
what it
here.
is. Yeah.
Let's not do that.
Ugh.
Unless it's
Oh,
like extreme cases of abuse or violence, like if your mom or dad or parents or caregiver is incredibly abusive, they sure can help along the development of PT.
why is it with this? Why is it that She uses hyperbole. Yeah, I mean, if I could be exposed to all this kind of pro Anna content, this kind of like content that like has or discusses like EDs, well, not like I mean, like of course I can manage like the educational stuff, but if it's just like there, and if it's like constant body checking and all that shit, I mean, yes, I am mentally ill, but I'm like I could be very easily I could fall into that rabbit hole and be influenced. Like, why can't I've said this multiple times throughout the stream. Two things can exist at once.
PTSD. But one like what I'm saying is
And also, like, I don't live in an abusive household. And the fact that, like, I don't understand why she's using hyperbole for, like, abuse and violence. Because, like, it's like people can live in a non abusive household, a non dysfunctional household, and still, like, be fueled by this type of content. So let's not invalidate those people, please.
you cannot just develop an eating disorder by looking at Eugenia Cooney and wanting to look like her.
Um, mm, 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 mm,
Yeah,
mm.
she obviously doesn't know what she's talking about, and it's extremely frustrating because, you know, and you know,
She's so
she
ignorant,
looks
too, so
how she
beyond.
is. Yeah, now she's over beyond, but I'm going to say definitely a couple years ago I was like, oh well, I kind of wish like, you know, I lost a little bit couple of weight, and then,
Yeah,
you know what I mean? But the thing I don't know, that bothers me because she's flat, you know what I mean? And she has no
yeah,
boobs, but usually
and
women
no
want
offspring.
like that. And, you know, but I guess like she considers, because it is fat, but you know what I mean? I feel like she
Mm,
considers if she grew any sort of weight there that it would be
yeah. Mm.
bad for her. But it's so weird because she's 28, and, you know, but
27, 28. It's just like, uh, Like you again, you've admitted that you can trigger people. You've admitted it. So it's just the rewriting of history I can't handle. And again, I know that like I can understand like not wanting to talk about it, but at the same time, you not you refusing to be 100% honest is contributing to the problem even more. Like you're doing such a huge disservice to those who are struggling with similar things to you. Like think
And
of it.
a lot of people in her audience are underage. I don't know if you
Yeah.
read chat, but a lot of them are like, I just did homework.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and like they say teacher, not professor. And when you're in college, you specifically say professor. It's not like
Yeah.
you completely change. You don't like make that mistake when after high school. You just
Yeah.
you know what I mean? So you could just tell in her chat, and I'm like, oh my god,
Yeah.
algebra 2. You know, and it's just it's sad though, because she doesn't
Yeah. I just
own that
hate these
she's an
comments.
influencer, and she is, you know.
Yeah.
Her. That's not how things work. Like, I want to look like fucking Angelina Jolie, but
Oh, Christ. Why would you bring up Angelina Jolie? Like, yeah, she's been through, like, she's opened up about her own struggles. But there's a clear difference between Angelina Jolie and Eugenia Cooney, okay? Or I don't understand why she brought up Angelina Jolie. That just does not make sense. This is just a complete non-argument.
that isn't gonna make me drastically change my entire life unless I already have
I mean, people have done that. They've gotten cosmetic surgery to look like celebrities before, so
been predisposed to anorexia or predisposed to body dysmorphia or I have underlying issues. Like, there's other things going on in my life
yeah, and no one's invalidating that. So why you again? It's a projection for me.
that can help along like the development of a mental illness. But just looking at Angelina Jolie is not going to cause me to have a mental illness. That doesn't make sense.
What are you doing? What are you saying? No one in the history of ever has said that.
Um,
What?
anyways.
Why? Because it proves that she's doing something right. People who are severely eating disordered want company. Even
So, yeah, at this point in my illness, I really did look at her comments and to keep myself sick, especially the negative ones, because it was validating to me that people were noticing her change of body or like her body type, and people were like aware of it because when you're super sick in some cases, like you want people to notice that you have a specific body type, and people were noticing, so it was validating.
if that company is entirely negative.
What?
I want to go and
I
read those
can't.
comments because they are paying attention to her. And that is sick. That anorexia and bulimia and any other eating disorder is an illness and it warps our perspective.
No one's saying that it isn't. Of course, it's an illness. Of course, it's like no, like I know that there are like really ignorant people who just see the eating bit and like not view the underlying bits of like anorexia and eating disorders and all that shit, and also like obesity too. Well, those who are educated within that realm do understand those things, and hence why we make content about it for educational purposes.
And it has taken me a very, very long time to finally come out here and try to make this public knowledge. Because people are going to say, oh, it's just you, you're just messed up, well, just get better, just start eating, start looking at her positive comments, but even her positive comments of people well-meaning people who just want her
I don't want people to stop leaving nice comments on her shit. Like, I know I'm swearing a
can't
lot in this
control the
video. I think it's my
internet.
look.
Huh?
You can't control the internet. The internet's always going to be how it is. There's going to be trolls. There's
Yeah.
going to be people with their opinion. You cannot control that. And if you're triggered, then you should not be on the internet unless you can handle it. You know what I mean?
I said this earlier. Why can't, like, Eugenia has never turned the comments off in any on any of her videos.
I
We
know, and
wouldn't
she
be having
does
this kind of
reply to some, you
conversation
know?
if she
Yeah,
just simply turned the comments off.
right. Yeah, but she also has a PR team, you know, management, and
Still though, like huge influencers, like regardless how big or small you are, you can still turn comments off.
yes, okay, this is actually a good example. So, you know how I explained my situation that happened a couple months ago?
Yeah,
So from like December to recent, I would say March, April, I had my comment section off, and I didn't care because people would DM me and you know, say their things like, "Oh, you
yeah,
can't handle," you know what I mean? And I'm like, "No, because I'm not, I just don't want to deal with explaining things over and over again like a broken record, and it doesn't matter if I put a video out, then it's creating more drama." So I'm
yeah. I
just
can
like,
understand that.
comments off. I don't want any. It's not about your, I'm not accepting your opinion, or I'm not accepting, I'm in denial, whatever you think. It's because I'm just, that's just how it is.
And
And but
you
I
having
had them
stalkers
off for a
too.
while,
Yeah,
but
and you
then
having
I
stalkers
put them
too.
back
Yeah,
on, and I said, I don't care what I if I don't want to respond to you, then I'm not going to, but you know.
yeah. And you having like stalkers too. Like I understand why you would want to turn them off too, because what if they had your information and doxed you? Like people would be able to see that.
Well, yeah, yeah, because that's what happened though. I was
Yeah.
doxxed,
Oh
and
my
my
god.
old name was just Jay, and I changed it to Jessi because everyone knows my first and last name now.
Jeez.
So,
Yeah. And also like going back to the whole turn off comments thing, like with Eugenia, I
mhm.
uh, uh, I also wanted to bring that up with like, but on the flip side, there's all like the stuff that's validating her too, and that's sick. That's probably why she hasn't turned them off.
Yeah, and especially the videos where it's strange, where her underwear shows and people comment under that, and it's very
Yeah,
strange that she just keeps them up, nothing's deleted.
yeah, that's yikes.
Yeah, especially with
Oh,
a PR team that also has her account access. So it's just very
mm,
strange.
mhm.
I think it.
It's as if they want to keep her that way. Like
Yeah.
they're oh my god, they oh yikes, that's god. If she's not in control of the comment section, then oh boy, the PRT really does have some blood on their hands for
Well, yeah,
enabling
that's the whole
for
thing.
feeding
And
into this kind of shit. What the fuck?
they both have control, you know.
Yeah,
Because I'm only going to say this because I know someone who, I'm not going to say, obviously, not especially not on your channel, but I know someone who
you can
is
tell me
a big
privately.
influencer, and I talk to them in DMs and everything, and like for 2 years. And they explained to me that they have a PR team, but they also can control what they do on their channel, their content, their comment sections, whatever they have control of, but they also, you know,
Yeah.
allow access, and they're also asked questions like, "Oh, people are saying this, do you want to respond to that?" And
Mm,
then that's why Eugenia Cooney comes out with videos, and she's like, "My response to the comment sections." You notice that?
mm, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it
I know
is.
that's a thing though. That is a thing. Like people like want they don't they act as if they have control of their channel, but like in reality they are controlled.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, like with Eugenia, it's kind of a gray area because again, she has an ED and she is fueled by these, you know, messed up comments. But there's also the PR team thing that could be fueling this. What could be like fueling that disorder, and that's sick too.
Mm-hmm.
That's so fucked. I
It's too
don't know.
much. There's too many people who are like her hairstylist. There's too many variables in this, you know,
Mm,
in this dilemma of her life.
mm. I don't know if I might want to continue watching this video. I might want to move on to the Chestpains video because
Yeah.
it's boring. Yeah, she just simply goes over like points that are just I don't know. I'll try to find the video. Oh no, that's a social reposter video about the parents. I'm trying to find it. I don't know if I've removed it. Yeah, I've downloaded videos and I download certain videos. Where's the sympathy binges, and yeah, that is so true. So true for
This video is a last minute recording, and I'm not really happy to be doing this kind of video.
Yeah, he does get a lot of shit, and I know that like there are things that he does like with his titles. Sometimes like I love I love creativity and all, but there are I can understand why some people will be rubbed the wrong way, but at the same time they're titles. They're just titles. It's the content that's like that should be the most important. Like, yes, there are certain titles that are disrespectful. Like, I'm not invalidating that, but his content is meant to be for educational purposes only, and that's what people don't seem to get.
But this situation has gotten so ridiculous. I'm just like, yeah, let's maybe set a few things straight here. So hopefully this doesn't happen again. Or if it does, at least I would have already clarified these kinds of points and all. And also, I think this new video posted by Educating Together really reveals what her real intentions are, because this is the second video she's made on me. I already made a reply in the community tab to her first video, which I said I respect her opinions and all, and found it very interesting, the very passive-aggressive, actually not so passive-aggressive tone she used in the description.
Yeah, I remember watching that video, a little bit of it. She was really condescending.
Interesting, the very passive-aggressive, actually not so passive-aggressive tone she used in the description box, and how she said she wanted to make peaceful conversation, but I mean, really, no, she doesn't. She's chasing clout, and I want to finally know why.
Okay. I mean that word chasing clout. I mean, that's kind of an iffy word, a phrase choice. I mean, I can understand why he'd be pissed at Educating Together because she came to him first. But ooh boy.
Because this is just insane. So quick background information. Educating Together had two different channel names prior. She was Anonymously Finn and Anonymously Skin. I think Anonymously Skin is what came first. And actually, not too long after the Diet Coke head thing went down, you all told me about her and were like, do a video on her. So I saw her channel, and then when I was gonna go and watch all of her content to make a comprehensive video, she took down all the videos. So I think all of them had been privated. And I was like, okay, well, I can't do it. And then when she came back, when she restored most of her content, I noticed a lot of the videos that I previously saw were on her channel had not been put back. So I was like, well, I'm not going to have all the material I need to do a video because clearly there's some missing content now. And
ooh, she's trying to do damage control. Ooh, what's she trying to hide there? That's kind of soft. Well, not kind of. That's really fucking soft. That's shady as hell.
People going through the same thing don't feel so alone, so of course that's great. But now let's actually get into the actual video. I just skipped over the introductory part and all, so.
It's a good day if I get out of bed. This is not a lifestyle choice. You don't want this life. Nobody wants to develop anorexia. And if you do...
Nobody aside from people who are pro-ana want to, like, fully develop EDs like anorexia.
Then you have you have underlying things that are predisposing you to the development of anorexia.
And again, I've addressed a lot of those underlying things. That's pretty much the main thesis of my videos. What's the underlying thing? But again, no, that goes out the window.
If people like 50 Shades of Chest Pain or like anybody did any ounce of research, they would realize that this is not something cute and fun that like we put on Instagram. Like, oh my god, love my anorexia.
What the fuck is wrong with this bitch? I'm sorry. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Wow. Like, and I thought her other video was bad. Like, oh, this is so gross. This is just flat out slander. And what's even worse is that what's even worse is that she still has this video up on her channel.
Hi.
She still has this video up on her channel. She's literally making up a blatant lie about 50 Shades of Chestpains. And she's not bothered to apologize for it. Like, what the fuck? As if he said that this, like, anorexia is, like, all cute and fun and stuff to put on Instagram. Where the hell did he say that? I can tell you now, as someone who's watched his content, I have never, ever heard him say that. So, bitch, you're just straight up fucking lying.
Today. Just love starving myself today.
I don't know where I said that, when I said that, which
He never has.
video and all. The first video she commented on was my one on Warenka, the pro-Ana Instagram model, the Eugenia Cooney of Instagram.
Yeah.
And, well, I mean, yes, Warenka does like to flaunt her eating disorder on Instagram.
And it's also the projection too that, again, this is such a theme with Educating Together. Like, she thinks that people who have EDs don't want to talk about it. Well, that's not the case with every single person with an eating disorder. Like, come on, dude. You want to talk about people who are not doing research? You clearly haven't yourself. The projection. Like, this is just nothing but projection.
I mean, she enlists a pro-Ana fetish photographer to help her do this. And it's not a lifestyle for her, but it's a career for her. And no, I mean, I'm not saying Warenka takes the...
That right there is enough proof to, just debunk all of this nonsense that Educating Together spewing. And again, she still has this video up, like, and she thought it was good too. She thought that she... Oh, it's just so... This is stupid. I'm glad that, like, 50 Shades of Chestpains stood up for himself, because what the hell, man? The amount of slander this guy gets on a daily basis is absolutely ridiculous. And people believe it. People believe it. God, it's hard being a follower of this guy. Like, are they going to come after me next because I'm making videos?
What she has lightly. I'm not saying that Warenka thinks it's cute. I'm not saying any of these people think it's cute. I don't know where she thinks that I think the mentality of all these people who are very thinspo or pro-thinspo treat it as, like, cutesy, like kawaii or something.
Like, I can't explain to you, like, how much I miss food. I would eat so much tikka masala. I would eat so much tikka masala. Palak paneer. Any kind of Indian food. Without meat, because I'm a vegetarian. But, like, any Indian food at all, like, I miss it. And I can't wait to eat it again if I recover, and when I recover. For a lot of people, it's like, they think that people with, bipolar are making a lifestyle choice. But if you do any amount of research, you'll find out that...
Yeah, you want to are one to talk about research when you've done jack shit.
What? Bipolar is not.
When did I say bipolar was a lifestyle choice? When did I say mental?
That was also another insane claim. Like, what the hell is she even on about? She's just talking out of her fucking arse. She's just making shit up.
Mental health issues were a lifestyle choice. I don't know what's going on here. It comes off like she's just taking out.
She's just, all it is her just whining and crying about him just trying to educate people. Like, yeah, are there choices of his that are kind of, you know, not really the best? Maybe, probably. Like, as a viewer of his content, I can somewhat admit that there are things that are said and done that are kind of, but at the end of the day, they're not things to like slander people over. Like, this is such bad faith. All this video is just bad faith arguments. And she's just whining and crying that she can't do what he can. Like, it's so much bitterness and jealousy. That's what it is with these people who try to come for 50 Shades of Chestpains and people like him.
Her general frustrations with the mental health community out on me because she disagrees with some of my videos, so then I have to take the brunt of all the other stuff as well.
Yeah, that's not fair either. I mean, he's given so many people a platform, and because these people are incapable of doing that and are just, like, you know, doing things about themselves. And I know that, like, you know, I mean, they can do what they want with their content and all. If they want to do stuff about themselves, and yeah, whatever. But, like, 50 Shades of Chestpains is actually doing stuff to help. What are you doing, aside whining and crying?
Because, and again...
And slandering, too, which actually does a huge amount of damage to your cause.
And is this all about me? Like, and again, with all mental health issues I talk about, I point to literature on it. And if that literature isn't good enough or doesn't meet her standards, that would be a valid argument. She could, that would be a very good conversation to have, is what makes good literature to talk about these things. But none of the hate videos made on me so far even bother to touch up on those. Or if I don't have enough literature and I needed to look more.
Oh, hi, James. We're still just reacting to nonsense and clownery. Right now, 50 Shades of Chestpains is defending himself against someone who's slandering him, and they haven't, like, this girl, Educating Together, she slandered 50 Shades of Chestpains, and she still hasn't taken her video down and apologized to him.
I would love more mental health resources to read about, but no, we're not going there. I guess too long, didn't read.
A lifestyle choice. It's like genetically ingrained in you. It's something that you need to take medication for. You need to, like, you know, go see therapy.
You say that as if you don't know that already. This is like a no shit Sherlock type of situation. Like, he knows what he's talking about, dude. Stop treating him like he's an idiot. That's so fucking rude.
For do not bite my cable buddy. No. Yeah. You know, it's not a choice to be born with bipolar.
No one is saying that. No one is saying. Who is saying that? What kind of person actually says that? Unironically. Again, this is just a complete non-point, and it's slander. This is complete nonsense. This is all lies that you're spewing right now. Like, how are you not ashamed of yourself? This is so embarrassing.
Just the same as it is that it's not a choice that I have an eating disorder. And if your whole argument is like, well, go get treatment, and it's like, okay, yes, I am in treatment right now. But when I was first developing my eating disorder, and I had a lot more insight than a lot of people who develop eating disorders, I did at that time, I went to the hospital when it was first developing. I went to the emergency room. I said, I'm not eating and I'm developing an eating disorder. And they sent me away and told me to suck it up. That is a very common occurrence amongst people who are developing eating disorders. Or
So her story matches up similar to some of the, actually all the people I interviewed.
I don't know. I might want to react to like a portion of this video, because or maybe just like portions of the video, because Chestpains is his response is quite long, but again, this is just slander. She's slandering him, and she's not once bothered to apologize for any of the shit that she's said about him. Like any of these people have said about him. Like, leave him alone. And leave Maia
I don't
Papaiyaa
know if I
alone.
agree
Leave
that it's
educating
actually
Shanny
slander.
alone. Fucking hell.
I don't really agree that it's actually like defaming, because slander is like written, but
I mean, you
I
know
don't
what I
believe
mean.
it.
It's like within that bit. It's just,
Yeah,
it's still false.
but unless it's actually, you can actually prove that it damaged their reputation in some way and hurt their business, you know what I mean? But I totally understand what you're saying. It's judging their character and damaging their reputation, but it's not in any way actually affecting them, I don't believe.
I mean, like, his channel's still growing, but the thing is, though, even with that, it's still gross to make videos like this. Like, why? Like, what do you get out of it from blatantly lying? Because these are, what she is saying is a blatant lie. It's this whole video is a big fat lie. And as someone who's watched this content, I could easily debunk this woman's video, like, immediately, like within a matter of minutes. I mean, it's so full of nonsense. And it's so easy to debunk if she just took a moment of her life, a moment out of her life, to actually watch his content, instead of just like whining and crying about certain things he does and certain things he might say. Oh, boo-hoo, he might say. Oh, boo-hoo, he said something that I didn't like. Again, he's doing way more with his platforms than you've ever done. What the hell have you done with your platform, again, aside from boo-hooing, whining and crying about shit?
bully me more, telling me I'm doing it on purpose, I'm dog whistling, la la la.
Dog whistling is a very real thing. Let's not pretend that it doesn't.
But I'm telling you the truth. This isn't even my truth.
I'm telling you the truth. Meanwhile, I'm making this slanderous video, making shit up on the spot.
This is like medical truth.
It is medical truth also, but again, it's not necessarily an objective narrative on how we should be treating anorexia. It's just on her case alone. And I don't really know what she wants from the rest of people who do videos on this topic.
She wants people to cater to people like her. It's not just the projection with her. There is a lot of narcissism within her personality, and it's honestly, it's disgusting. Like, stop trying to make people cater to your needs. Not everything is about you. Stop making Stop making everything about yourself. Okay.
Topic, because
Like, yeah, you might have gone through something horrible, but that doesn't give you an excuse to act like an entitled prick.
I mean, I just can't see. I mean, not every case is going to be like hers. And also, like with people, the videos I've done, it's all based on stuff they've put online. It's all, and I speculate.
That's the thing. These people have made these people have chosen to be public. If they were so concerned about people, about their private lives being, like, looked into, like, why be public figures?
On something, it's based on a mental health issue that was in literature and diagnosis. So, I mean, what do you want from me, basically? What do you want from the rest of the mental health community that makes you so upset that you call?
She's a narcissist who shouldn't have her opinion validated by anyone. She's entitled. And she needs a slice of humble pie.
Out channels like mine on just because it doesn't strike a right chord with you without really actually saying what it is I did wrong, other than stuff you just straight up made up.
You want me to go get...
And going back to the whole slander and defamation thing and the reputation damage, if he wanted to, 50 Shades of, like, Chestpains could very easily, or Ari. I keep saying 50 Shades of Chestpains or Chestpains instead of Ari. I think it's Ari. Yeah, I might as well say that, Ari. He could very easily sue her because the fact that she's refusing to take this down and apologize, and it's the same thing with her other video too about him. Like, it's gross. I would sue for defamation if someone was talking smack about me. Actually, that actually has happened. See ya, Rainforest. Yeah, just so you know, everyone in the stream now, Rainforest is my partner. His name's Lewis, and he's yeah, yeah. Good night. Yeah, he's my partner, and I've been informing him on this whole situation, what I've been doing. Then he thinks it's sick too. What's going on with this rabbit hole? But going back to this woman right here, the entitlement of it all. She's so, like, I can't with the narcissism, and like again, Ari has every right to sue you. And I was kind of distracted by a few things, but yeah, I was defamed before. I was slandered before by a big YouTuber. I've made a video about that too. Yeah, they falsely accused me of a sex crime towards children, and I almost had. I'm pretty sure I had my entire life ruined because of that, and I had to make a GoFundMe because of the damages done to my reputation and how much it affected my mental health. Like, I almost relapsed because of what happened. Like, I never had that much harassment sent my way in my life. Like, my partner helped me through that, and he saw how much abuse I was getting. So yeah. Moral of the story is, can we not slander and defame people and think we can get away with it? That'd be nice.
My doctor's records where I say, like, specifically that I don't want to starve myself anymore, because, like, that's the truth. Nobody, like, I don't know a single person in any of my outpatient care that wants this. This is not a lifestyle. It's not a cute thing to post on Instagram.
Oh, shut up with that fucking annoying, obnoxious voice. No one said that.
This again is the jab on the original video she made her comment on, which made me aware she was watching my content on Warenka.
She's secretly a fan. Let's be honest, she's like some of your biggest haters, in reality, your biggest fans.
And I'm not saying Warenka thinks it's a cute thing to post on Instagram, but Warenka is clearly making a career out of this. And yet I'm the one that's harmful. I'm the one that's the problem.
That part, I'm so glad he said this. The hypocrisy. Again, projection.
And and all. If anything, it's Warenka. Well, I'm not saying her anorexia or eating disorder is a lifestyle to her. She does make it look like a lifestyle, so, I mean, couldn't you go attack her? What did I do? She seems to be your enemy.
Oh, look at me, starving, so fun. Like, obviously,
there are people who have done that. and I've said that.
What in the world?
Ugh. This fucking hoe, I can't. She legit.
I really
fact
can't,
that
man.
she's saying that with a smug face. Like, you have a very punchable face, educating together. I know that's not a threat. Don't take that. You know what? Actually, you know what? Sod it. She might as well take it as a threat. I can't. Like, I've had people like defame me and slander me before. I've gotten like to the past the point of caring. If you want to interpret what I said as a threat, go ahead. I mean, I'm like, if you're gonna talk like all smug and that, and you're gonna act all like, you know, like you're tough shit, expect some smoke coming your way, okay?
Yeah,
those people
but
are
I'm
ill.
actually going to go for the night, girl. So it was nice, being here.
Yeah,
We'll definitely
that's
talk
fun.
soon.
Like having
Yeah, it was
my
definitely
first
fun.
guest on, so I don't have to
I'm going
talk
to have
for a
to try to
while.
figure out if there's a possible way to turn calls off or
Yeah.
something like that. Because it's all scam calls. No one freaking important. Each time I was like, damn it.
Oh, that is a bug of that. Oh,
I
dear.
know. So I'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Because I never had that problem before. I guess I just never got scam calls during a live stream.
That's
And
interesting.
first time for everything. But yeah, definitely we had a interesting chat, and I definitely like your perspective on this this
Yeah, I just
topic.
don't
So
like. I
yeah,
don't
we'll
like.
definitely
Yeah, I just don't like people twisting narratives when like the truth is already out there, and certain things like, you know, are being swept under the rug, and it's just it shouldn't be allowed. It shouldn't be normalized.
absolutely, yeah, totally get it. We'll definitely talk soon.
Yeah.
You have my email, right? So if you wanted to email, you could, or
Yeah,
whatever.
I think I do.
Definitely see you next stream.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm doing one. Well, it's technically like nearly 2 something in the morning, so it'll be technically today in the evening though. Next 9:30.
Okay, yeah, I'll try to look out for it. I'm subscribed, so
All right. Thank
all right.
you.
Have a good
Take care.
night. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Peace.
Well, that was fun having my first guest on. Yeah, I really like Jessi. I really like her. Like, she's such a sweetheart. She's been so nice to me. And go give her a subscribe. Go subscribe to her channel, and go follow her on Instagram too.
Why are you bullying people who are ill?
Oh, fuck off! No one's bullying anyone.
So again, this reflects her angry
That is such sensitive. That's such special snowflake behavior. That, like, bitch, get some thick skin.
comment my video on Warenka bullying people who are ill. Okay, so I kind of hate this where people, again, this victim mentality of commenting on stuff you put online is bullying, and I'm not.
That is like peak SJWism. That is like peak SJWism. It's the victim mentality. It's the, you know, telling people what to do. Like, no, dude, unless they're actively harming people, then you can't tell anyone to do shit.
Sending hate. I didn't say go troll her and all. I just followed her internet trail and constructed a timeline of her online identity, and that's bullying. And also talked about the photographer she used, who's very clearly a pro-ana fetishist, Peter Boneskine. I'm like, yes, Warenka is ill, and of course.
And also, just because someone's ill doesn't mean that they can't that they're not capable of doing toxic things, right? We're allowed to hold people accountable regardless of what they might be suffering from. No one's exempt from anything.
But does that mean that she should be allowed to have a career based on it? Okay, so make money, profit, and all. Not to mention that originally she got her start by acting like she was an activist to promoting recovery when she really clearly doesn't care about that. But no, she didn't do anything wrong, okay? I mean, yeah, Wawrinka is ill, but this is something I really hate when I see this, that having a mental illness releases you from any accountability for your actions morally. And I mean, yeah, I think you should get some leniency, but full accountability gone, then you know what? That would basically mean every single school shooter has an illness and they should not be put in jail. Yeah, let's see.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my god. The amount of that kind of excuse, I've heard that so many times with like white. It's the only, it's only the white school shooters who, when the mental illness card comes in. Have you noticed that? But like when it comes to, people of color, who do things, oh no, no, it's clearly their own fault. They should have known better. Well, like, yeah, you're not wrong there. They should have known better than to commit fucking crimes. But let's not invalidate the fucking people, the white people who do things too, who do illegal things too, like crimes like mass shootings. They're criminals, point blank, period, and they should face legal consequences.
See how that goes. At least
Again, no one's exempt from shit.
in this country, we would have Armageddon here in the United States.
Yeah.
I just don't get it. I just can't wrap my head around it. Anorexia is dangerous, yes. But that is the rhetoric that's popular rhetoric. The popular rhetoric is that it's dangerous, and it is.
The popular? You're saying that, bro, what? I mean, that's just straight up common sense. What is the unpopular opinion to be pro Anna? Why are you even you're just chatting shit?
And I'm just here being like, it's tough.
And no one's invalidating your pain. But you're just coming across as such a narcissist. Like you're painful to listen to. You're so painful to listen to, and not just because of you talking about your experiences, but the way that you talk about them and the way that you come across so entitled. It's ridiculous.
Here are some statistics. Here are some recovery suggestions.
You say that as if Ari's never done that. He has.
I once made a video about how I didn't want to see somebody euthanize their bird on the camera, and people were like, oh, you're pro Anna. I was just like...
I also did videos on recovery channels and recovery resources. Terry Wyndham, who was a channel trying to recover, and also Beauty Beyond Bones as well, who was exposed the Shane documentary before anyone else caught on to it. And again, those videos, no, count for nothing. Granted, those videos didn't get as many views. I can't help that, but I have them on there, okay? Nope, doesn't count. Nope, only what she thinks is the worst of the worst, that's it. Because that's the only thing she cares about that triggers her. And like, look, I get if it triggers, and I get that sucks, but because it triggers you, that doesn't mean you get to decide that this is basically my entire online identity of my entire channel, okay?
Like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? I don't want to see someone euthanize their bird. It's not weird. I also don't want to see...
Why are we talking about euthanizing birds? What has this got to do with anything? And if you could, where are the comments of you being pro Anna on the bird thing?
dig it up. Like, it's weird. Like, E.T. Shanny is fine. She seems nice. Like, that's good and fine.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare talk about E.T. Shanny. Don't you dare bring her into this. You've already talked enough smack.
Ever. I still don't want to see her euthanize her bird. I don't. People are so weird.
Wait, she did that? I don't remember that. Look. Where, I'm still, I don't know about the piranha accusations. Like, they're saying that, I don't, that, for one, it has nothing to do with the thing that she's talking about. And two, where is this? It just seems questionable. I don't know if this is true or not. I don't know.
Anyways, I'm getting off track. I'm not going to edit this, and
Well, you've clearly made the mistake of, thinking this was an okay thing, an okay video to make to begin with. It isn't.
quality is probably going to be terrible because Peter chewed my mic cable. So, anyways, I've been planning on making a video about binge eating disorder and Nikocado avocado.
Yeah, he should absolutely be deplatformed as well as Foodie Beauty. And it's not just the fact that they're actively promoting their eating disorders. They've done so much when it comes to copyright strikes and false copyright strikes. These people want to make everything. These people want to make their eating disorders, the perfect scapegoat. Like, they blame, every bit of criticism, every bit of, shit that they get, on their eating disorders. Like, they always want to say, "Oh, it's because of my eating disorder. You don't like how I look. You don't." No one is saying that. And also, you're making false promises too. Like, "Oh, I want to diet. I want to do this and that," and yet here you are contradicting yourself, and you're killing yourselves too, both of you. Like, no, and you're also like defending and promoting it too. No, that is behavior that should absolutely get you deplatformed.
I've never seen any of his content, but I've seen just such shit.
Also, message to Foodie Beauty: keep Eugenia's name out your fucking mouth. Like, you clearly do not give a shit about her. You clearly don't. You're clearly just the type of person who's willing to exploit her name for sympathy. And considering what you're willing to do for clout and sympathy, it's yeah, you're another person who, like, you and Nick have very punchable faces, and I'm not making like any physical threats or anything, but holy shit, dude. You people are you are both the scum of the earth. And you both shouldn't have platforms.
A ton of videos about him.
Okay.
And again, I forgot to mention this too. Beauty Beauty, this fucking hoe, this fucking, psychotic lunatic wants to exploit people who have killed themselves. She wants to exploit dead people for sympathy. She exploited this autistic girl. I think she was autistic trans girl. I don't, could be wrong. She was either cis or trans, but it was this autistic girl who killed herself due to bullying. And Chantal, Foodie Beauty, thought it'd be an okay thing to bring her up for the sake of of victimizing herself, and just like to say that's a scummy thing to do is it's an understatement. Like, who the fuck do you think you are? How dare you? How dare you exploit a dead girl for clout? Like, how fucking low do you have to go for the sake of maintaining a quote unquote online career? That's that's just flat out evil. I mean, that alone is enough that you know what? I'm gonna stop.
So I've had enough. So look, this girl, this woman here, she just really is trying to play the victim, and this is the.
It's true, and she's not only lying but also a huge narcissist too. So, um, I was intending on um bringing up his videos about Diet Coke Head. I wanted to react to those too, but I'm kind of what time is it now? 2:05. Um, I have thought about reacting to those videos, but I'm not sure if I want to because this woman has actively tried to come for me now, and I did want to laugh at her originally. Oh, oh gosh, my cat. I, again, I did think about like giving her a last bit of attention before I completely ignore her because I do think she's a lost cause and she's completely dishonest too about her just like her like struggles. And I know she's gonna be like, "Oh, you don't know me personally. You can't say that." Oh, yes, I can because you've made shit public. But there's also other things too that you're clearly suffering from. You act like a fucking drug addict, and I wouldn't be surprised that. And I know it's gonna sound mean, but I wouldn't be surprised if you're still using bitch. You want to talk all this smack about me and what I'm doing. You want to come from people like Educating Shanny when she's done absolutely nothing to you. You want to come for people like 50 Shades of Chestpains for defending her from your bullying and from your fucking nonsense. You want to whine and cry and talk about nothing. I'll just ramble about the weirdest shit on your channel and have the people who enable you eat it up mindlessly. You're just in a small hug box. You're part of a cult, a pro and a cult, and I know that you wanna deny that you're pro Anna. Like, yeah, I'm not buying that for anything. You're not convincing me of that. I've said this before about you. I'm surprised that you haven't killed yourself. And I know that sounds horrendous to say, but from the path that you were going down, and from the way you were talking about people, the way that you came after people for no fucking reason, like I said that I had no sympathy for you if that I would have no sympathy for you if that was the case. Like the only form of sympathy I would have had is towards your family. And I've seen that you have talked smack about your family, and you also brought kids up into this too. You don't deserve to have any kind of kids around you. Like, as if they're going to be safe around you to begin with. Hell, as if anyone's safe around you. I wouldn't trust anything. I mean, let alone anyone. I wouldn't trust animals around you, dude. Yeah, James, I'm going to bring this up. Absolutely. I mean, I mean, regardless of what kind of relationship she has with her family, it's still not an excuse to be a fucking bitch. It's still not an excuse to be a cunt to people. And that's what she is. She's a vindictive, self-destructive, narcissistic cunt. And she also projects too. And she is in denial. She's very dishonest about her, wanting to, recover. I know she's against recovery and the recovery community, but she claims to want to, be against anti, EDs and all that. She wants to claim that she's not a part of that community. Yeah, you ain't fooling me, love. You've admitted that you often surround yourself with awful people. Who's to say that you're full of shit about you still, engaging in these self-destructive behaviors? Who's to say you're still not doing that? Who's to say you're not still doing that? I don't think you should have a platform. I genuinely believe that. Because you're not only a danger to others, you're a danger to other people. And you know what? As a matter of fact, I do believe that people should flag your channel. Those who are watching this stream right now, please flag her channel, because she's a danger to herself and other people. Yeah, her channel is Diet Cokehead. And also, while we're on the conversation of like flagging shit, like and deplatforming and like terminating people, like and like reporting shit or whatever. I also think this fucking hoe wants to. I'm gonna remove the comment so I can see it properly. This video right here, mass flag this video. This video needs to be mass flagged. Can you see the title of this video there? You guys should mass flag that video, because it's a fucked up, disgusting video that should not be on the internet. I give you full permission to flag that shit. I give you full permission to flag that video. And you know what? While I'm feeling petty, let's go for this one too. And maybe this one. Yeah. Let's react to a video that I want to bring up for several reasons. There's others. Like the defense force is complicit with what's going on, and again, they have to live with that for the rest of their lives. They have blood on their hands. All of them do.
But I'm sure behind the scenes, I'm sure everybody was always reaching out and whatever.
There was almost like some people that like never really said anything to me like before, but then like later on were kind of like bullying me into like trying to make like decisions for me.
There's a lot in that video that was untrue, and I feel very confused because this is very similar to a thing we had before where we had to make a choice between something that could possibly hurt Eugenia but thought it was for her best interests. And I think right now this video is gonna piss her off. I mean, she has right now a seemingly beautiful recovery story that I don't want to mess with. I don't want to make seem negative. I would love for everything in that video to have been the whole truth. so that it could truly be celebrated, but it was, I think, a manipulation. And I think potentially, I don't know if Shane knows the whole story, or maybe he does, but not the details potentially, and decided to go along with it because he thought it would help her. I think that he has her best interests at heart, but the video that he posted was so frustrating and hurtful to me, and I have stayed very silent for a long time for fear of her not getting treatment. It was communicated to me that if I ever talked about what actually happened, that there was a chance that as a result she'd be pulled out of treatment. So I never said anything because I was terrified. I had a Keemstar on the phone with me trying to get information, and I didn't know what to do. He was very understanding, and I appreciate that he didn't say anything because I felt like I was gonna ruin that. Can you guys help me out?
I'm gonna make a stream about Keemstar at some point, because the amount of damage that he's done to people who deal with mental health issues, and the fact that he hasn't learned anything, that he still hasn't learned anything despite claiming to care now about certain people. Like, no, your channel's dead. You're doing this for the sake of your. You did that for the sake of your channel. You're still doing that for the sake of your own channel. Your channel's been dying for quite a while now, and you're only doing it to quote unquote save your career, when it's clearly backfired because you're incompetent as fuck, Keemstar. You're a fucking dumbass.
I don't know.
This entire video feels it's a beautiful story, but I still feel fear very much for Eugenia. There's a lot more to the story and to the situation. You know, they glossed over some things that are extremely important in Eugenia's real recovery, and I think that it's important that she number one knows that we care about her. We were discussed
so much
in this video as bullies and brought up as bad people, and we had probably the hardest time of our lives to help her. And you know, we knew that it was risking our friendship to help her, and we had to lie to her.
I had nightmares. I've lost sleep. Like we have to explain what we did, but like doing what we did, it took a lot out of me. I don't know where to start.
The situation has been, her life has been manipulated for years, and it's currently still being manipulated right in front of everyone.
Yeah, and it's a beautiful story, right? Like, it looks like watching Shane's video, it's such like a happy, feel-good.
And we should be happy.
It's completely covering all of the shit that is still there, I think, and could still be a problem. And there are still puppet strings right now being pulled that I like. It's all out there now. I mean, if there's a Shane Dawson video, right, everybody's gonna know at least enough to, I feel like, take the pressure off of me to keep my mouth shut. Like, I felt like I had like people just like holding a gun at me, like, and saying, if you say anything, this and this could happen, and now it's gone and it's down, and I can be honest. And I feel like a dick because I had to lie, pretend like I didn't know what was going on. People constantly harassing me, thinking, wow, you're a shitty friend. All of us, like, you guys are shitty friends because you have this girl in front of you that you're doing nothing for. But we were doing everything, like, and one of the things that bothers me the most is that she said they seemed like they didn't care until they were bullies. I talked to her so many times, and she had the same response. So I'm fine, everything's fine, like, there's nothing to worry about. And it was very similar to what you would see her reactions be in live streams when people would ask her, you know, are you okay? it was always, yeah, I'm fine.
And it was also the exact same communication that would happen whenever police would come to her house, which is a very real thing, and many people on the internet were calling the police. We were calling the police, and there's a lot of red tape on that. But when they would answer the door and they had a script and they would turn the police away, and this video with Shane is another example of a script and the police or Shane in this situation walking away feeling that that person is fine. And I don't know if that's the truth.
I mean,
I hope so.
Yeah. I know that, I know I've tried to talk to her before. I know you've tried to talk to her before.
There's been many incidents where I would either send a text, or I'm sure I asked her in person at some point, and
we did at Jessi's birthday party.
Yeah, so we would get the same response, and it was difficult to see, like, someone that was so sweet, like, deteriorating in front of your eyes, and that there was nothing you could do about it because they wouldn't open up. And granted, I understand it's a very difficult thing to go through, and, like, I struggled with an eating disorder for years and still do, and to an extent I understand how she feels, but we were basically, like, blocked out from her brain when we would ask if she was okay, and that was just her defense mechanism, whether she realized maybe she had a problem at the time or she just didn't want to talk about it. But we tried a lot.
And we were eventually forced to have to take drastic measures. And that is where I think she's referring to it as bullying. In our defense, it was purely with love, and it was purely to help save one of the most beautiful people we've ever met. I'll let the Harley Davidson pass. We had... Do we tell the details? I think we might have to.
First of all, I don't know how to feel about some of the things in the video, like, because I know Katie. I know Katie Morton. I reached out to her. I have emails with her explaining the situation I was in with Eugenia because I wanted to help her. I tried calling the police. They kind of laughed at me on the phone. They're like, oh yeah, that YouTube girl, like, we've been there. There's nothing we can do. We're not mental health professionals. We can't take her. I called mental health professionals, and there was nothing they could do because they weren't law enforcement and they could not forcibly enter a home without permission, which is not something that anyone in that household was going to give. So the only thing that I could do, and this was discussed with Katie in emails, so she knows who I am, she knows what we were planning on, so the video with Shane is confusing to me, that seemed to be missing, that no one, you know, understood that, like, there were so many things going on that were toxic in that household that I explained in detail, and it was just glossed over, like maybe they don't think it's a real problem, or they don't know the extent of what happened. But the conclusion was that the only thing that I could do was if I had her out of her house and into my apartment or into some other area where the mental health professionals could come and talk to her, and that I would legally be able to let them into my own place. So we had been trying to hang out with Eugenia for a long time. It was very difficult to get a hold of her, to spend time with her. If people made videos about her online, or if there was drama surrounding her and negative attention was brought her way, she would become more hidden from the world. She wouldn't want to talk to people as much, and it was very difficult to get to hang out with her. So that's why in this situation we were trying to plan this thing, I was reaching out to people, begging people to stop bringing attention to her, because it could have ruined everything.
We needed her to hang out with us.
And she wouldn't leave her house. And finally we got her to leave her house. It was the day after the Super Bowl. That's all I remember, because we tried to get her to hang out on the Super Bowl and other days. It was the day after the Super Bowl. I did lie to her. I lied to her. We all kind of did. We pretended we were going to go to an escape room, which is a thing that we would regularly do. So it seemed believable to her and her mom.
Specifically her mom.
Yeah. So I like took screenshots of like pretending that I had gotten tickets and things, and we had a group chat going, and I felt like an asshole. We all kind of did, being like, we're so excited to go to the escape room. And she came over and we sat her down and we talked to her, and it was pretty clear that she had no intention of getting any kind of help. Like, she said, maybe I'll go see a doctor in like months from now.
Yeah, it was like 3 months later she was going to be heading home to Connecticut, and she would be willing to see a doctor then. So we had to arrange a lot of stuff in advance of this day. This is an intervention. It was heart-wrenching, but what we had to do, we spoke with her, and she for the first time ever in her life admitted that there might have been a problem, and that in a few months she would see a doctor, but at this point
maybe
she was honestly on the brink of death. And I
tried the soft approach.
We tried everything.
Like, it didn't work, and I felt desperate.
We also tried police to her house.
We did it. Like, I didn't have anything else. Like, I was scared. So we did an intervention, and the mental health professionals showed up.
So it was the Los Angeles Psychiatric Evaluation Team showed up
PET,
at the house.
yeah.
And they came in, and they interviewed her. They asked her questions.
We left the room for that part.
We left the room just for privacy of...
We wanted her to open up and be honest with them.
Yeah, because those are real questions that they have to ask. And personal.
So, like, she could have... It was up to them at this point what happened to her. Like, they could have walked away and said everything is fine, but they were like, really concerned. So they ended up deciding that they wanted to take her into care, and they ordered something called a 5150, and it's mandatory. They take you
involuntary
without
hold.
Yeah. At which point, like, God, like, she tried to, like,
this was the most traumatic situation I've ever been in my entire life.
Once they decided that they were going to commit her legally, she was unable to leave. Like, the police were on their way because she was on the phone with her mom, who was screaming at me, by the way. She verbatim called me a fucking bitch for doing what I was doing.
How could a friend do this, I believe, to her friends? And, I mean, I don't know if you want to share more on it. It was really messed up.
She called the cops on me and tried to have me arrested for kidnapping.
Correct.
So, when Eugenia was trying to leave, we had 2 sets of cops show up. One to take her into care, and one to arrest me for kidnapping. Clearly, they talked it out, and it was obviously fine. But, like, and then Edgar, like...
Okay, so there's a lot of a backstory with the mom. Eugenia is an adult. She's, I believe, 24, 25 years old. She's never allowed to go anywhere. It's all completely manipulated by the mother. There is a driver, Edgar. Every hangout with friends is an orchestrated pickup and drop-off by Edgar, who waits outside. And in this situation, when Eugenia called her mom, and her mom was furious, Edgar came into the apartment and was banging on the door.
He, like, followed me into my apartment. Because I had to go out and I had to tell the mental health professionals that she was trying to leave. And he, like, followed me into my apartment, was screaming at me. He started banging on all of my neighbors' doors until he finally got to mine and figured out where my apartment was. And it's like banging on the door. I was terrified. Like, this was a big guy. He was screaming.
These were not people looking out for Eugenia's best interest. These are people looking for some form of gain and manipulation in a way that this video, the Shane video that came out today, completely glosses over the real problems and makes us completely worried that she's not okay. The mom was discussed in this video as just going back and forth.
They were always together, so it's difficult to imagine a scenario in which her mother wasn't watching every move. But the lawyer was there.
Correct.
The lawyer was there the whole time. By the way, is also my lawyer, and has been... He texted me a couple days ago to give me an update after months. Like, I don't know. It just... I don't know how to feel. This whole thing to me feels like they are taking someone like Shane, who clearly is good at shining a positive light on people who might not, I don't even know how to word this. I just feel like, yeah, Eugenia is a great person. I love her. I care about her. But the people surrounding her in her life, I feel like, are dangerous. And I think that they were aware of Shane's potential to cover their tracks and make this look like some kind of beautiful recovery story that everyone was in on and rooting for. And it couldn't be further from the truth. I had to fight them so hard to get her into care, and I'm now viewed as like a bully. We're bullies.
The way her mom screamed at Jacqueline on the phone,
it was terrifying.
Was the biggest red flag of somebody who was killing their daughter. It was fucked up. No mother should fight a daughter failing a psychiatric evaluation and needing to be taken into care. That
I just don't know how, if I had a daughter, that I would let it get that far without doing something myself.
She hadn't been to a doctor in 5 years.
How does that happen?
5 years. Anyways, this video is really hard to make, and the Shane video, it gives us a whirlwind of emotions, and we all instantly spoke with each other and realized we were all feeling the same stress.
We were there for the intervention. I mean, it was the four of us. It was, and Frank, and we had to to even get to the point of wanting to sit down and have something so serious happen with someone that you care about is hard. Like, yes, it was the right thing to do, but deciding to do that, we knew, that was the end of our friendship with her. Mm-hmm. And we had to make that choice.
It was basically watch her deteriorate and possibly not make it to be able to get help, or ruin a friendship and eventually see her do better. And it's difficult because it's like, well, this person's gonna hate you, and I understand she feels betrayed and hurt, and seeing her walk away and say she felt so hurt and didn't understand really why we were doing it that way. I have nightmares. It's so sad to see someone so hurt and so far gone that was the only option we thought that we had. We had looked for months trying to figure out what to do, and especially you, Jacqueline, did a lot of the research and looked into a lot and worked really hard to find a solution to help our friend. It was hard because when we would reach out and she would shut down, what else are you supposed to say to someone? You can't force it out of them. And what we did was,
it's the only option.
It's the only thing that we thought that we could do. We were also fearful that if we were too in her face about it before, that her mom would not have let her continue to hang out with us.
Yes.
And I was terrified of that. And I was walking a fine line the entire time.
Eggshells.
Yeah. So at that point, we decided to do the intervention and understand that it would hurt her and that we would have to watch her.
This video feels very much like the struggle of knowing that we're going to have to hurt her for her best interest. And
I know she's going to be pissed, and I maybe other people will be pissed too. I never know what to expect.
I hope she's
All
recovering.
I know is that I'm doing what I think is right, and not letting a lie persist that this was something that was
decided on.
Or even supported by her family. It wasn't. I had to fight them. And she's still with them. And this Shane Dawson show, or the video, it paints them in a very positive light, and that is scary to me because I know what it's really like, and she's still there.
It just is concerning that she's that old. She's an adult. And there's really, from our knowledge, been no or not much of an effort for her to have gone to get help. And as an adult, you can't sign someone into a inpatient facility, a hospital. You can't force them to do anything, which is why the 5150 was necessary. It's just like
It's a tough situation. We're feeling all conflicting emotions.
Because it's not like we're not angry. Like, it's not like we don't want to make anyone upset or mad. This is more so just us explaining sort of a backstory almost, and like
the real truth.
What we
I'm still scared. Like,
do
and this could we it's important that she gets out of a dangerous situation.
I want her I want to have a real story to be
told.
Not told. I want a real recovery story. And if she is truly, I know that she spent time. Like, she spent time after she was released. She did have the choice to leave, and it was continued, which is amazing. But this was after, like, I'm sure doctors and psychologists that had to tell her, like, this is your blood work. You're in a dangerous area right now, and this is, I don't know that it was maybe explained like that before, so I'm so thankful that it continued, and I hope she's really in a better place. But I know that there are a lot of things that it might point to not being the case.
And the real truth is important to get out there. I mean, even to help other people, it's not as pretty as it was painted.
Yeah, sometimes people don't just decide to get help after that much time doing what you're doing, being around people telling you that you're fine.
She did not decide that.
She didn't decide.
She fought for
As friends, we had to do something so uncomfortable and traumatic and force her to do this. And I don't regret it, and I'm not sorry. I don't care if I'm viewed as a bully. And I think people should know that you might have to do that in your life, and you might have to risk a friendship, and you might have to be painted as the bad guy. But do it.
I mean, I've personally been 5150'd, if that's what you want to call it, when I was younger. Similar things. And looking back on it now, years ago, I hated my family for doing that. I didn't want anything to do with them because I felt betrayed. I felt like the trust that I may have had for them, whether they approached me in a different manner, was gone. But if that hadn't been done, I probably wouldn't be sitting here right now. So it's like you have to make difficult decisions. I can't even talk. Sometimes for the better good of someone. And if you disagree with what we did, that's your opinion. But if you were in our situation and it was a friend, not just someone you follow online that you have, hung out with and you care about deeply, what would you have done? Just sit and done nothing? Like, we couldn't anymore because we just kept seeing her get thinner and we were scared. Like, what else could we have done?
Yep.
I don't know what else to say. I think that's it.
I don't know. I want her to be happy. I want her to recover. I want her to be healthy. I feel horrible that we hurt her so much. But I'd rather her be alive and hate me and not.
We love you, Eugenia.
concerns have been brought to my attention, which I completely expected. A lot of questions and concerns have been brought to my attention, which I completely expected. And I want to take the time to address a lot of those and answer a lot of your questions. I hear you. I feel what you guys are feeling in the comments. I had a lot of the same thoughts myself, and I want to elaborate on why I did the things that I did in this video. The decision to have a friend committed and then to talk about it at this point are both being called into question. My reason behind both are the same. I care about a person, a friend of mine, who I feel is extremely unsafe, who I feel is currently very unsafe. I understand a lot of people are leaving negative comments and even making videos, and I want those people to know I am not upset with you. I am not angry with you. Honestly, a lot of the things and criticisms that are being brought up, I agree with. Some of them, you know, I ran through a lot of these things in my head before pushing publish. I knew how it would make me look. I knew that it's not my story to tell, but I had to take a calculated risk, and I made the choice to say what I know. You know, I could have stayed quiet. I could have said nothing. But do I really risk letting someone persist in an unhealthy environment where there's a high likelihood of relapse? Do I risk something terrible happening and sitting on information that could have helped, or do I do something? And I decided to do something. The first criticism I seem to see is that I made information public that I should not have. While I did say things that were unknown before, in the broader sense of her getting help, that's public now. Shane made a video for millions to see. The problem is that it's untrue in a way that keeps her in a very dark place. So that's why I made my video as fast as I could, because I was scared that this narrative would persist, that she is fine now, and I very much believe that she is not. And I also want people to know that these are not rash decisions that I made on my own. This is something that I had people around me for, also weighing the pros and cons. I had, for the intervention, I had Frank, I had Eva, I had myself, I had David, and I had Katie Morton. She wasn't there for the intervention, but I was at such a loss as for what to do. I tried calling the police, they couldn't do anything. I tried calling mental health professionals, they couldn't do anything because they're not law enforcement and can't forcibly enter a home. So the only option I had, which I didn't know until talking to Katie, was to convince her in any way that I could to be at my place so that I could legally let mental health professionals in to help. I had conversations on the phone with Katie, I had emails back and forth with her. So to be honest, her involvement with Shane's video is a little confusing to me because she knows the darkest details of that home. She was actually connected to me through the lawyer that you see in Shane's video over a year ago. I reached out to her over a year ago with my initial email saying I'm worried about a friend. And I had her connection through the lawyer, who was also my lawyer, who actually, throughout this entire process, has been the voice of Eugenia's mother in communication with me. You better be damn sure she did not want people to know about this intervention because of how negligent it makes her look. I am not trying to point my finger at Eugenia in all of this. I am trying to out her mother. And as far as posting all the information online, for the same reason as I gave before, the four of us sat down and unanimously decided to publish that video. Is it my story to tell? Absolutely not. It's not. And I struggled with that a lot. I kept quiet for years. And for the entire recovery, I stayed quiet. Throughout our friendship, I kept things very private, offline, until that ability has essentially been ripped away from me. And I knew that this would do that. I knew this would be the end of my friendship. It kind of amazes me that anyone thinks the ability to reach out privately is even an option for me. I don't think it ever will be again. You know, I'm hearing a lot that it wasn't my place. I had to make a choice, and it's not my place. This is something that people have been harassing me about for years. For as long as I've known her, people have been really angry with me for being a friend that does nothing. You know, how can you have a friend that looks like that and say nothing? You're letting your friend die and you don't even care. Why don't you call a doctor? Why don't you call an ambulance? How can you live with yourself? How do you sleep at night and do nothing? It's been my place to step in for so long, and now I do it. and it's not my place. If we didn't do that intervention, she would have died. And I know that that is a harsh thing to say, but I fully believe it. Some people hate me. Some people say that, you know, we saved her. And I do not think we saved her, because she is still in the same environment, in a dangerous environment with the same people who for years of her life, when she was struggling, told her that she was fine. She was in a dangerous place, and she's still in a dangerous place. She was in denial of her problem before, and she's in denial of her problem now. It is different, but very similar, with the same mother who tried everything she could to stop her from going to a doctor. She was in tears because her mom has her convinced that if she goes against what her mom wants, her mom could die because she has a weak heart. She was in tears saying, if I go to a doctor, my mom could die because she has a weak heart and this will stress her out. And she lives in constant paranoia of killing her mother. She takes care of her mother, and it should be the other way around. Why not worry about your daughter's health to the point of taking her to a doctor ever? I mean, even she said her brother told her, you look fine to me. I don't know why everyone online is freaking out about the way that you look.
We're going to get to the brother in a bit. Actually, you know what? We're going to get to the brother now, because Ari has his deep dives are so disturbing. It's...
For context, please watch my last 2 videos on Eugenia Cooney's family. For context, please watch... Shalom, shalom. For context, please watch my last 2 videos on Eugenia Cooney's family, because I don't want to rehash information. I've covered Chip Cooney's very strange love-hate relationship with his sister, how he has left evidence that he both praises and degrades her, and how she isn't allowed to have interests that deviate too far from his. It seems Eugenia's love for certain fandoms at one point was identical to Chip's, whether it was forced or coerced. Both of them at one point had similar music tastes. Take a look at Chip's Twitter. Watch my previous video to see how I know the profile picture is his. If you need further proof...
Yeah, I heard about the DUI thing.
That handle is the same as his Instagram handle Eugenia referenced on her Instagram account. The account is private, but the Wayback Machine does give a little window into the year 2012. Take a look at all the music referenced. We have Gaga, Demi Lovato, Avril Lavigne, Kelly Clarkson, and Bieber, and some more obscure singers like Honor Society, of which the lyrics he posted. I would say the one major difference...
Wait, who are you... Sorry. Who are you referring to, Desiree? When you're saying, oh Lord, don't watch this guy. Are you talking about Ari? Sorry, I'm just kind of confused as to who you're talking about.
Some more obscure singers like Honor Society, of which Instagram handle you... Take a look at Chip's Twitter. Watch my previous video to see how I know the profile picture is his. If you need further proof, that handle is the same as his Instagram handle Eugenia referenced on her Instagram account. The account is private, but the Wayback Machine does give a little window into the year 2012. Take a look at all the music referenced. We have Gaga, Demi Lovato, Avril Lavigne, Kelly Clarkson, and Bieber, and some more obscure singers like Honor Society, of which the lyrics he posted. I would say the one major difference in musical tastes from Eugenia is Kelly Clarkson. I noticed a lot of the other singers are singers Eugenia has shown a loving for as well. Sprinkled among that are a lot of pro-Republican expressions, which further confirms this account belongs to Chip. His Facebook, which I mentioned in a previous video, has a lot of fawning over Fox News and the Romney family. As we all know, Eugenia was a die-hard Jonas Brothers fan. It was littered all over her early Twitter. She wasn't the only one. Chip could have had a huge affinity for the Jonas Brothers as well, but has been more secretive about it, as he's been with most of his identity. But in order to access the things he loves, he has to leave a small online footprint. He has done so with this Pinterest account, which, yes, is indeed his. The artwork is his signature amateur level that I showed on his abandoned blog. If you need more convincing, take a look at this piece of work. It's the avatar that appeared in some of Eugenia Cooney's videos. Only there's one difference between this one on his Pinterest account and the one on Eugenia's channel. I thought that red marking was paint splatter, but it looks now like blood splatter. Again, we have this weird love-hate expression going.
Harassing and stalking, yeah, no. Yeah, no, I don't agree. I really don't.
On with him in regards to her. He actually made 2 different forms of this picture.
Yeah, he is.
There's one with the green background that is from his blog. When I click on all the pictures from his Pinterest account, they come from an integration feature from PhotoBucket. The PhotoBucket account is called JonasFan717, as you can tell by the URL. While the account is private, the fact it's linked to Chip's Pinterest and has the name Jonas Fan tells me he too is a diehard Jonas Brothers fan. So let's talk about the internet footprint of JonasFan717. Other people have seen that username before. A Redditor on the Eugenia Cooney forum mentioned that username years ago. This person mentioned seeing the username JonasFan717 on a place called Subforums. You can pause to read the post in its entirety. The short of it is, the poster remembers seeing JonasFan717 say not very nice things. Subforums has been brought into question before, with someone claiming to be an old neighbor of Eugenia Cooney's. It's generally been discredited. I couldn't find anyone going by JonasFan717 on subforums, but someone left a link to a Last.fm account. Last.fm is like Shazam and Spotify combined.
Yeah, I'm highlighting this too because yeah, this information's public. I know some people are like, oh, you're being a stalker, stop trying to dig into people, but like, there's a difference between what people like Creepshow Art did and what people like Ari's doing. Like, this is clearly for like educational purposes. Creepshow Art was just a fucking psychopath.
There is a Last.fm account with the username JonasFan717. Both subforums and Quora and other forums believe both the JonasFan717 and another Last.fm account called Kawaii Sky belong to Eugenia's. I can't verify if either ever did belong to her. The Last.fm Jonas Fan account seems to align with her musical tastes, and the Kawaii Sky account is filled with Kelly Clarkson, which showed up on Chip's old Twitter. Could Chip have possibly used the name JonasFan717 on other accounts on other platforms to talk about Eugenia? It doesn't appear that username appeared anywhere on Reddit. It's important to note that the idea of JonasFan717 didn't originate with Chip. I found that username on a dead Twitter account, and another Twitter account that has almost the same username. I can't be sure of the meaning of the number 717. It's the phone area code for a part of Pennsylvania, but some websites say it's a lucky number that has to do with angels. Make that what you will. There is another account that goes by JonasFan717 that's interesting. It's a Gaia account that was barely used. It's hard to say that it belonged to either Eugenia or Chip. The birthday is one day off from Eugenia's, so it could have been her and maybe she just misentered it, or maybe Chip who was parodying her. There is one bit of evidence that links this Gaia account to Chip. Look at the background. It's a picture of one of the Jonas Brothers that was taken from PhotoBucket as shown by the watermark. Either of them could have been the owner of this Gaia account back in the day. Something else I discovered Eugenia Cooney was into back in the day was Stickum. She had a Stickum account. Looking at the view numbers, I don't think she ever streamed on there. She just had the account to watch other people stream. But look at the friends list. She was friends with Honor Society, the same band Chip tweeted the lyrics of. Even though Eugenia and Chip are very different, they are alike in some ways, or either Eugenia cannot be too different than Chip. So Chip wants her to be like him, but also degrades her. then how does a tweet like this come to be? I wonder if it's situations like these that made the diaper comment so triggering. She's fine being called a whore, but doesn't want to be.
This, oh my god. Oh boy. Oh dear. Oh yikes. Oh, that's certainly aged well, didn't it? Oh dear. Ooh. Let's move on to the next one. Oh. I mean, it'll carry on to like the other video, the sex slave video, but oh boy, if that's not something that backs up the claims, I don't know what is.
Hello again. So I guess this video should have been tacked on to the last video about her. There's some information I wasn't really sure if I.
Yeah, she would have been around 20, around that 1920.
I should have included, but there have been some updates, so now I'm going for it. I hate to say this, I've said it so many times, but refer to the other videos, the most previous ones about her on this topic, for context.
The digital sex slave one.
I'll go ahead and link them below.
I'm not saying it backs it up completely, but it's still a very damning thing.
So I'm just going to go right into it, so it'll be very quick. So, as I've said, the usernames JonasFan717 and Kawaii Sky have been linked or allegedly linked to Eugenia Cooney and possibly her brother. Hard to say who did what, but it was very interesting to see, well, at least one of the JonasFan717s was linked to her brother, and it's interesting how their tastes showed to be more alike than we thought, and how in some ways they were much more alike than as they are now. So now the interesting thing is Kawaii Sky, I wasn't sure about that because obviously the Jonas 717 was linked to Chip Cooney's Pinterest. So that's very obvious, and possibly to other things Eugenia Cooney had. I wasn't too sure about the last FM account of Kawaii Sky because, well, I wasn't sure if maybe people just mistaken it. It had a similar playlist to the Jonas Fan 717 in terms of musical taste. It seemed to match either Eugenia or Chip's musical tastes. So maybe people just thought it was them also. I wasn't entirely sure, but now I want to go more into the Kawaii Sky Last FM account and what that reveals. But before I do, okay, so the username Kawaii Sky appears in another place. So this is the old Hannah Montana or Miley Cyrus website, as you can see, and it had like a forum branch where you could create a username, and it basically like Reddit. It had so take a look. Going down, if you look, Kawaii Sky, it shows up here also, and you take a note of the date, 2007, November 2007. So, as we all know, Eugenia Cooney was a huge Kawaii Sky, Hannah Montana fan, and this definitely seems to be something she would have done. So, that being said, now I want to look at the Kawaii Sky Last FM. Okay, I don't really understand what Last FM is. I've tried to. I really have tried. I literally cannot get what it's like a music archive site or something like that, or it's like Spotify. I like don't even know what this is for. So okay, so this is the Kawaii Sky. Notice created November 2007. There. So we have that. It's interesting, and this account is pretty much abandoned. So I want to quickly go. So we can look at the listening history or Scrabbles. I don't know why it's called that. So, okay. This account pretty much was just created and used roughly in November 2007, and that's about it. Like, it's pretty much abandoned. You can see here. So we have Kelly Clarkson, which I said seems to be more Chip things, but Eugenia Cooney did tweet about going to Kelly Clarkson concerts also in 2012. So I think she also was a fan. So we have Kelly Clarkson. And then if we go to Other musical, I think I have to go to artists, not scroll, sorry, artists. Okay, so Kelly Clarkson's the most listened to. Right after Kelly Clarkson, we have Hannah Montana, Vanessa Hudgens, Cascada, Miley Cyrus, Fall Out Boy, Miley Cyrus and Billy Ray Cyrus, and other artists, all definitely match Eugenia Cooney's taste. So, again, look, listening history. 2007, that's pretty much the only, November 2007 is pretty much the only time this account was ever used. So, but the artists match what Eugenia Cooney liked, and again, very clearly emphasis on Hannah Montana / Miley Cyrus, which again, Kawaii Sky was also used on a Miley Cyrus website. Do all of them do that? Let's see. Anorexia is winning sadly, and of course, what's that going to link to? I know, but I know we've been through this, but I just want to check. Yep, there we go. What? No shocker there, but okay. Just, being thorough. Anorexia is winning sadly. There's some of these, there's nothing I can do. There's some of these that don't make any sense or that are not actually a video she produced. It's just like been thrown in there. Response to Hate Romeo Lacoste. That's not a video she did, but okay. Got kicked out of the mall, accidentally shows feet. Jesus, we celebrate your victory. Well, we know she's very religious, but we know she didn't post a video on that. Well, if my other videos, there's strong evidence to suggest that the one person who does make troll accounts of Eugenia.
Yeah, that's so sick that they use the Kingdom Hearts. That they use the Kingdom Hearts screenshot. That's so fucked.
Eugenia is her brother Chip.
Like, why this screenshot of all of them? God, that was her worst before the relapse.
So I wonder if this is another account Chip created under her name, which again is very much his behavior. So, but of course this would have all started in 2012. So it's very strange. And then I also got to thinking, okay, well, Jonas Fan 717 and Kawaii Sky are very strange one-off account names for Eugenia Cooney to have. Maybe not for Chip, I'm not really sure, but for her, because most of her social media since MySpace and early Twitter and Tumblr, she always had all of her social medias be some variation of her name, obviously. So, just very strange for her to just randomly choose Kawaii Sky or Jonas Pan 717. I mean, those are related to her interests, and if she was going to pick an anonymous one, that is likely of her to pick. But again, she usually has her her actual name. So you ever wonder maybe if she did that to hide from Chip? Because if you go to my video on her old tweets, her parents monitor all of her internet activity and seem to have access to all of her accounts, including her eBay account. And her and Chip's internet activity are very closely tied together. Chip, in some ways, impersonating her. Did she have the Jonas Fan 717 or the Kawaii Sky account to just listen to music anonymously without anyone knowing what she was listening to? Then Chip found out about it, and then he made this troll account to mock her again, and he's still doing that right now to this day? That's what I wonder, because again, this account would have had to have been created when nobody knew who Eugenia was, when Eugenia was barely online. And Eugenia likely was, her legit account was either the Jonas Fan 717 or the Kawaii Sky account, possibly just to hide or have something to herself that is something that her family cannot discover. So, I think it's very strange. And now, I want to know, I wish there was a way to figure out who is operating this account. Because, again, I wish this last event would tell me, is there a way to figure out when this account was created? It had to have been 2007. It had to have been. And it's definitely a troll account, but again, the fact that the abandoned Kawaii Sky account from 2007 saw this and was actively engaging with this account is so strange. Also, whoever uploaded this picture, Axe Switcher, was uploaded in 2019. I have no idea who that is. That seems to be actually someone who has quite a lot of followers, or I don't know what. See, another name I don't even know that's as anonymous as weird. Oh, look, this was created in 2007, November 2007 also. I'm just noticing that now. So this is like a heavy metal punk kind of thing, which I guess whatever that weird band that all of you, the tracks of Eugenia Cooney's titles, I guess, actually I don't even know, I'm not even sure. But now I'm curious of who the hell this person is who uploaded the picture. Then again, it could also just be another random troll. I might be going, see, I have no idea when I'm dead ending here. Rare obscure metal. Who knows? Maybe Chip Cooney is a heavy metal fan. Who knows? Okay, I don't know if this is even worth going into. See, I can't tell. Probably should have figured it out before, but this video is very last minute. Okay, whatever. So, anyway, see how strange all this is? See? So that's just what I wanted to get into. And I guess what I'm asking for you all is, can you help me out here, I guess? Can you help me figure out who's operating this account? Because look, again, it may not be Chip, but likely, again, because the fact that an abandoned Kawaii Sky account links to this from 2007, because maybe this was Eugenia's account, she closed it, but then someone else opened it under her name, but still, why would that link to the Kawaii Sky? So, it's all so strange. And a lot of you said, you swore Eugenia said she made her original YouTube channel under the name JonasFan717, or she said she had a channel that was JonasFan717. I think her YouTube channel was always Eugenia Cooney, but I want to be clear of something. Her Twitter, the original Twitter handle was Eugenia727, so maybe that's where the confusion's coming from. I'm not entirely sure there. But again, it's all bizarre. And again, I wonder, does Chip just get, does this dude just love to watch his sister get bullied online? Is that his existence? Watch his sister get tortured, destroyed online?
Right, I forgot to mention that when I was responding to Chu Haizu's comment about Tipster and Willie. Tipster has opened up about being obese, but he also has an alcohol addiction problem. He also has antidepressants too that is likely misusing regularly, as well as alcohol. Well, it's been more documented with the alcoholism. God, why the hell did I forget about all that? Or did I even talk about that? I know I talked about really having an eating disorder and having his own issues that he refuses to be honest about. I don't know if I brought up Tipster and his alcoholism, his binge eating disorder, and how he's misusing his medication, because it's very much the case for him. Like, he's too unstable to have a platform, especially when he's actively harming his so-called wife. I don't know if it's even appropriate to call her his wife still, because I don't think. I mean, of course, you can stay in a relationship out of fear, out of the feeling of feeling forced into staying with him, like gaslighting and Stockholm syndrome and all that. But maybe though, he could be physically abusive. And I say alleged just in case he wants to accuse me of making false allegations. He could possibly be hitting her in in fits of rage, maybe, or like fits of a manic state. Anyway, let's move on to the brother. More specifically, the disturbing revelations that Ari made, and why what Jacqueline said about the brother makes things all the more disturbing.
Video is hard to make is an understatement, which I know sounds hypocritical coming from me. I guess I'm shocked at how he was hiding out in the open all this time. This family is very good at guarding themselves, but they are evil, and evil gets careless. You all know the routine by now. Please watch my previous videos on her brother to know how I know this channel belongs to him. I'll list every video in order below so you can catch up easily. In my last video on this matter, I noticed his account follows this account called Death Angel, and I wondered if Death Angel also belongs to him. I wondered this because I suspected he created this troll account of her and that Last FM account that I went into previously. And I can definitely confirm Death Angel is also operated by Chip Cooney, Eugenia Cooney's brother. When I mentioned Death Angel, you all told me Death Angel prolifically comments on the Love Eugenia Cooney channel. You flooded my DMs with screenshots, and thank you all. I really appreciate your participation on this. So I combed the Love Eugenia Cooney channel for all of Death Angel's comments. I could go over all the horrible things Death Angel has said and how Death Angel / Chip Cooney is a monster. Maybe I will later, but this is what's most important to see. This is how I know Death Angel is Chip Cooney. He left a comment on this video called Eugenia Cooney on drinking water and her feelings on using the toilet. Twitch, May 29th, 2021. Go ahead and take a look. No, she doesn't like to poop because it means she ate. Keep in mind, this was long before Diapergate. This was back in 2021. He knew she had a sensitivity to the subject. Yes, the word toilet is in the title of the video, but this clip doesn't have any mention of anyone trying to talk to her about her bathroom habits. So that title on the video on the Love Eugenia Cooney channel isn't very accurate. So that makes Death Angel's comment about her sensitivity to bowel movements more out of context. He actually talks a lot as if he knows the family personally quite a bit. He mainly replies to other people. She reads all of them and loves them. She couldn't care less about your well-wishing. She loves to trigger people. She should be proud. That was a lot of hard work. It's just her dumb act. No, she's doing good and everything. She freaked out because she almost ate it and she already ate her 50 daily calories. That's interesting. This is also interesting. That shoe video was awesome, worth every dollar. No, it was a good investment. Someone asked him how much money was spent on those shoes, and he never replied. Death Angel is Chip Cooney. Eugenia is his personal digital stripper. I don't need to go over every comment Chip left as Death Angel, but I have a document with all the screenshots he left on the Love Eugenia Cooney channel. I'll upload that to a public link, and I'll put the link in the description box. Essentially, Chip treats her as a sex doll to degrade her, and their parents are complicit. I don't know why their parents have allowed their kids to become this way. Why would they let Chip become such a monster? I don't know what other information Chip Cooney's Death Angel account might have revealed in the comments. If you've seen the account comment anywhere else, let me know, and thank you for the support.
He happened to. He got a lot of He got some backlash for that. I mean, like it's not overwhelming with dislikes, but he has more dislikes than likes on that video. And yeah, I forgot to. Wait, no, I didn't actually, because these are more things in regards to what Jacqueline said.
Listen.
Okay, I'm nervous. So
why am I making this video? Well, I'm sure many of you have seen the Shane Dawson, Eugenia Cooney video. Shane went to Eugenia's house, did this whole documentary style thing last week, and zillions and zillions of people saw it. I'm sure most of you know exactly what I'm talking about. If you haven't, I suggest you watch it and then come back to this video. That video was generally very well received. I didn't feel like I really needed to chime in on it at all. I actually watched it on my phone in my friend's car on the ride up to Warped Tour, because it was a 12-hour ride, and I just didn't really think much of it. But something that I did notice upon the release of the video was within hours of its upload, a very fiery magenta-haired lady made a kind of counter commentary video with some folks and had a lot of things to say, which...
And yes, I thought I'd use social oppose this video, and I know he's a complete scumbag, especially when it comes to how he treats Jacqueline and everyone around her, because he's so much of a fucking slime ball, and he wants to victimize himself despite his own actions towards her. But his video actually reveals some interesting things.
I kind of rolled my eyes at and wrote off and didn't watch, and just kind of in my head thought, oh, like they're just doing it for views, and like who could possibly shit on this situation. It's kind of the whole vibe of Shane's video at first glance is very wholehearted and genuine, and you know, Shane is trying to help Eugenia and trying to get to the bottom of this, and you know, she looks a lot healthier, and this whole recovery process is kind of a beautiful thing to watch. So yeah, good. Case closed. Let's move on. But I started to see more and more tweets, and I got more and more messages about it. A lot of my inner circle people were talking to me about it, asking, what are your thoughts on it? And I'm like, well, what do you mean? And apparently there was some things that I needed to take a second glance at. So yesterday I rewatched the video, and man, okay, where do we start? I guess I can start by saying, if you haven't seen Jacqueline's videos regarding the Eugenia Cooney topic, I think you should watch them. They're very informative. I think that she's right, and that we shouldn't stay silent about these discrepancies in this entire situation, about how unsettling parts of the video were that are so public and so in plain sight. Like, for instance, in the Shane documentary, there's a YouTube lawyer that follows them around the entire time, is watching over Eugenia's shoulder the entire interview, all the bits. I mean, you can even see him in shots, and it's just like, what the heck are you doing there? Why does she have a lawyer watching her every move? What are you hiding something? I probably. That on top of her visible uncomfortable stature during the interview section, how she's dodging questions like her life depends on it, how her mother is absent throughout the entire thing, but she was home, but right when the camera showed up, her mom skedaddled out of there real quick. Like, why? Why did she do that? Eugenia didn't know how to operate all the locks. Like, she physically couldn't open all the locks on the door. Now, that could have just been, maybe she was nervous of the camera and she was fumbling a little bit, or we could go down conspiracy lane, and this could turn into a Stephen King book real quick, and that's horrifying. Now, I don't want to make this video terribly long and circling around all the points that have already been said by a few other people, primarily Jacqueline, but I do want to share that not terribly long ago, Eugenia was under the same management as me, and while I'm not really sure what legally I'm allowed to talk to or what I'm allowed to disclose, but I did hear through the grapevine, through credible people, that her mother is incredibly instrumental in everything that she does. I don't know how far that goes, but her mother is a kind of iron fist. I know that Eugenia cares deeply about her mother, almost to a fault, and a lot of the choices in her life are heavily based around her mother and what she wants as well. So that being said, after watching the pretty lengthy videos that Jacqueline put out, it kind of adds context to a lot of the things that I've seen over the years. And while I haven't been friends with Eugenia for what seems like a lifetime at this point, I did witness a lot of those kind of undercurrent things and the whispers in the friend group and how her driver would wait outside. Like I remember when we did the campaign parody where her and I were running for president in that video, which I thought turned out really great. But her driver, we shot for 5 hours and her driver waited outside the gate the whole time, like kind of just ominously, like waiting for her to be done, and that struck me as a little weird. I have been berated for years and years and years every time some Eugenia news comes up, minus the Shane Dawson thing, ironically enough, on how, oh my god, you're her friend, how could you not help her, how could you not step in? And I always told myself, or at least tried to make myself feel better about it, because I knew there was nothing I can do, is that she kind of has this fortress of family behind her. And I don't know if a lot of you know how laws work in the United States, but if the family won't let you through to Eugenia, and she's not letting you in, and the family has lawyered up and has created this kind of wall around Eugenia, this legal wall that cannot be penetrated, there's literally nothing friends can do. Even an intervention can't really do a whole lot if Eugenia doesn't kind of submit. I don't know, it's a little mind-blowing to me, because it's amazing to see her gain some of that weight back and to make massive strides, and at least admitting to the world that she does have an eating disorder, and to do that thing with Shane and really put herself out there. But at the same time, it is normalizing where she is. She's still with her family, which I wholeheartedly believe, while I can't say with concrete evidence that her family is behind this or that her mother is behind this, but I know that she is most likely an instrumental tool in Eugenia's core issues, and as long as she's with her mother or around that, then it's just she's either going to relapse or she will never truly get better. Even though literally news outlets were picking it up, she was literally dying in front of our eyes, and there was nothing anyone could do, despite however much the internet yelled at her or was nice about it or just took every single angle possible to try and help this poor girl. And she's literally living with her family. Like, imagine this, that like you're wasting away from a mental illness. You could be 6 months, you could be 3 days from death, and you're living with your mother and your father and your brother and all these people that are supposed to care about you, and it's on record of them saying, "Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about those haters. You know, they're just trying to get to you." Like, it's almost delusional. And that's something I couldn't say before. I couldn't say, maybe I just didn't have the guts to come forward with it. One, because I didn't have enough information, saying that it's definitely the family behind all this. And, I don't know, man. This whole thing is just really confusing. There's a lot of really ominous undertones to all of it. I do kind of regret not speaking out about it before, but honestly, I didn't have enough pieces to the puzzle to feel comfortable with coming forward with it. But as Jacqueline said in her video, it is important to speak up about this now that we have enough information about it. Now that the public has seen the Shane video, has seen those weird discrepancies, there's been mountains of kind of tangible proof that her mother is at least in some way responsible for letting Eugenia waste away for literally 6 or 7 years. Like, she's been declining for that long, and we've watched her do it, and trust me, there was nothing that could be done as her in her friend circle, at least when I was in it and what I've heard past that. So in conclusion, I'm not really saying to like call to arms and take action on this, because there really isn't a lot that can be done right now. Things might go a lot deeper than you think they do in this situation. My gut is telling me on every angle that there's something deeply wrong, and that this isn't over, and that I don't know, man. I don't have any specific way to wrap this up or any call to arms or anything like that. I felt wrong sitting on this take instead of just agreeing, mindlessly with most people saying, oh, I'm super happy that she's better now, when we all know that's not how mental illness works. It is going to be decades of fighting, and as long as she is in that household, it's going to be very difficult from the pieces that I've been fed. I promise you, I don't like making these commentary drama videos. I really fought to not make this, but like I said, it's been kind of eating me up a little bit. So there you go. I hope you have a wonderful day/evening. Stay sad but not too sad.
Probably like most of you, I watched Shane Dawson's video on the return of Eugenia Cooney, followed by then watching Jacqueline's video about the whole situation. And honestly, even before I saw Jacqueline's video, I just got a bad feeling from everything I saw and heard of Eugenia in Shane's video. And I didn't want to make a video about it. I didn't want to be that person who seems to be crapping all over what should be like a really positive, optimistic situation. But I was talking to someone on Instagram earlier today who, like me, used to have an eating disorder. And it's becoming increasingly clear to me that all of us who are part of the eating disorder world, or have been, we can read very clearly between the lines what's going on. And unfortunately, anyone who doesn't have an eating disorder, all that most people are seeing is Eugenia looking healthy, and she looks gorgeous. She literally looks 10 years younger. She looks so young and so sweet, and it's wonderful to see. But that doesn't mean that an eating disordered person is magically better. So the main reason I want to make this video really is to just kind of enlighten people and educate people a little bit. So many of you are fans of Eugenia and maybe leaving her messages and things like this, but more than that, it is pretty likely that at some point in your life you will know someone who has an eating disorder. Maybe you have one yourself, and I think it's very harmful for people to believe that someone is recovered or in recovery when actually it's not going the way they think it is. I just think we need some truth here. So the first thing I want to point out, and honestly, this is something that the psychiatrist, is her name Katie? I think I'm going to call her Katie because I think that's her name. Apologies if I'm wrong. The psychiatrist Katie, who was with Shane when they went to see Eugenia, she should have mentioned this before they went to see Eugenia. Maybe she did and they just cut it out of the video. But the fact she talked about with Shane, do not comment on her appearance. Don't tell her she looks great. Don't tell her she looks better. Don't tell her she looks healthy. That was a very good thing to say. That is very true. Do not comment, because honestly, even hearing, oh, you look so good, oh, you look so healthy, all an eating disordered person in early recovery hears is, oh my god, it's really noticeable. Everyone can tell that I'm fatter. That is, oh my god. Later on in recovery, when people are more stable and they've been at a stable weight for a while, then occasionally you can deal with hearing like an occasional really genuinely heartfelt, I'm glad you're doing better, I'm glad things, you seem happier, things like that. You can deal with that further on, but in early recovery, yeah, you don't touch it. However, the thing she should have said was that don't base your assumptions on what she looks like. Just because she looks better does not mean that she necessarily is. And this is really, really harmful with eating disorders, but I think honestly with any mental illness, even if it's something like depression or anxiety, and maybe when you're doing badly, you don't wash your hair, you don't really change your clothes, you just kind of look a bit run down. If someone sees you on a day when, your hair's clean, you're wearing clean clothes, and they assume you're fine, they assume, oh, everything's fine, and then they start dumping demands on you because, oh, you're fine, so you must be up to doing everything now. To see an eating disordered person looking better and assume that's it, they're magically better, there's nothing to worry about, what are you going to be doing with the rest of your life now, move on. It's quite stressful if you are still struggling with those thoughts and things, which is very natural. She's very new in recovery. of course she's still going to be struggling with things. So Katie should have said, don't base your assumptions on what she looks like. Don't assume she's fine just because she looks a bit better. And the thing to also add here is that she hasn't just decided, I'm going to get better, and, been at home getting better. She has been in a facility where she was made to eat. I dare say if she had refused to eat, they would have tube fed her. She was involuntarily committed. She could not leave. So the fact that she's gained some weight and looks a bit better is really not a marker of her doing better internally. I mean, it's certainly a good sign that she chose to stay on at the facility for longer than she was forced to. That's a very good sign. But obviously, when it comes to people who've been hospitalized for an eating disorder or an addiction, everyone should know that the real work begins when you get home. Because as I've said many times before, eating disorders are very, very similar to alcohol and drug addictions. It is very much the same thing. And having, experienced both things, it is very much the same thing. And I think anyone who's known someone who's had, say, an alcohol addiction and they've gone to rehab, you don't expect them to come home and, be magically cured. It's not like you've just sent your car to the garage and it's come back and now it's running and that's fine. You don't have to think about it anymore. The real work begins when you get home. And that's the bit that concerned me when it came to Eugenia in Shane's video on many levels. The first thing that really stuck out to me was that she still seemed to be deeply in denial, honestly, that everything she was saying was basically, I don't know, just wasn't really eating enough, I guess. Pretty much, it was pretty much like she was saying, I just kind of forgot to eat, didn't really realise I wasn't eating enough. And that's physically not possible. To reach that level of emaciation and that level of underfeeding yourself for that many years, because when I was eating disordered, I was physically kind of similar to her, that I was naturally thin. So I didn't really have things like hair loss. I didn't have problems with my teeth. I didn't have a lot of health issues. I lost the weight quite easily, all the things that she had. But nonetheless, whoever you are, if you underfeed yourself that severely for that long, you will become fixated on food. They've done starvation experiments on a bunch of men who were completely mentally healthy, physically healthy, had no issues around food, and they put them on a very low calorie diet for however long. All of them became fixated on food. They were constantly talking about food with each other, collecting recipes, sharing recipes. They started hiding food. They started eating in very ritualistic ways, cutting things up and shoving them around their plate. All the things you expect with an eating disordered person, you will get just by underfeeding someone, even if they don't have eating disordered thoughts. So for Eugenia to say, I just basically forgot to eat, just didn't really know I wasn't eating enough, it's physically impossible. And it's the same lines that she was giving out all the time, before on her live streams and anything. If people asked her, why are you that thin? She would just say, it's just the way I am. I'm just this is how my body is. That was really still the same line she was giving. She wouldn't admit to any anorexic thoughts. It was still very much, I didn't really realise. And talking about her weight, she said, I hadn't really been weighing myself, which there are some anorexics who aren't that fixated on the number. It's possible that she wasn't weighing herself. But to say I hadn't really noticed how much weight I'd lost and how bad it had got, again, the denial is astounding. I mean, as I mentioned, I made a video about her well over a year ago, and I mentioned the fact that Eugenia has always shot her videos in a very unique way, in that, most YouTubers who are just talking, they sit and they talk, and this is how much you see. However, Eugenia has always made an effort to stand way back from the camera so you can see her entire body. She likes to move around, twist around, show herself off from all different angles. She seems very, very fixated on, body checks on camera, on filming herself and on showing herself and on flaunting her body. obviously she was watching that footage, editing that footage. I have no doubt that she probably filmed videos privately to see more of her body from more angles, because it's the kind of thing that anorexics do. You want to see what you look like. It's a fixation. So obviously, she saw her body, and she was clearly, honestly, very proud of what her body looked like to film all these videos. Even when she was just talking, she had to have her full body on camera. Plus the millions, the literal millions of comments from people saying, you're dying, you're dying, you're dying. The fact that, the like bars on all her videos were plummeting. The fact people were saying, I'm never buying from this company you're sponsored by because they're putting their clothes on an anorexic model. I'm sorry, but there's no way you can be doing all those things and I hadn't stepped on a scale, so I didn't realise how thin I was. The denial is worrying, but more than that, I was concerned by her speech. It had been mentioned a lot in the last few videos she'd made. People had commented on the way her vocabulary has declined. That, when she first started making videos, she had quite a kind of sharp sense of humour, and her speech, it was like a bubbly teenager, but she had a reasonably expansive vocabulary, whereas towards the end of when she was on YouTube before, her vocabulary was getting very limited. It was all ums and likes and, oh, this is so cool, oh, this is so cute, oh, this like so cute. Those were really, and no disintended, that's just what happens when you starve your brain. That most anorexics you see, when they're that starved, they become quite kind of dead-eyed and monosyllabic, and there's not much energy in their voice and all of that. But as Shane and Katie commented on, the kind of the rising of Eugenia's voice, she tries to hype herself into like, I've got to be on, I've got to be in camera mode. I think this very limited, repetitive vocabulary you were hearing was someone who, as me and my friends used to put it, anorexia has eaten their brain, trying to come across as happy and alive, but they don't have the cognitive capacity right now to do that, so the vocabulary becomes very limited. And usually when you start feeding someone again, they come alive, and their personality comes back and the words come back, and I didn't see any of that in Eugenia. Her vocabulary and her speech seemed very stilted, very limited, which makes me think there can't be a lot of energy going on in her brain right now, which does worry me as to what is her treatment plan at the moment. Because with eating disorder treatment, it is not normal that a person goes inpatient and then just comes home, that's it, you're fixed. Usually with eating disorder inpatient treatment, it's a gradual thing. You will be, if you're doing well enough, you will be allowed home for like an evening or a day trip, and then you'll come back and they'll see how you've done. If you've lost weight, if you're dehydrated, if you've clearly not been eating and drinking, they're not going to let you out again for a while. But if it goes well, they let you go home overnight, then they let you go home for a weekend and a little while, and it's a gradual thing. And even once you're released to go home, usually you're still going to be in some kind of outpatient treatment, whether that's daily, whether that's twice a week, or at the very least you're supposed to be seeing a therapist, because like I say, it's not like you've just sent your car to the mechanic and now it's back and it's fixed. It's a mental illness, and as they always say about eating disorders, it took a long time for you to get this sick. It's going to take just as long for you to get wholly better. So, and that was something that wasn't mentioned. What's going on, because the only thing she really said along these lines was that her self-esteem has never been very good, and that's something I am still working on. But she didn't say it in a kind of, that's something I'm still working on with my treatment team, or that's something I'm still working on in therapy. You didn't get the feeling that anything was ongoing. That's slightly concerning. The other thing that kind of worried me was when Shane asked her, what are you going to be doing now? What's next for you, with YouTube? And she really didn't seem to have anything solid. It was kind of like, well, I like makeup and I like fashion. I kind of want to focus on those, I guess, maybe, which obviously really are things she's been doing before. You know, she's done a lot of kind of makeup related videos, a lot of fashion related videos, but particularly regarding the fashion, I would have expected that to be slightly longer of a comment, in that obviously all her fashion videos, and anyone who's doing a try on haul, the whole thing is people seeing it on your body. If you're in early recovery and you're going to be gaining weight and all of that, I don't think there is any anorexic out there who would be wholly comfortable filming their body as they regain weight, showing off clothes on it for millions of people to judge, because apart from anything, you don't regain weight. You know, when you've been at that low of a weight and you regain the weight, you don't regain it normally and perfectly. It's not like it just comes back on in this lovely sculpted way. It tends to go directly to your face and to your stomach, and obviously those two places make people very self-conscious. Nobody wants anything on their stomach, and your face, you know, it's the first thing people see, and it's one of the reasons that people comment so much, say, oh my god, you look so good, and you immediately think my face looks like a lump of moon. So you know, you regain it in a very strange way, and it takes a long time for everything to distribute normally. So I would have thought diving straight into fashion is something that's going to be quite difficult to do. But more than that, it was the sort of the confusion and the apathy in response to that question, that anyone I've known who's recovered from an eating disorder or an addiction, when they've been in successful early recovery, they are full of ideas about what they want to do now. You know, that chapter of the book is closed. They are so happy to be free. They are so pissed they wasted so many years of their life. And even if they, you know, it doesn't have to be like a huge future plan. It doesn't have to be like, right, I've decided, going to university, I'm going to become a doctor. That's what I'm doing. You know, it doesn't have to be something like that. But usually you are raring with things you want to do with your life now, particularly with eating disorder recovery. When you've been that starved, everything, it's like you're living in black and white. You don't have the energy for anything. Your life is so small and so restricted to nothing but food and calories and weight. And when you put food back into your brain, seriously, it's almost like a drug. It's like energy, euphoria, everything's back in color again. You feel like you could jump over the moon. You know, your body's just like, this is amazing, I've got energy again. And you want to go and do things with that. If the recovery is successful. I mean, you know, taking myself for an example, last year when I'd stopped drinking after like a year and a half of ghastly alcoholism, you know, it wasn't like I was really changing what I was doing with my life, but I still had a lot of changes of direction. I was constantly overflowing with ideas for videos, for ideas for writing. You know, I was overflowing with like, this is a new start. And that's how people tend to be when it's successful. So I've just come home from inpatient and don't really know what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be doing much the same thing I've been doing. Kind of makes you think she's probably going to be doing much the same thing she's been doing in, you know, the eating disorder sense as well. But I think the main thing to say really is that
that's especially quite unfortunate. Oh, falling back to old habits, that's aged well. And I forgot to mention that the whole relapsing comment by Joshua Pose, that's aged well too, and sadly so.
Just like drug and alcohol addiction, somebody going to inpatient or going to rehab, it isn't a miracle fix, you know, and just like with depression, getting somebody on an antidepressant, it's not necessarily, oh, you're on pills now, well that's it, you're fine. One stint in rehab or in an inpatient facility does not make somebody cured. And honestly, just from the people I've known with eating disorders, which is literally hundreds of people, the people I've known who've actually recovered the most successfully haven't done it in inpatient or rehab. I don't think I've known a single person go inpatient or go to rehab, come out, one person I've known go inpatient, go to rehab, come out, and that's it. It's an upward upward swing, they're done with it, and they're moving forwards, and there's no wobbles, there's nothing. Only one person have I ever known to do that. Most people, they come out, maybe they're okay for a bit, then it all falls to bits again, or they fall apart immediately, or they just become a revolving door impatient person. It really, you know, like people say about all these things, it has to come from the person. It has to come from them. And not to say that Jacqueline and her friends did anything wrong in forcing Eugenia impatient. I mean, I think it was a wonderful thing that people cared that much to do that for her. And you know, honestly, if I had been in their position, I would have done the same thing, because the definition of insanity is doing exactly the same thing and expecting something to change. You know, leaving Eugenia to just keep running the hamster wheel where you can see she's going downhill, and not stick a spoke in the wheel. You know she's just going to keep rolling until she dies. Whereas throwing some chaos into the mixture, it might not work, but at least there's some change. There's a chance. It's a gamble. It might work, it might not work, but if it doesn't work, at least you tried. And I feel very much the same about my friend Gretchen, who died from her eating disorder in 2014, that, you know, I did try the tough love thing with her. And I regretted that when she was dead. I regretted harsh words, and I wished I'd been a bit kinder. But equally, if she died and I knew there were times when I wanted to speak up and I should have spoken up and I just didn't say anything, I would have kicked myself so much harder. And I think it's the same with anyone who doesn't have any
shit. Okay. So this was the story they were referring to in that other video. And while I understand that there's like complexities within EPs, it's important to always be there. And, you know, not just sit back and do nothing.
Wanting to stay safe, it's wanting to stay in control. And being in a hospital environment can feel like that. It can feel very home. You have to deal with changes. You know, and what Jacqueline was saying about the way Eugenia's life is controlled, you know, with how sleeping in your office, because, you know, that person, it really, you know, like people say about all these things, depressant. It's not necessarily things you want to do with your life now, particularly with eating disorder recovery, when you've been that stuck to judge, because apart from anything, you don't regain weight. You know, when you've been at that low of a weight and you regain the weight, you don't regain it normally and perfectly. It's not like it just comes back on in this lovely sculpted way. It tends to go directly to your face and to your stomach, and obviously those two places make people very self-conscious. Nobody wants anything on their stomach, and your face, you know, it's the first thing people see, and it's one of the reasons that people comment so much, say, oh my god, you look so good, and you immediately think my face looks like a lump of moon. So, you know, you regain it in a very strange way, and it takes a long time for everything to distribute normally. So I would have thought diving straight into fashion is something that's going to be quite difficult to do. But more than that, it was the sort of the confusion and the apathy in response to that question, that anyone I've known who's recovered from an eating disorder or an addiction, when they've been in successful early recovery, they are full of ideas about what they want to do now. You know, that chapter of the book is closed. They are so happy to be free. They are so pissed they wasted so many years of their life. And even if they, you know, it doesn't have to be like a huge future plan. It doesn't have to be like, right, I've decided going to university, I'm going to become a doctor. That's what I'm doing. You know, it doesn't have to be something like that. But usually you are raring with things you want to do with your life now, particularly with eating disorder recovery. When you've been that starved, everything, it's like you're living in black and white. You don't have the energy for anything. Your life is so small and so restricted to nothing but food and calories and weight. And when you put food back into your brain, seriously, it's almost like a drug. It's like energy, euphoria, everything's back in color again. You feel like you could jump over the moon. You know, your body's just like, this is amazing, I've got energy again. And you want to go and do things with that. if the recovery is successful. I mean, you know, taking myself for an example, last year when I'd stopped drinking after like a year and a half of ghastly alcoholism, you know, it wasn't like I was really changing what I was doing with my life, but I still had a lot of changes of direction. You know, I was constantly overflowing with ideas for videos, for ideas for writing. You know, I was overflowing with like, this is a new start. And that's how people tend to be when it's successful. So I've just come home from inpatient and don't really know what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be doing much the same thing I've been doing. Kind of makes you think she's probably going to be doing much the same thing she's been doing in, you know, the eating disorder sense as well. But I think the main thing to say really is that just like drug and alcohol addiction, somebody going to inpatient or going to rehab, it isn't a miracle fix, you know. And just like with depression, getting somebody on an antidepressant, it's not necessarily, oh, you're on pills now, well that's it, you're fine. One stint in rehab or in an inpatient facility does not make somebody cured. And honestly, just from the people I've known with eating disorders, which is literally hundreds of people, the people I've known who've actually recovered the most successfully haven't done it in inpatient or rehab. I don't think I've known a single person go inpatient or go to rehab, come out, one person I've known go inpatient, go to rehab, come out, and that's it. It's an upward swing. They're done with it and they're moving forward and there's no wobbles, there's nothing. Only one person have I ever known to do that. Most people, they come out, maybe they're okay for a bit, then it all falls to bits again, or they fall apart immediately, or they just become a revolving door inpatient person. It really, you know, like people say about all these things, it has to come from the person. It has to come from them. And not to say that Jacqueline and her friends did anything wrong in forcing Eugenia inpatient. I mean, I think it was a wonderful thing that people cared that much to do that for her. And you know, honestly, if I had been in their position, I would have done the same thing, because the definition of insanity is doing exactly the same thing and expecting something to change. You know, leaving Eugenia to just keep running the hamster wheel where you can see she's going downhill and not stick a spoke in the wheel. You know she's just going to keep rolling until she dies. Whereas throwing some chaos into the mixture, it might not work, but at least there's some change. There's a chance. It's a gamble. It might work, it might not work, but if it doesn't work, at least you tried. And I feel very much the same about my friend Gretchen, who died from her eating disorder in 2014, that, you know, I did try the tough love thing with her. And I regretted that when she was dead. I regretted harsh words and I wished I'd been a bit kinder. But equally, if she died and I knew there were times when I wanted to speak up and I should have spoken up and I just didn't say anything, I would have kicked myself so much harder. And I think it's the same with them. They know they tried, and whatever happens to her now, they tried, they did their bit. And I think that is something to thank them for. But unfortunately, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink, kind of thing. You know, recovery has to be an internal click in someone's own head. And generally speaking, when I've seen people recover, usually they've done it at home, you know, with maybe a therapist, with outpatient, but the home environment is really the important thing. You know, that's where you've got to live, and it's all very well while you're inpatient, you're blocked off from the world, and, you know, you've got therapists looking after you all the time, you've got people sitting with you while you eat, you've got all the support in the world. It's removed from reality, and a large part of eating disorders is cutting yourself off from reality. It's wanting to stay in childhood, it's wanting to stay safe, it's wanting to stay in control. And being in a hospital environment can feel like that. It can feel very, you know, everything's routine. There's a routine. You get up at a certain time, you get weighed at a certain time, you get fed at a certain time. Everything's in a routine. There's no outer world. It's a very safe feeling environment. You know, I've never been inpatient for an eating disorder, but, you know, I've been in hospital when things have been a bit disastrous, and it does. There's a feeling of safety about it. But obviously, this is why you're usually released on a kind of gradual thing, home visits, then outpatient, then some therapy, because you have to learn to deal with life in all its huge messiness. You have to learn to eat alone at home. You have to deal with your family, which is usually why in eating disorder treatment, I mean, obviously eating disorder treatment often involves younger people, but families really should have something to do with the treatment too, particularly if you're living with your family. They should know at the very least things to say, things to not say, things to press you on, things to leave alone, warning signs that things are going wrong and right, and things that they're doing that are bad. And you very much get the feeling that things with her home life are not ideal. And going back to the place where you got sick, I think it's almost like a famous quote, really, isn't it? That going back to the place where you got sick is very likely to make you sick again unless something drastically changes. And what Jacqueline was saying about the way Eugenia's life is controlled, with having a driver who waits outside everywhere she goes and having no control over her social life, and even the house, the house that presumably Eugenia's money largely pays for is mostly Eugenia's house, and yet she seems to really have one room, which is her entire world. It's her live streaming room and her bedroom, which I assume it's where she sleeps. I assume it's not just like a kind of stage bedroom. And that in itself seems kind of strange and stressful to me, to be that age in a house that you bought and to essentially be sleeping in your office, because that's how it is. If you've got a huge live streaming setup where people are talking to you directly and often being quite rude to you and bullying you, and there's this whole stress attached to this area, and you're sleeping just over there, that's a bit of a weird dynamic. I mean, it literally is. It's like if you work in an office, imagine sleeping there too, and how that would make you feel. And you do wonder, this sort of lack of control, is that a fuel behind the eating disorder, that control is such a big thing? If you feel that your whole life is being controlled by other people, as I did as a kid, as a child of divorce, being shot up and down the country, not wanting anything to do with it, having nothing to do with where I was sent on any particular weekend, having no control over anything, you seek to control what you can, and that potentially still seems to be a loop she's stuck in. But anyway, this is a long waffle. In essence, I don't want to doom laden this and say, oh, it's definitely going to go wrong, it's definitely going to be a disaster. I just think I'm concerned by the fact it seems that where's the continued support? And yes, people who don't know about eating disorders, don't try to rate somebody's state of mind based on what they look like on a particular day. With eating disorders, it is vastly deceptive. Most people with eating disorders, their weight yo-yos like crazy because of the fact that, that people put them inpatient, they gain weight, or they try and recover on their own, they gain weight, or they switch behaviors and start binging for a while and gain weight. People can look better for a variety of reasons, and it doesn't necessarily mean anything. It's you've got to look deeper than that. And yes, it is lovely to see her looking so young, but the way she was speaking and the things she was saying, I didn't get a wonderful, uplifting recovery feeling from it. What can you do if you are a fan of Eugenia and you want to help her? I think honestly at this point you've got to realise that there is essentially sod all you can do. I mean, the fact that her real life friends had to go and do so much, had to concoct this high level, multi-coordinated spy mission basically to get her out of the house and get her to go to hospital. The amount of effort that even her real life friends had to go to get her help. If you are simply, a stranger watching her online, I think you've got to realise that really nothing you can do. I mean, continue to be supportive, continue to send her messages of love and support. You know, she did say that was helpful. And, you know, speaking as someone who has had, you know, people send me things to my PO box when things were crappy with me, it is lovely, it is heartwarming, and it is lovely. You know, sometimes there are days that you just don't want to read comments, you just don't want to deal with the world at all, and you just, you know, it means you just can't. But, you know, on the days that you feel open enough to even read things, yes, you know, it is uplifting. And anorexia does tend to have ties with depression and with anxiety and with other things. You know, anorexics, much as she seems like a very happy person, nobody who's a genuinely happy person decides to do that to themselves. So yes, you know, continue to raise her up and try and be nice to her, but ultimately realise there is not a lot you can do. The final thing I want to bring up actually is just regards her niceness. The fact that Shane talked a lot about, oh, you're such a nice person. Do you ever get angry with anyone? You know, that again seemed like kind of a warning flag to me that certain things haven't been addressed in therapy, or she hasn't allowed them to be addressed in therapy. Because honestly, being that nice is not healthy. It's not. One of my friends to this day who is actually doing very badly with their eating disorder, and I'm worried about them to the nth degree. But anyway, when she was younger, just like Eugenia, she was the nicest person in the world. She actually got flamed on the eating disorder board for being too nice. She's so fake, it makes me nauseous. She's so nice all the time. It was ridiculous. But anyway, she was very, very nice to everyone. And I could see what it was doing to her, that when people were nasty to her, she didn't stand up to them. She didn't stand up for herself. She didn't give anybody a well-deserved fuck you, mate. She took it out on herself instead, and that tends to be the thing with people who are too nice or too laid back. You know, and when I was younger, people would describe me as very laid back. When, you know, if you know anyone with Asperger's, we are not laid back people. You know, things stress us out, we explode. But back then, you know, I would just nod and smile and be polite and just be quiet and just let everyone trample all over me and be super nice about everything, and then go home and cut myself up or starve myself or binge and purge or whatever. Being that nice is not healthy. You know, you have to be able to set boundaries with people and tell people no, or tell people that's really rude, actually. How about you bog off? You know, rather than saying, oh, no, well, actually, that's a very nice top you're wearing, actually, and thank you for talking to you know, the things you see her do on the live stream when people insult her, she just eats the hatred, and, you know, and no pun intended there, you know, she just takes in the hatred and compliments them back, and that seems very sweet, but you know that comment has got to have got to her, and it's going to be burning away in the back of her brain, and she's probably going to take it out on herself. And the friend I was talking about, the too nice friend, when she actually for a while was doing better with her eating disorder, for a while she kind of became a bit of a bitch, and I was all for it. I was like, this is a good thing. I love the fact that you have suddenly started telling everyone to go to hell, because it was, you know, it was like all these years of repression, all these years of like taking everything out on herself. She suddenly was just like, I'm not taking any shit from anyone. And I was like, this is a healthy step forward, you know. And for a while she was doing better with this I'm not going to be walked on anymore attitude. So I think, you know, Eugenia's niceness is kind of a symptom. Honestly, it's a symptom of taking too much burden on, taking, you know, just taking in hatred, taking it out on yourself, and not being able to set boundaries. Of course, I really hope that I'm wrong, and I really hope there is continued support going on. I do hope that she, you know, the encouragement maybe that she gets from the Shane video and all of this, that it will make her think, you know what, I can do this. You know, and obviously for her career, nothing would be better for her career right now than for her to drop the denial, let people in, and doesn't have to be everything she's about, but if she did do a bit of a recovery journey on her channel, you know, she literally could be on national TV, she could you know, have a book, you know, be part of like a book writing on her recovery and all of this, it would be huge for her career. Whereas I feel it will probably be terrible for her career if she continues to say nothing about the eating disorder, you know, sort of goes back down on a downhill slither. There is only so long that the world can keep watching a disaster without kind of becoming bored and drifting away, and that's harsh, but that's the truth of it. You know, and I would love to see her step into a new chapter of her life and, you know, either become a genuine, like, wonderful paragon of recovery who's inspiring to people, because there are so many anorexics who watch her for inspiration. You know, that's the fact of the matter. Anorexics, you know, you've got this skinny girl dancing about in different outfits for you. It's you know, it's like a thinspiration wet dream. But it would be amazing for those anorexics if they were, you know, this person they were watching to trigger themselves actually became a trigger to get better, that they actually saw her blossom and become beautiful and become successful and become, you know, a fully formed person instead of a caricature. That would be wonderful, you know. Or she could just never talk about the anorexia, but actually recover and do something completely different with her channel and with her life, and you know, succeed that way. That would be a lovely thing to see. But at the moment, reading between the lines, it's a bit concerning. It is interesting because, you know, Shane usually digs so deep with people, you know, and usually he makes like multiple part series, you know, on things. And the Eugenia Cooney thing was such a big situation, and had she been open, you know, it could have been all about, well, you know, these are the things that triggered my anorexia, these are the things that are still ongoing. There is a lot to say about anorexia recovery. So to have a very, very short video that was really mostly, you know, stretched out scenes of Shane in the car looking pensive, and then we get to see Eugenia and it's all very, oh, look at my house, you know, the house is so interesting. There's probably more talk about the house than about Eugenia, and you think that's very shut down for you know, this is my big return, this is my big recovery return, and yet, you know, obviously there wasn't much material given that he could use. You know, and it does make me wonder how he felt about putting that video out, because I'm pretty sure he must have realised, you know, this is not the way this video should have looked. This is, you know, this is not the content percentages there should have been. You know, it was about one thing, this much was about it, everything else was filler and building up drama for... So I think it's an interesting situation. But anyway, I wish her the best, and yes, I hope this is vaguely useful if you do have anyone in your life who has an eating disorder. Just what to expect in recovery, that yes, people can recover wonderfully without going inpatient, without going to rehab. It's not necessary. So long as you're careful about refeeding syndrome and all of that, you can educate yourself, you can do it from home. I did it myself because the system in this country sucks, and I would have been dead otherwise if I didn't do it by myself. But also, when people have been to inpatient or rehab, don't expect them to come back and be fine. And if they look fine, still be worried about them and still try and keep them talking. Don't just assume it's over like that, because we all know that's not how it goes with any mental illness ever. So yes, anyway, this is very long, so I'm going to shut up and go away. Bye bye.
Yeah. And yeah. Yeah.